Ak si prvý týden šúcha nohami, ak si prvý týden
Just don't
šúcha
get caught up in
nohami,
emotional argument.
ak si prvý týden šúchaj, prvý týden šúchaj, prvý týden šúcha nohami, ak si prvý týden šúcha nohami, ak si prvý týden šúcha nohami, ak si prvý týden šúchaj, prvý týden šúchaj, prvý týden šúcha nohami. Dobre, takže ideme na to. Ak si prvý týden šúcha nohami, ak si prvý týden
Just
šúcha
don't get caught up
nohami,
in emotional argument.
ak si prvý týden šúchaj, prvý týden šúchaj, prvý týden šúcha nohami. Dobre, takže máme 5.12.2024, začnú 11.43, píče sú 10.43. Prichádzajú tvrdé mákové sústa, prichádzajú tvrdé mákové kalmáre. Je to samozrejme tvrdé, máme si čistého súdka. Ono malé je druhú časť, ale to je menšia druhá časť, to je taký mákový závín, tu už bude taký mákový závín. Je to mákový závín, je to mákový závín, je to závín mákový. Dobre, a keď púšťam Sigma Mail videa, celkom mi to lustruje. Dobre. Takže skončili sme. Proste dáme sa nápojku, tvrdú a rázu nápojku. Tvrdú a rázu nápojku. Keď si Tavka ideme zobrať. Čo je Izo? No. Šúchaj. čuj sa teraz žije, čuj. Už sme tu. Je tu s nami aj náš pán. Naše komunite voláme náš pán Štúverka, Gargamel, Petolízač, Srvátka, alebo aj makový závín. Veď to už vyzerá ako makový závín. Keď si kúpiš makový závín, tak to nejak si ho predstavuješ. Presne takto si predstavuješ makový závín. No páni, tak ideme na to. Takže máme tu nápojku, ukážeme si, je to klasický Hell Focus, Focus Plus. 250 ml súdok, ukážeme si ho. 250 ml súdok, vidíme ho. Taká menšia srvátka, taký menší petolízač. Ale samozrejme dáme si do nosa Hell, lízneme, ideme ďalej. Vidíme ho. Profesionálny lízač. Tvrdý makovník. 250 ml súdok Focus Plus. Tvrdý petolízač, samozrejme, ale takto chodí, dobre? Dáme si do nosa, lízneme a ideme na to, ideme tvrdo mázať, dobre? Ideme tvrdo mázať. Tvrdo mázať. Ideme tvrdo mázať, ideme to tvrdo roztáčať. Keby nejaké pikočky, zapovedajte si samozrejme. My tu máme istý druh pracičky, ktorú dorazíme a budeme z makového závinu. Budeme z makového závinu. Just 2 weeks. Píči sa chleby. Budeme z makového závinu. Pozrám, že sa na to trošku vyhodili, čo? Trošku vyhodili, no dobre. Budeme z makového závinu. Ideme na to, páni. Tvrdo a rázne. S našim makovým závinom. Treba pripraviť tieto veci, takže... Tvrdé rozhodujeme pre ľudí, dobre? Máme 81 zvyšných 19 zlov, roztočíme pred spaním, aj keby čo bolo, dobre? Takto nejako by sme to... No, takto nejako by som to videl. Ne, sice ako to vidíte vy. Ale kľudne povedzte, ako to vidíte. 120 cen života už to má. 120 cen života už to má. To môj Lizo. No, poď na to. Cena života už to má. Mi to povedal. Sme pekne z makového zavinu. Sme masívne makoví. Sme masívne majoví. Sme pekne z makového zavinu. Čo si mi toľko naložil, tyko? No, to si musel dať. No, to si musel dať trošku steampaku. Taký si makový. Pekne z makového zavinu. Sme pekne z makového zavinu. Sme pekné. Pekne žoviálne makoví. Sme pekne žoviálne makoví. Ale všetci vidíme prečo. Sme pekné, žoviálne majoví. Sme pekné, žoviálne makoví. Sme pekné, žoviálne majoví. Začali sme niečo pred 12. to roztačovať, samozrejme. Akurát som stavil na to, že ma nezložia, ale tak uvidím, ako sa to bude prúdiť. Sme pekné žoviálne majoví. Sme pekné žoviálne majoví. Sme pekné žoviálne majoví. To je trošku vyúdené. Takže do 4. by som rád bol hotový. S touto konkrétnou parafrázou. Potom by sme si išli vystať kocu okolo 4. Okolo 4. 41. Okolo 41.
Up down, they did it. Every single ascendancy node revealed for every class. And since I want to play Witch and be a summoner, which of these two is now the best one as we know every single node? And before we start, two noteworthy things. You're going to get 8 ascendancy points, which means I could go for 10, 1, 3, and 7, for example, or I could go for 9, 10, and 1, Can't take every single thing. And second, as we're going to go over the Bloodmancer, I'll be answering everything about life remnants because people were worried that they're going to lose against bosses since you only get the life remnants on kill, which is actually wrong. Let's start with the Infernalist first because at number 3 here, it already has a very strong one called Bite Its Will. Reserve 25% of life plus 1 to maximum spirit per 25 maximum life. More maximum life, more maximum spirit, more minions, because every minion takes a certain amount of spirit to be a permanent summon. Alternative to Bite Its Will, you have number 2 and 4. Gaze reserves life for more maximum mana, and Hand reserves life for more maximum energy shield. In this case, Will is the most interesting one. And in order to get number 3, we'll stumble over number 1. 20% of cold damage is taken as fire damage, 20% of lightning damage is taken as fire damage, and 20% of physical damage is taken as chaos damage. Ergo, we can choose a fire resistance further to avoid more damage taken, which works nice together with the Pyromantic Pact on 7. And so far, we could do it. We could go for 1, 3, and 7. That's 6 points taken. Pyromantic Pact replaces our maximum mana with maximum Infernal Flame. And as we cast spells, we'll build up Infernal Flame instead of reducing our mana. If we reach maximum Infernal Flame, we'll take our maximum life and energy shield as fire damage, and then reset Infernal Flame to 0. Ergo, you never want to max it out, you want to stay high. Because on node 8 and 9, you get 2 interesting things. First, 9, while on high Infernal Flame, you and allies in your presence gain 20% of damage as fire damage, turning everything you have into an Infernal Legion and Bringer Flame. While not on low Infernal Flame, all damage from you and allies in your presence contributes to Ignite, Chance, and Magnitude, or Burning. Problem would be if we take 1, 3 for more Spirit, and then 7, 8, or 9, one of the 2, because that would be our 8 points. We couldn't even go for 10 anymore, which is our Loyal Hellhound. Bronze skill, Summon Infernal Hound. 20% of damage from hit is taken from your Hellhound's life for you. These don't reserve spirit, so they would not contradict the Bite Its Will. But if we wanted to go for Pyromantic Pact and have people burn and get the Bite Its Will, that would already not work together. Let's not forget the potential of Demon Form. With the consideration of only having 8 points, I don't see how we're going to be putting Demon Form into our Witch build. That's more like for someone who wants to play the full Infernalist rather than mixing it together with minions. Number 11 also does not fit really, become ignited when you deal a critical hit, taking 15% of your life and energy shield as fire damage per second. This also gives you 30% more critical strike damage bonus. Considering though we want our minions to be the damage dealers and us to be helping them to essentially ignite everything and go crazy with the Seething Body or Bringer Flame, I'm currently looking at going for 1 and 3 for the Bite Its Will more Spirit, and then probably 7 and 9 or 8 for either more ignition or more fire damage, where the more burning might be the interesting one. Now let's compare this to the Blood Mage, because the Blood Mage does not seem to have many minion synergies. And the most important part about the Blood Mage is Sanguinomancy on the 1. You cannot actually avoid that. It's your main theme. Bronze skill Life Remnants. Skills gain a base life cost equal to base mana cost. Drink the blood of your enemies to restore your life, and these Life Remnants can appear on kill, but also on critical hitting a target, which means we already need to stack up our critical strike chance that we can make these Life Remnants versus bosses. Otherwise, you just might straight up run out of life. You do have number 2 and 3 though, but that would also be 6 points taken if you go for all of this. 10% of spell damage is leached as life, offsetting the Sanguinomancy. And open source, your curses have an infinite duration. I am a lazy player. Having infinite duration curses sounds really nice, as I don't have to then take care of them anymore. But that would already be 6 points gone and impossible for you to actually reach 6 and 8. And the left side is kind of what you want as far as it seems, because 5 is War Spikes, 1% increased critical strike damage per 40 life, and 6 is Thunder the Flash, base critical strike hit chance for spells is 15%. More crits, more life remnants, more life restoration, more fun. Now that being said, Grasping Wounds prevents you from some life loss, Crimson Power gets you more maximum life. Nothing here yells, I support my minions, apart from your curses have infinite duration, and you essentially keeping yourself alive. Right now, the Blood Witch seems more like a I stay alive by leeching life, curse, support my lads, and my lads just go away and clap cheeks. Whereas the Infernalist does seem to have more interesting synergies. That being said, There are other classes that will also extremely well work with summons. We, for example, get the Warrior, Titan Ascendancy. And before you're confused, every skill is possible to be used by everyone. In this case, we would have number 1 with Stone Skin, 50% more armor from equipped body armor, making you a super minion tank. With number 4 and 5, we would get Colossal Capacity, carry a chest which adds 20 inventory slots, and Hold Inform, 50% increased effect of all small passive skills. This should massively boost minions with your passive skill tree. And lastly, just a simple 15% maximum life. Just be a Panzer, as we would say in Germany, a goddamn tank. Alternative, we have the Gemling Legionnaire. This would be a merc specialization, and it's really interesting. +1 to all level of all skills. Okay? Then 30% less cost of skills. Skill gems have 30% more attribute requirements. Is this 30% less cost of skills also talking about the spirit reservation? Every minion reserves amount of spirit. 30% less cost, 30% less spirit reservation, more minions. We're getting 3 additional skill slots, pretty nice as well. And most importantly in this case, you can use 2 copies of the same support gem in different skills. And one of the main support gems I'm really interested in is Infernal Legion, to turn my minions into flaming minions, essentially. And if I could use this on zombies and raging skeletons together, that does sound quite nice. As a final alternative, it could maybe be the Chronomancer, and the main reason here would be number 3, Time Freeze. Release a large wave that stops time for all affected enemies for a duration. Duration is lower the more times the enemy has had time stopped for them. Stop the time, everyone is frozen in place, and your minions just absolutely beat them off. And in order to get there, 4 and 5 would have to be taken. Temporal Rift teleports you around to prior locations, resetting your life, mana, and energy shield to the values they had at the time to which you reset. And Quicksand Hourglass. Every 12 seconds, gain 50% more capacity for 4 seconds. While Apex of the Moment, on number 6, to the side, will grant to enemies in your presence are slowed by 20%. So enemies, your minions can easier catch up and deal their damage. Could do some work, but seems more like a very circumvent way around than some of the other choices. Which one is it going to be for you? Infernalist, Blood Mage, maybe the Titan? Right now, I think Infernalist is just my number 1 choice, as I want to max out Bite its Will like crazy, get that maximum spirit up as high as possible, juice my maximum life to the moon, and then just summon the most minions possible to overwhelm our enemies while they are burning and setting our enemies on fire with Bringer of Flame and Seething Body. Tell me in the comments below, what has your interest? And yes, there will be live streams on this channel with everything I'm going to do, the starter build, more in-depth information as we learn more actively about playing Path of Exile to smoothen your gameplay and bring you more fun with this game. Have a fantastic day. Thank you for listening. Take care.
Si pičus, si chorý pičus. Si chorý pičus. Si proste chorý pičus májový. Si chorý pičus májový. Si chorý pičus. Si chorý pičus. Si proste chorý pičus ružový. Si chorý pičus makový. Si proste chorý pičus makový. Si proste chorý pičus. Si chorý pičus. Si chorý pičus ružový. Si proste chorý pičus májový. Si proste chorý pičus makový. Si chorý pičus, poriadne, ružový. 18 levelov, páni, že máme 82. Pekne odsypame. Čo by sme začali? By sme si trošku lízli. Trošku sme si lízli 82. 18 levelov do posledných 18 žíželov. Ej, to až také komplikované, len Prvých 50 levelov je strašne depresívnych. Prvých 50, prvých 70. Prvých 70 levelov je depresívnych. Už keď dám to 70, už je to v kľude. Už to roztača potom. Potrebuješ dať to 70. Už keď dá 70, už si roztočený ako v makovom náleve. Si roztočený v makovom náleve. Si roztočený v peknom makovom náleve. Si ako roztočený Sindibad. Si ako roztočený Sindibad. Si ako roztočený Sindibad. Si naložený v makovom náleve. Si naložený v makovom náleve. Ďalej, už keď dáš 80, už keď dáš 70. Už keď dáš 70, tak už sa to roztača na veľmi drsný úväzok. Si ako podrbaný Sindibad. Si ako podrbaný Sindibad. Si ako podrbaný Sindibad. Si ako podrbaný Sindibad. Si ako vydrbaný Sindibad. Už vidíme to, že už tie záverečné petolízočky to už roztáčaš na ten solidnejší úväzok. Roztáčaš na solidnejší úväzok. Roztáčaš na solidnejší úväzok. Опять. Dajme si hot dog. Veľa hot dog máš. Hot dog. 6. 9. Hotdog 6, 9. To je všetko. A ešte môžeme dať ona. Dev cluster. Hotdog 6, 9, dev cluster. Ale kokino, neboj sa, to je len mola, len trošku vylizuje. No. To je len lietajúci šafrán. No. Čo je, vystresovaný ako žitný ostrov. Hneď si išiel popíjať zo stresu? Keď si v strese, okamžite ideš popíjať. Si ako podrbaný Sindibad. Si ako vydrbaný Sindibad. Si ako pekne rozdrbaný Sindibad. Ja zabudol som, že 0-0 sa chodí naspäť. Tak a tomu teraz dostal menej skúsenostných žížalov na jeden pojervitý, no to sa stáva. To stáva. To už je šafrán, Ale ináč je v podstate v pohode. ako som povedal, chybou nám posledné lízali. Chybou nám posledné lízali šafránu. Chybou nám posledné lízali šafránu. Chýbajú nám posledné lízali šafránu. Dneska ešte roztočíme nejakého stalkera. Večer v noci dorazíme nahnitý trón. Dorazíme ten trón nahnitý. Dorazíme ten trón nahnitý. Dorazíme trón nahnitý. Doraz s nami ten trón nahnitý. Doraz s nami ten trón nahnitý. Neboj sa ho s nami doraziť trón nahnitý. Zajtra samozrejme začneme provodiť trošku väčšie kalibrové zázvory v Path of Exile. Takže full evasion. Monk, full evasion. Full evasion monk. Čo je absolútne kľúčový aspekt. Full evasion monk.
Don't look so gloomy, friend. At least you don't look like a prune.
Táto zračka zvykne byť zabagovaná. Nie vždy ti to dá, ty kono. Musíš to vidieť tú ikonu, že to dalo. To tá ikona nie, tak ti to nedalo. Že pekne otačom, hej? Máme 83. Uvidíme, no. Takže teraz sme začali, sme stali skoro 2 levely. Gogino, lízal. Tam sa nechodí vylizovať. No, robiť zo seba takéhoto párana potom ti bude musieť vytrieť kocúra. Posle ma núči, aby som ti potom vytrel kocúra. Chceš to? Chceš ma vytretého kocúra? Čo? Chceš ma vytretého kocúra? Čo? Chceš ma totálne rozrezaného? Potom budeš mať rozrezaného kocu a budeš sa čudovať prečo. No pretože si robil z seba Krištofa. Budem tvrdoházne otvorené. Budeš robiť Krištofa a budeš mať vyrezaného kocúra. Ak to chceš riskovať, prosím, ale to na tvoje triko. Respektíve je to na tvoj kožuch. Na tvoj kožuch.
Or frantic attempts to prove what's real. Instead, they approach the situation with calm precision, analyzing the manipulator's words and actions like a puzzle to be solved. They don't argue or get defensive. They simply present facts, evidence, or even their own unshakable logic. This leaves the manipulators scrambling, their attempts at deception unraveling in real time. What makes Sigmas especially dangerous to gaslighters is their ability to stay emotionally detached. Gaslighting works best when it creates doubt and triggers an emotional reaction. But Sigmas deny manipulators that satisfaction. They remain calm, collected, and completely unfazed, which only highlights the absurdity of the gaslighter's claims. Even more unsettling for the manipulators that Sigmas don't just resist gaslighting, they expose it. They might subtly point out inconsistencies or ask sharp questions that force the gaslighter to trip over their own lies. This can make the manipulator appear not just wrong, but ridiculous, leaving them embarrassed and powerless. For a Sigma, gaslighting is less of a threat and more of an annoyance, one they quickly dismantle with logic and composure. In the end, the manipulator is left looking foolish while the Sigma walks away unscathed, their reality intact. Number 5, they aren't intimidated by confrontation. Sigma males aren't the type to go looking for conflict, but they're absolutely not afraid to face it head-on when necessary. Narcissists and manipulators often use intimidation as their weapon of choice, banking on the idea that fear or discomfort will force their target to back down. Most people either freeze or try to avoid the confrontation altogether, giving the manipulator the upper hand. But this strategy falls flat when it's aimed at a Sigma. What makes a Sigma male so formidable is their calm confidence in the face of intimidation. They don't overreact, they don't panic, and they certainly don't let emotions cloud their judgment. Instead, they meet the confrontation with a level head and a sharp focus, addressing the situation directly. Their approach is firm and clear, leaving no room for manipulation or misdirection. This composure flips the entire dynamic, putting the manipulator on the defensive. For narcissists who thrive on creating unease, this unshakable demeanor is incredibly unsettling. They're not used to being met with such fearless clarity, and it forces them to either retreat or reveal the weakness behind their bluster. A Sigma male's directness isn't about aggression or dominance. It's about standing their ground and refusing to be controlled. This ability to neutralize intimidation without losing their cool is what makes them so terrifying to manipulators. They don't just survive confrontation, they walk away stronger, leaving their opponent powerless and exposed. Number 4, they turn manipulators into case studies. Sigma males approach manipulation in a way that completely disarms those who attempt it. Instead of reacting emotionally or feeling victimized, they detach and analyze the situation as if they were observing a case study. To a Sigma, manipulation isn't a personal attack. It's an opportunity to understand human behavior more deeply. This calm, almost clinical approach robs manipulators of the emotional reaction they need to feel powerful. Manipulators rely on provoking emotions like guilt, anger, or fear to get what they want. But when their target doesn't react as expected, they're left scrambling. A Sigma male's emotional detachment shifts the power dynamic entirely. Instead of getting tangled in the manipulator's web, the Sigma becomes an observer, mentally dissecting the manipulator's tactics. They take note of the patterns, the triggers, and the methods being used, all without giving away any vulnerability. This unnerves manipulators because they're used to controlling the narrative. They thrive on emotional chaos, yet a Sigma's composed demeanor denies them that satisfaction. Even worse for the manipulator, Sigmas often use what they've learned to recognize similar tactics in the future, making it nearly impossible to manipulate them again. What's most unsettling for manipulators is realizing they've unintentionally revealed their playbook. Their attempts to control the Sigma not only fail, but also expose their own weaknesses. The Sigma walks away with valuable insights, while the manipulator is left frustrated and powerless. This ability to turn manipulation into a learning experience is what makes Sigmas truly unshakable, leaving manipulators wary of ever crossing their path again. Number 3, they're untouchable by social pressures. Sigma males operate on their own terms, refusing to be defined or controlled by social hierarchies. This independence is a direct threat to manipulators, who rely on societal norms and peer pressure to assert dominance. Most people feel compelled to conform, fearing rejection or judgment. Manipulators exploit this fear, using it to manipulate and control their targets. But Sigma males are different. They don't seek validation from the crowd, nor do they care about fitting into anyone's mold. This detachment from social expectations leaves narcissists and manipulators with no leverage. When a manipulator tries to shame or pressure a Sigma male into compliance, they're met with indifference. Tactics like exclusion, gossip, or status games simply don't work because Sigma males don't measure their worth by anyone else's standards. They're not trying to climb a social ladder or gain approval. They're too busy living life on their own terms. What makes this dynamic even more infuriating for narcissists is that Sigma males' refusal to conform doesn't isolate them. It attracts genuine respect. Their independence, self-assuredness, and authenticity draw others in without the Sigma even trying. This kind of natural influence undermines the manipulator's attempts to control the narrative or dictate the rules. For a Sigma male, freedom from social pressures isn't just a personal choice, it's a way of life. This makes them immune to the usual tricks that manipulators rely on, leaving narcissists powerless and frustrated. They can't control someone who refuses to play the game, and that realization is what makes Sigma males truly untouchable. Number 2, masters of emotional Aikido. Sigma males have mastered a skill that few can claim, turning a manipulator's emotional tricks against them. This isn't about fighting fire with fire or stooping to their level. It's about understanding the manipulator's tactics so deeply that their own moves become their undoing. While others might get caught up in the web of manipulation, reacting emotionally or defensively,
That's awesome.
Sigma males remain calm, strategic, and completely unshaken. Manipulators thrive on provoking reactions. They use guilt, flattery, or even aggression to pull strings and push buttons. But a Sigma male doesn't give them the satisfaction. Instead, they observe, process, and redirect the manipulator's energy back at them. For example, if a narcissist tries to guilt trip them, the Sigma might respond with calm detachment, exposing the ploy without being drawn into it. If manipulation takes the form of anger or intimidation, the Sigma's unflappable demeanor makes the manipulator's aggression look foolish and ineffective. This is emotional Aikido, taking the force of the manipulator's tactics and using it to disarm them. What's most infuriating for the manipulator is that it's done effortlessly, without drama or confrontation. The Sigma's ability to stay centered, read the situation, and respond with precision flips the power dynamic entirely. Suddenly, the manipulator is the one scrambling, trying to regain control, but only digging themselves deeper. For a Sigma, it's never about winning petty games. It's about maintaining their own peace and integrity. Their refusal to be a pawn in someone else's scheme leaves manipulators powerless and exposed, making it clear that their tactics will never work. This quiet yet powerful resistance is what sets Sigma males apart and terrifies manipulators the most. Number 1, respect is non-negotiable. For a Sigma male, respect isn't something they ask for. It's something they demand through their actions and presence. They carry themselves in a way that makes it clear where the lines are drawn, and they don't hesitate to enforce those boundaries. This isn't about arrogance or being overly strict. It's about knowing their worth and refusing to let anyone undermine it. Narcissists and manipulators thrive on breaking down those walls in others, but with a Sigma male, they quickly realize it's a losing game. Narcissists depend on testing limits, pushing buttons, and subtly eroding boundaries until they have full control. They use guilt, flattery, or even intimidation to manipulate others into letting things slide. But a Sigma male's self-awareness is too sharp for that. He recognizes the first sign of overstepping and shuts it down immediately, firmly, but without unnecessary drama. This quick and decisive response leaves manipulators stunned because they're not used to people standing their ground so effortlessly. What really terrifies manipulators is that Sigma males don't negotiate their self-respect. They don't explain themselves, seek validation, or second-guess their stance. This unshakable confidence sends a clear message. If you can't respect me, you don't get access to me. And unlike most people, a Sigma male is perfectly fine walking away from anyone who tries to test their limits, no matter who it is. This refusal to compromise on respect is what narcissists fear most. It denies them the wiggle room they need to manipulate, leaving them powerless and exposed. For the Sigma, it's not about controlling others, it's about staying true to who they are. And that kind of integrity is untouchable. In wrapping up, in a world where many people are swayed by flattery, fear, and control, Sigma males stand as unshakable forces of independence and clarity. Their ability to see through manipulation, resist emotional games, and live life on their own terms is nothing short of remarkable. What truly terrifies narcissists and manipulators isn't just the Sigma's strength or intellect, it's their refusal to play along. Sigmas break the rules of manipulation by not needing approval, validation, or even the social systems that others rely on. The beauty of the Sigma male lies in his quiet defiance. He doesn't shout, doesn't boast, and doesn't seek confrontation. Instead, he calmly observes, sets boundaries, and acts with precision. His presence alone forces manipulators to face their own weaknesses, as the tricks that work on others crumble in front of his resilience. Being a Sigma isn't about being invincible. It's about mastering yourself so fully that no one else can control you. If you're watching this and resonating with these traits, know this. Your strength lies in your self-reliance, your clarity, and your refusal to bend to anyone's agenda. Embrace who you are and continue to walk your own path with confidence and purpose. And if you're inspired by the power of Sigma males, make sure to subscribe for more insights like this. Thank you for sticking with us until the end. Your support means everything. Keep thriving, and we'll see you in the next one. Thank you, gents, for tuning in, and God bless.
Naozaj pustili reklamu tie chore hnoje. Pustili. Chore odpadové vredy. Pustili reklamu tie odpadové vredy. Vy choré, sprosté kokoty. Môžete prestať s tými?
Today, we're delving into a topic that resonates deeply with many of you, the essence of leadership beyond titles and positions. We're exploring why Sigma males are natural-born leaders who choose a different path. They possess the qualities that command respect and inspire others, yet they often sidestep the traditional roles of authority. If you've ever questioned the conventional wisdom of leadership, or felt that true influence doesn't require a spotlight, then settle in. This discussion is tailored for you. Here are 10 reasons why Sigma males are born leaders, but choose not to lead. Number 1. They have confidence without arrogance. Confidence is a trait every man recognizes, but the Sigma male embodies it in a way that's both powerful and understated. He walks into a room and doesn't need to announce his presence. It's felt. This isn't the brash, overbearing confidence that demands attention. It's a quiet assurance that comes from knowing who he is and what he's capable of. He doesn't boast about his achievements because he doesn't need external validation. This self-contained confidence draws others in. They sense his stability and are naturally attracted to it. It's a magnetic quality that doesn't push others down to elevate oneself. Instead, it elevates everyone around him. In a world full of loud voices clamoring for attention, his calm certainty stands out, commanding respect without uttering a word. Number 2. They can handle anything that comes their way. Life is unpredictable, throwing curveballs when least expected. The Sigma male, however, navigates these challenges with a steadiness that can be awe-inspiring. When chaos erupts, he doesn't panic or become paralyzed by indecision. Instead, he assesses the situation with a level head, drawing on his experiences and instincts to find a way through. This isn't just about surviving tough times. It's about thriving in them. His resilience is not just physical, but mental and emotional. Others observe his composure under pressure and find a source of inspiration. They think, if he can handle this, maybe I can too. His ability to remain unshaken by adversity doesn't just solve problems. It instills confidence in those around him, creating a ripple effect of strength and determination. Number 3, they aren't influenced by the status of others. In a society where many measure success by titles, wealth, or social standing, the Sigma male operates on a different wavelength. He sees beyond the superficial layers that often deceive. To him, a person's true value isn't determined by their bank account or the accolades they've collected, but by their character, integrity, and actions. This perspective allows him to interact authentically with anyone, from the janitor to the CEO, without prejudice or hidden agendas. He can't be swayed by flashy displays of status because he simply doesn't care for them. This detachment from societal hierarchies confuses those who rely on their status to command respect. They realize that with him, their usual influence holds no sway. It's both unsettling and refreshing, a reminder that true respect is earned, not inherited or bought. Number 4, they don't flaunt their power or position over people. Power can be a dangerous thing in the wrong hands. Some wield it like a weapon, while others carry it with grace. The Sigma male falls into the latter category. He may hold positions of influence or possess significant capabilities, but you'd never hear of him. He doesn't need to assert his dominance or remind others of his authority. Instead, he approaches interactions with humility and respect, treating everyone as equals. This doesn't mean he's a pushover. Far from it. His strength is evident, but it's controlled, channeled appropriately when necessary. This restraint is a powerful statement in itself. It tells others that he's confident enough not to rely on intimidation or coercion. People are more inclined to follow his lead not because they fear him, but because they trust and respect him. Number 5. They know how to give useful advice when asked for it. We've all encountered those who love to hear themselves talk, offering unsolicited advice that adds little value. The Sigma male is the antithesis of this. He listens more than he speaks, and when he does offer guidance, it's worth paying attention to. His advice is born from experience, observation, and a genuine desire to help. He cuts through the noise, providing insights that are practical and actionable. There's no fluff or ego attached, just straightforward counsel aimed at empowering the individual. People walk away from conversations with him feeling enlightened, equipped with new perspectives or solutions they hadn't considered. This ability to provide meaningful guidance reinforces his role as a trusted confidant and mentor, even if he doesn't hold an official title. Number 6, they don't complain about anything. In a world where venting frustrations has become commonplace, the Sigma male stands apart by choosing a different path. He doesn't waste time grumbling about setbacks or inconveniences. Instead, he channels that energy into action. If something is broken, he fixes it. If a situation is less than ideal, he works to improve it. This proactive approach is both practical and inspiring. It demonstrates a level of accountability and self-reliance that others find admirable. By refusing to dwell on problems and focusing on solutions, he not only overcomes obstacles, but also sets a powerful example. His actions silently encourage others to adopt a similar mindset, fostering an environment where progress takes precedence over pity parties. Number 7. They prefer to operate in the shadows. Not every leader needs to be in the limelight. The Sigma male finds comfort and efficacy working behind the scenes. He doesn't seek recognition or accolades. The satisfaction of accomplishing a goal is reward enough. This preference allows him to operate without the distractions that often accompany public attention. He can focus entirely on the task, strategizing and executing with precision. Those who are aware of his contributions understand the depth of his impact, even if it's not broadcasted. This humility doesn't diminish his leadership. It enhances it. It shows that his motivations are pure, driven by purpose rather than ego. In many ways, his behind-the-scenes influence is more potent because it's unexpected and unhindered by external expectations. Number 8. They naturally inspire others. True inspiration doesn't require fanfare. It emanates from authenticity. The Sigma male inspires not through grand gestures, but through the way he lives his life. His dedication to his principles, his resilience in the face of adversity, and his unwavering integrity resonate with those around him. People observe his actions and find themselves motivated to elevate their own lives. It's a quiet influence, one that doesn't seek to impose, but rather to illuminate possibilities. By simply being true to himself, he becomes a beacon for others. They see in him the embodiment of qualities they aspire to cultivate: strength without aggression, confidence without arrogance, and success without compromising values. Number 9. They want to empower others. Leadership, in its highest form, is about lifting others up. The Sigma male understands this intuitively. He doesn't hoard knowledge or resources to maintain an upper hand. Instead, he shares freely, aiming to empower those around him. He recognizes that a strong community or team is built on the strengths of all its members. By fostering growth and independence in others, he creates a network of capable individuals who can stand on their own. This approach diminishes dependency and encourages self-sufficiency. It's not about creating followers, it's about cultivating leaders. His legacy isn't measured by how many people serve him, but by how many people he's helped to realize their own potential. Number 10. They need freedom to move. Perhaps one of the most defining aspects of the Sigma male is his intrinsic need for autonomy. Traditional leadership roles often come with constraints, bureaucracy, politics, and obligations that can stifle creativity and responsiveness. For the Sigma male, these limitations are unacceptable. He values his freedom to think, act, and move without unnecessary hindrances. This doesn't mean he's irresponsible or unreliable. Quite the opposite. His independence allows him to be more effective, to adapt swiftly, and to pursue opportunities that others might miss. He understands that his strengths are best utilized when he's not tethered by rigid structures. This need for freedom isn't a rejection of leadership, but a reimagining of how it can be executed most effectively. So why does the Sigma male, equipped with all the traits of an exceptional leader, choose not to lead in the traditional sense? It's because he redefines what leadership means. He leads by example, through actions rather than directives. He influences without authority, inspires without intent, and empowers without expectation. In a world that often equates leadership with control and visibility, the Sigma male offers a different model, one that values integrity, autonomy, and genuine impact over titles and accolades. Do you agree with the points I mentioned in this video? We'd love to hear your thoughts and experiences in the comments below. For more deep dives into the Sigma male mindset, be sure to check out our other videos. Thank you for watching and being a part of our community. If you're ready to continue your journey toward achieving greatness, hit the like button and subscribe so you won't miss out on future videos. Click here to see why a Sigma male who always spends time alone is very dangerous.
42. Môžete prestať. Môžete prestať.
In a world obsessed with labels and hierarchies, the alpha male often takes center stage, dominant, assertive, and commanding. But there's another type of man who defies conventional categories. The Sigma male,
Poď,
highly intelligent and quietly confident. These men navigate life on their own terms.
poď na koleno.
They
Poď.
possess an introverted dominance that's hard to ignore yet difficult for others to comprehend. It's no surprise they often become the target of envy and resentment. People tend to dislike what they can't understand. So, why do Sigma males rub others the wrong way? Today, we're diving deep into 10 shocking reasons why Sigma males are hated by society, uncovering the complexities behind this animosity. Number 1. They have no interest in superficial connections. Sigma males are highly selective about the relationships they cultivate. They won't feign interest or engage in small talk just to be polite. To them, time is a valuable resource, and they prefer to invest it in connections that offer depth and mutual growth. This discernment can be misconstrued as arrogance or dismissiveness. When a Sigma male doesn't engage in the usual social niceties, others might feel rejected or unimportant. But the truth is, Sigma males are not interested in accumulating acquaintances. They seek meaningful relationships that enrich their lives. Imagine being at a networking event where everyone is exchanging pleasantries and business cards. While most people might engage in surface-level conversations to expand their contacts, a Sigma male will bypass the fluff. He'll either dive into a deep, insightful conversation or politely excuse himself. This behavior isn't about being rude. It's about valuing authentic interactions over obligatory socializing. With over 8 billion people on the planet, a Sigma male isn't afraid to distance himself from those who don't resonate with his values or interests. Number 2. They seem emotionless because they rarely complain. Maintaining a calm and composed demeanor, Sigma males navigate life's challenges without broadcasting their struggles. They don't vent frustrations on social media or seek sympathy from others. This stoicism can make them appear robotic or emotionally detached. People often rely on shared complaints or mutual stress to bond. So when a Sigma male doesn't participate, it can create a disconnect. However, this doesn't mean Sigma males don't experience stress or emotions. They simply process them internally. They prefer to focus on solutions rather than dwell on problems. Their resilience can be intimidating or even unsettling to others, who might wonder how they remain so composed under pressure. This can lead to misunderstandings, with people mistaking their self-control for a lack of feeling or empathy. Number 3. They don't care about others' opinions of them. Sigma males live life on their own terms, unburdened by the need for external validation. They're not swayed by trends, peer pressure, or societal expectations. This indifference to others' opinions can be liberating, but also isolating. For many, fitting in and being accepted are significant motivators. When someone like a Sigma male disregards these social norms, it can be unsettling or even offensive to those who place high value on collective approval. For instance, a Sigma male might choose an unconventional lifestyle that prioritizes personal freedom over societal expectations. While his peers are buying homes, settling down, or climbing corporate ladders, he might opt to travel extensively, live minimally, or pursue a passion that doesn't align with a typical lifestyle. His family and friends may question his choices, viewing them as irresponsible or misguided. This disregard for traditional milestones can create tension, as others may feel he is rejecting the values they hold dear. His commitment to living authentically challenges the status quo, which can lead to misunderstandings and resentment from those who conform to societal norms. Number 4. They succeed on their own terms. Instead of following traditional paths to success, Sigma males carve out their own routes. They don't subscribe to the conventional roadmap laid out by society. Graduate, get a 9-to-5 job, climb the corporate ladder. Instead, they define success differently, perhaps prioritizing personal fulfillment, creative pursuits, or entrepreneurial ventures. This unconventional approach often leads to remarkable achievements, which can provoke envy or confusion in others. People may struggle to understand how a Sigma male can achieve success without following the rules. Their ability to think outside the box and take risks pays off in ways that challenge traditional notions of achievement. This can be threatening to those who have adhered strictly to societal expectations, only to find themselves less fulfilled or less successful. The Sigma's success becomes a mirror reflecting others' insecurities about their life choices. Number 5. They never make others feel indispensable to them. Sigma males are fiercely self-reliant. They've learned through life's challenges that they can depend on themselves above all else. While this independence is a strength, it can unintentionally make others feel unneeded or undervalued. In friendships, romantic relationships, or professional settings, people often want to feel that they play an essential role in others' lives. When a Sigma male doesn't rely on others for support, assistance, or companionship, it can lead to feelings of frustration or resentment. For example, a partner might feel disconnected if the Sigma male doesn't open up about his problems or seek her advice. Colleagues might feel sidelined if he prefers to work independently rather than collaborate. The Sigma male doesn't intend to alienate others. He's simply accustomed to handling things on his own. This can create tension in relationships where mutual dependence is expected. Number 6. They are unapologetically honest. Sigma males value truth and authenticity above comfort or social niceties. They won't sugarcoat their words or tell white lies to spare someone's feelings. While honesty is generally considered a virtue, it can be uncomfortable when it challenges someone's self-perception or exposes inconvenient truths. Many people prefer to maintain certain illusions or avoid difficult topics. When a Sigma male speaks candidly, it can come across as harsh or insensitive. For instance, in a team meeting, he might point out flaws in a project plan that everyone else is excited about. His intention is to improve the outcome, not to deflate the team's enthusiasm. However, his bluntness can be perceived as negativity or criticism, leading to friction. Over time, this can cause others to resent his straightforwardness, even if it benefits them in the long run. Number 7. They are hard to influence or manipulate. Sigma males have strong wills and clear values, making them resistant to external pressures. They think critically and make decisions based on their own judgments, rather than popular opinion or emotional appeals. This trait can be frustrating for those who are accustomed to swaying others through persuasion or manipulation. In personal relationships, this means a Sigma male won't be easily guilt-tripped or coerced into doing something that doesn't align with his principles. In professional settings, he won't jump on board with a plan unless he's convinced of its merit. This steadfastness can be a roadblock for individuals who rely on charm, authority, or manipulation to achieve their goals. Unable to bend the Sigma male to their will, they may become irritated or antagonistic toward him. Number 8. They stand out effortlessly. Without even trying, Sigma males often excel and attract attention. Their intelligence, creativity, and unique perspectives enable them to succeed in various endeavors. They don't seek the spotlight, but their accomplishments naturally draw recognition. This effortless excellence can provoke envy or jealousy, especially from those who feel they have to work harder to achieve similar results. Alpha males, who actively seek dominance and recognition, might feel particularly threatened by the Sigma's quiet confidence and success. The Sigma male's unorthodox methods and disregard for traditional hierarchies challenge the status quo. This can lead to power struggles or attempts to undermine the Sigma male, fueled by insecurity or competition. Number 9. They avoid gossip and drama. Sigma males steer clear of idle chatter, rumors, and unnecessary conflicts. They have little interest in gossip, a common way people bond and establish social connections. By not participating in these activities, they may seem distant or uninterested in others. This can lead to perceptions of them being cold or disconnected. When a Sigma male opts out of group conversations centered around gossip, others might interpret his silence as judgment or superiority. They may think he considers himself above such discussions, which can breed resentment. In reality, the Sigma male values more substantive interactions and prefers to focus his energy on meaningful pursuits. Number 10. They unintentionally make others feel inadequate. With their sharp intellect and ability to articulate thoughts clearly, Sigma males can inadvertently make those around them feel less competent. Their knack for solving problems, generating innovative ideas, and executing plans can overshadow others' contributions. This isn't a deliberate attempt to outshine anyone. It's simply a byproduct of their abilities. For example, in a collaborative project, a Sigma male might propose a solution that is more effective than other suggestions. While this benefits the team, it can also make his peers feel overshadowed or inadequate. Over time, these feelings can accumulate, leading to envy or resentment. The Sigma male may be unaware of the impact his competence has on others' self-esteem. Do you agree with the points I mentioned in this video? We'd love to hear your thoughts and experiences in the comments below. For more deep dives into the Sigma male mindset, be sure to check out our other videos. Thank you for watching and being a part of our community. If you're ready to continue your journey toward achieving greatness, hit the like button and
Hitnem ti hovno do hlavy. Čo táto žena bude hovoriť?
Everybody has some strange things they secretly like but prefer not to discuss with others. Sigma men are no exception to this rule. They enjoy a number of extremely strange things that give them a sense of identity and peculiarity. Although these things may appear strange to others, many people misinterpret them and their strange behaviors, which Sigma men consider normal. They are known to act strangely and don't care what other people think of them as long as they are at ease. They are not the type of people who hide what they want to fit in. Without further ado, here are 10 extremely strange things that all Sigma males enjoy. One of the best feelings is when the elevator stops doors open and you are greeted by a warm and inviting empty compartment.
That's true.
Sigma guys like having a period of solitude and quiet when they are not had to share the elevator with anybody else.
To je pravda.
They can just enjoy the quietness without having to participate in small chat. While some may long for the small talk that comes with a packed elevator, Sigmas simply want a quiet ride. It's like a mini vacation in the middle of a busy day. Being calm and undisturbed is rare for them, especially in a crowded place where even a brief 30-second journey can seem to go on forever when another person is present. This may sound strange, but Sigma males absolutely adore it. If they could have their own elevator, they would avoid crowded elevators like the plague because they detest being hurried or feeling forced to respond awkwardly to questions from strangers. This isn't to say that they despise people, it's just how they feel when discussing the weather or their lunch isn't their cup of tea in a crowded place. They find it quite frustrating since they know the other person is only attempting to be kind and don't really care about the response. 2. When salespeople let them browse without interacting with them or attempting to sell them something. Have you ever been shopping and as soon as you enter the store, a salesperson attacks you and tries to force you to buy something? Sometimes you just want to browse to find something that suits you, but because they are so pushy, you might end up leaving without purchasing anything. For this reason, Sigma males like it when salespeople let them browse on their own and don't pester them with offers or questions all the time. This makes the shopping experience much more enjoyable for them because it relieves all the stress and pressure. They may take their time to discover something they really want that they dislike, and they are not pressured to make choices right away. Disrupted when perusing, they need time to consider their options. Salespeople are only a useless distraction for many Sigma guys who have already done their research before visiting the shop and know what they want. 3. Google everything. They don't know. Rather than asking someone when you don't know something, you probably think of asking someone else first. This is typical for most people. When they don't know something, they ask someone they believe knows the answer. Sigma males, on the other hand, rarely ask people anything because they are very independent and like learning things on their own without assistance. In this sense, Google is their closest friend since it allows them to locate almost any information they need in a matter of seconds. The best way to win over a Sigma male's heart is to provide him with free knowledge. Even if they don't find the answer right away, they will keep looking until they do. This is a great way for them to stay in control and not have to rely on others because they don't want to feel like they owe someone anything. For this reason, Googling is the ideal solution for Sigma males because it gives them a sense of control over their own lives and saves them time and energy that would have been spent looking for answers. 4. Keeping a low profile with those who are attention seekers no matter where they are. Sigma guys will never seek attention. Alpha men, in particular, love being in the limelight and having people around them. They want to be seen and heard, and they will stop at nothing to attract attention. However, Sigma guys would rather blend in and go unseen. They don't care about getting attention or looking for approval from others. They don't care about following the crowd. It's not that they are timid. They simply find it more intriguing to watch how other people act than to get involved themselves. They also know that if they do get involved, their viewpoint will be noticed. Sigma males prefer to keep a low profile even in the
Christoph.
presence of people who want attention because they simply find greater satisfaction
Christoph.
in being unnoticeable.
Jedź dole, jedź dole,
They have the
jedź
courage and
dole.
discernment to remain silent when necessary and let their actions speak for themselves by maintaining a low profile. This allows them to be authentic without passing judgment on others. 5. Dinners at a restaurant rather than someone's house. Sigma guys often prefer to meet individuals at a restaurant or pub where they don't feel obligated and can leave whenever they want. They are not huge lovers of home parties or dinners. Sigma guys find it difficult to leave gatherings when anything bothers them. Therefore, it's best for them to be free to go anytime they choose. They also like to select their own cuisine rather than having to eat what someone else has prepared. Going out is usually much easier for Sigma men because they don't have to worry about making sure everyone is happy at a restaurant or getting along with people at home. They can just be themselves without having to put in a lot of effort. They can also choose their company because they can easily choose people who interest them or enjoy spending time with them. This way, they don't have to settle for being around someone just because it would be rude not to. In addition to preferring restaurant dinners, Sigmas are also more talkative in these environments because they feel free to open up about themselves and feel free to voice their opinions without fear of being judged. 6. Running outside or working out alone at the gym. While some individuals revel in the bustle of a gym, other guys prefer to work out alone. Sigma guys would rather focus on their own routine alone. They may join a gym and use the equipment there, but they mostly remain to themselves and don't look for attention or recognition. Working out by themselves enables Sigma men to focus entirely on themselves without any outside distractions. They can set their own pace and push themselves to the limit. It's a great way for them to recharge and stay in shape. Sigma males also prefer to run outdoors rather than on a treadmill in a gym because they value the sense of serenity that comes with running and feel most at ease when there is nature around them. Sigma guys benefit from working out alone because it keeps their wits sharp and increases their confidence. Additionally, it keeps kids motivated since they may appreciate their development and be pleased of their accomplishments without worrying about how they compare to others. 7. Sigma males prefer to participate in meetings virtually whenever possible because it saves them time and energy and eliminates the need to leave their comfort zone or set aside enough time for getting ready. Zoom meetings, as opposed to in-person meetings, can be lengthy and dull, and you also need to prepare and make sure you're dressed appropriately. They may participate in the discussion without worrying about their attire or looks thanks to Zoom meetings, which put them in the same room as everyone else without really being there. Sigma men also appreciate the ease with which they can participate in a meeting from any location with an internet connection. This allows them to concentrate on the discussion and contribute without feeling under pressure from other participants. For Sigma males, Zoom meetings may be more effective than in-person meetings because there are less distractions. They can focus on the subject at hand without being distracted by side chats or late arrivals. 8. Seldom calling customer service and preferring to solve problems on their own. Sigma males prefer to be as independent and self-sufficient as possible, so they usually try to solve any problems on their own before calling customer service and waiting on hold or being passed from one person to another. Of course, if the problem is beyond their technical skills or knowledge, they may need to rely on customer service. But even in those situations, they prefer to look for information online first so they don't have to explain their problem again. For Sigma men, being able to resolve a problem on their own empowers them because it gives them more self-assurance and gives them the sense that they can handle any challenge life presents. It also helps them save time and money by preventing them from having to wait on hold or pay more for unnecessary services or features. 9. Not needing to justify oneself to others. Sigma males prefer to keep things to themselves because they don't like having their opinions or feelings evaluated by others and don't require approval from others. They are content with who they are and what they do, so they don't feel the need to justify themselves to others. Explaining your choices or actions can be draining and overwhelming. This isn't to imply that Sigmas are closed off to criticism or counsel from others. Rather, it simply indicates that they would rather keep their ideas and experiences to themselves. They don't require permission or approval from others to make decisions, so they feel free to do what makes them happy without having to defend it or worry about being judged. Give Sigma men the self-assurance they need to pursue their lives as they see fit. 10. Taking on the most challenging tasks. Most people don't want to spend their lives doing difficult things. Everyone wants the easy stuff. However, Sigma men are different from other people who prefer easy things. They enjoy doing things that others find impossible and are happy when they complete a difficult task. Sigma men don't enjoy doing easy things because everyone can do them, so it's pointless if someone does the same thing so easily. However, when they accomplish the impossible, they feel accomplished because they know that not everyone can do the same. They're not doing this to prove to themselves that they're good. They're not doing this to show off that they're good. They just want to prove to themselves that they can do it. Other people take on challenging tasks to impress others, but for a Sigma, there is no one to impress but himself, which is what motivates him to keep taking on challenging tasks. Sigma males don't care if anyone notices their talents or not as long as he feels satisfied with his work.
Ideme na 87, páni. 14 levelov. 14 levelov necelý a sme tam. 14 levelov. Levelov a máme to vylízané, páni. 14 levelov a máme to vylízané. 14 levelov a máme to vylízané. Vylízané 14 levelov. Koko, ty čo ješ, sa posaď v kľude na stôl a trošku relaxuj tam. Natiaň si kocúra. Trošku vylízaný, relax, halleluja. Posledných 14 levelov, páni, to už je nič, už keď sme zvládli 86. 14 nejako pretlačíme, ne? 14 nejako pretlačíme, tvrdo a rázne to rozbalíme. Takže 36.
Have you ever encountered someone who appears quiet or even a little shy? You might assume that they are easy to manipulate or control, but then something unexpected happens and they don't react as you expected them to. In fact, they might not react at all. This can be intimidating, and it's common for Sigma males to fly under the radar and avoid drawing too much attention to themselves. Just because they're not loud and flashy doesn't mean that they're weak or easily controlled. People often underestimate them, believing they're easy targets, but they're actually very strategic in their actions and don't take manipulation or control lightly. Here are 8 unusual reactions when people try to control them. Sigma men are the best at tactical compliance and purposeful deception when you try to guide or manage them. The Sigma male may play along, but not in the manner you would anticipate. Instead, he may give you the impression that you are in charge, discreetly guiding events to serve his interests. He listens, nods, and sometimes even agrees without you noticing. But this is a cunning move because rather than publicly retaliating, he will make it seem like he's losing your game while subtly determining his own path. He's not spiteful or malevolent. He simply doesn't want to be controlled, and this is his method of preserving his independence. It's similar to a chess master who is always 3 moves ahead of the game. If you try to manipulate or fool him, he will give you the appearance of compliance while subtly undermining your efforts behind the scenes. It can be very confusing because everything appears to be going well on the surface, and by the time you realize what's happening, he's already accomplished his goal and there isn't much you can do about it. You'll think you're winning because he's following your lead, but in reality, he's just taking the path you didn't even consider to guard. This response may leave you perplexed, wondering where your influence went and who was in charge all along. Although this may seem manipulative in and of itself, for Sigma males, it's just a means of survival. They're not attempting to harm or injure anyone. They're just shielding themselves from those who might attempt to control or manipulate them. Sigma males are masters of subtle manipulation, and they will use it to their advantage when pushed too far. They take charge of their own destiny because they've learned to be independent and not rely on the plans of others. They don't want to be pawns in someone else's game. Being clever and strategic is more important than being cunning or dishonest. Number 2, ghosting. While most people will respond to control or manipulation by confronting you, Sigma males may not even care. They will just leave your life without warning. This occurs when you try to take advantage of them or pull strings behind their backs. Once you've gone too far, they won't see the point in attempting to reason with you or defend themselves. If they sense even the smallest hint of control or manipulation, they will leave. They don't give a damn about your response or your thoughts without a trace. It might be stressful for people attempting to manage them, since they will just leave the scenario and move on if anything seems strange. This leaves them feeling defeated and without closure. Sigma males don't want to waste their time and effort on someone who doesn't respect them or their boundaries. It's not that they're scared of conflict or incapable of handling it. They just decide to leave rather than engage in a pointless argument. They carefully choose their battles, knowing when to engage and when to back off. For anybody attempting to maintain a leash on them, it serves as a wake-up call that they are not in control. Number 3. No drama, no dispute, just a quiet retreat that leaves the controller perplexed and helpless. When attempting to regulate a Sigma, you may discover something strange. This man gives off the impression that he's not all in. He won't make a big deal or raise his voice. Instead, he will simply send clear signals without saying a word. Perhaps it's the way he crosses his arms, or the way he looks at you with sharp eyes and assessment. These small clues are his way of putting up a fence that he's not someone to be messed with. His posture may change, standing a little taller, or he may give you a stern look that says more than words ever could. He's not about drama or creating a scene, so he keeps it quiet, but don't be fooled. His silent demeanor conveys a lot. It's as if he has a shield up and nothing you say will get past it. This isn't just him being obstinate, it's his method of being loyal to himself. You can see it all in his silent, firm stance. Sometimes it's the things he doesn't say or do that reveal exactly where you stand, leaving your own words hanging in the air as you realize they're not landing as you thought they would. His nonverbal resistance is a powerful message that he's not on board, and he doesn't even need to say it. Try as you might to get him to budge when he sets like this. 4th, boundary-setting people frequently think that if they put up with anything, people will respect them more. They want to be liked by everyone, so they let people walk all over them. Sigma males, on the other hand, take a different tack when they feel pushed around or controlled. They draw a firm line to defend their space and values. They don't act aggressively, but they make sure to communicate their boundaries and what they will and won't put up with in a cool, collected manner. They make sure that people know that things are non-negotiable. It is carried out gently but firmly, preventing any miscommunication or going over the boundaries they have established. By outlining their expectations up front, this strategy not only preserves their personal integrity, but also avoids needless disputes. And these people don't stress about it. It is a simple declaration of autonomy and self-respect. If their limits are crossed or questioned, they do not hesitate to reaffirm them, demonstrating that their personal space is of utmost importance. They refuse to compromise on it and consider it to be non-negotiable. Using sarcasm when it seems like someone are attempting to tug their strings is number 5. Sarcasm is a hidden weapon used by Sigma guys. Instead of becoming irate or aggressive, they tend to respond with clever retorts. A clever sarcastic comment can say a lot without making a big deal. They'll add a joke or a humorous one-liner into the conversation that also serves as a lighthearted warning to back off. This is their way of preventing things from getting too serious while also standing their ground. And it's usually quite effective because it can leave the other person a little confused, but still sends the message loud and clear that they're not the type to be messed with. Sigma males choose to defend their autonomy with a smile and a laugh, indicating they're not upset, but definitely not agreeing either. This approach adds some fun to the mix while adhering to their core principle of staying true to themselves. Number 6, stoic indifference. Some guys just don't get upset easily. They exude a cool, collected vibe that resists being pushed or controlled by others. You won't find Sigma men getting worked up or reacting much at all. They seem to be in their own world where no one else's demands can touch them. Rather than engaging in arguments or attempting to prove a point, they just let things slide off them. On the inside, they may be full of emotion, but on the outside, they're as cool as ice. It's a quiet way to stand their ground and demonstrate that their inner peace and direction matter more than external pressures. This can really throw people off, especially those who are used to getting their way. They don't do it to be mean or to show off. Rather, it's more about keeping their peace and remaining true to who they are. When nonsense comes their way, they don't let it stick. Instead, they just go about their day without giving power to the noise around them. Rebellion is the 7th creative. When someone tries to control or manipulate a Sigma male into doing something they don't agree with, they frequently respond with creative rebellion. This can take many different forms, such as coming up with alternative ways to accomplish the desired result, or using their creativity to outsmart the controller. Sigma males naturally dislike being told what to do, especially when it is pointless or useless. Their independence causes them to question authority and social norms, which leads them to find their own unique path. They won't mindlessly follow the herd. Instead, they will often surprise others with their unusual approaches, even though this may appear to be defiance. It's really just a means for Sigma guys to escape being governed by laws that completely defy their logic. They aren't attempting to be rebellious or challenging for the purpose of being difficult. They just don't want to passively obey any set of rules without comprehending its rationale. Counter manipulation number 8. They use the controller's own actions against them in this mental game of judo, always taking note of other people's strategies and plans and putting this knowledge aside for when they need it. They don't brag or threaten. Sigma males simply wait patiently and silently, but when the time is right, they take advantage of the situation, frequently in subtle and surprising ways. They may even begin to agree with everything the manipulator says, which feeds their ego, while gradually guiding choices and actions toward their own objectives. They just reroute the force being applied to them and utilize it to shift things in a direction they choose, staying in control without having to face or cause conflict in the eyes of the untrained eye. It's not about hurting people, it's about preserving autonomy. Nothing has changed, but those attempting to control others realize too late that their attempts to do so have backfired, leaving them confused and frequently powerless. This is a brilliant indication that attempting to control someone who is constantly planning ahead is futile.
For your cooperation.
Trinac levelov a máme 87. Posledných 13 gašparov. Dobre, posledných 13 gašparov. A je to. To už nejako pretlačíme tých 13 gašparov. Ne? Už sme pretlačili nejakých 5-6 gašparov. Už pretlačíme aj ten zvyšok. pretlačíme aj ten zvyšok, no. Už máme 13 level, dokonca máme 87. To už pretlačíme. Koľko máme? 58. Môžeš tam ísť? Nemôžeš. Z nejakého neznámeho dôvodu nechceš odísť, ako kokot. 14. Jo. To už pretlačíme, to je 13 level. Do 4 sme mali byť hotoví. To trošku fúčka, trošku fútrov, ale... Nikto nepovedal, že to bude ľahký pervitín. Nikto nepovedal, že to bude ľahký pervitín. Všetci sme vedeli, že to bude tvrdá varka. A tvrdá varka sa samozrejme ukazuje ako tvrdá varka. No. Opravili sme celé prdanie. Môžeme ísť vylizovať. Môžeme ísť tvrdo a rázne to vylizovať. Môžeme ísť tvrdo a rázne to vylizovať. Teoreticky môže. No máme dosť hyperkitov. A čo neviem, že ako dlho budeme vylizovať tie hyperkity. Takže pôjdeme plnú evasion na to, Monka. Ako tentokrát budem mať jednoznačne, budem chcieť mať v každej veci evasion. V každej veci budem chcieť mať jednoznačne evasion. A čo najväčšiu evasion hovorím. Pôjdeme full evasionárov, nepôjde mixované. Uvidíme. Záleží to od toho, že ak by bol nejaký dobrý unikátny, ak by bolo nejaké dobré unikátne brnenie pre minionov, ktoré by im dávalo nejaké bonusy a bolo by to Evasion Energy Shield, bolo by mixované a dávalo by im nejaké solidné bonusy, tak samozrejme by to prichádzalo do úvahy, ale... Ináč teda hovorím. Zatiaľ všetko nasvedčuje teda tomu, že... Ani ten bol zranený zo strieľania do mňa, ten pitches. Som nevidel, čo. Za normálne okolnosti zatiaľ ten plán jednoznačne hovorí evasion brnenie. Čisté evasion brnenie. Čisté evasion brnenie. To dokončíme do 4. poďme si vystať Kocuja. Možno Ako neviem, či uvidím, ako budem unavený, či si pôjdem vystať kovcu, alebo nie. Zatiaľ teda všetko nasvedčuje tomu, že sme si vyšli vystať kovcu a... Posaď sa, Krištof! 22.
Welcome, gents. Weirdest Sigma male traits that will make you say WTF. Ever met someone who seems perfectly normal at first, only to find out they have the strangest habits that make you do a double take? Enter the Sigma male, a walking paradox wrapped in mystery. These guys break all the social rules, but not in the loud, rebellious way. No, they do it quietly, in a way that makes you wonder, is this guy a genius, or is he just messing with the rest of us? Sigma males aren't here to impress anyone. They live in their own world, follow their own rhythm, and frankly couldn't care less about fitting in. But the weird part, the things they do don't just catch you off guard. They make you stop and think, WTF, did I just witness? So buckle up. These aren't your typical lone wolf traits we've all heard a million times. We're diving into the 13 truly bizarre, head-scratching behaviors that only a Sigma male can pull off. From their obsession with discomfort to their alien-like detachment from everything normal, get ready to question everything you thought you knew about human behavior. And trust me, by the end, you'll either want to high-five these guys or slowly back away, maybe both. So gents, stick with me until the end. The last point will definitely hit home, and don't forget to share your thoughts in the comments. Number 13, they read people like a book. One of the most unsettling things about Sigma males is how effortlessly they can read people like they're flipping through a book. No small talk needed. Within minutes of meeting someone, they've already figured out what makes them tick, their hidden insecurities, and even what they're not saying. It's like they've got this invisible scanner that picks up on all the little signals most people miss. And here's the freaky part. They don't even have to try. While the rest of us are still trying to remember someone's name, they've already mapped out their entire personality. It's not like they're doing it to be manipulative either, it's just how their brains work. They're hyper-aware of body language, tone, and those little micro-expressions most of us don't even know we're making. They can tell when someone's nervous, lying, or putting on a front, and they file all that information away without saying a word. What's even weirder is that they don't usually call people out on what they figured out. They just sit back and observe, maybe dropping a subtle comment here or there that shows they know more than they're letting on. It's both impressive and a little unnerving, like being around someone who knows your secrets before you've even opened your mouth. Sigma males might not show all their cards, but trust me, they've already seen yours. Number 12. They're a step ahead, but they'll never show it. Sigma males are always operating on a completely different level, but you'd never know it unless you look closely. It's like they're playing 4D chess while everyone else is stuck on checkers. They have this quiet way of being a step ahead, seeing moves before they happen, yet they don't feel the need to flaunt it. You'll be having a normal conversation, thinking you've got them figured out, and then bam, they drop a subtle comment that makes you realize there's a whole layer of thought going on behind those calm, unbothered eyes.
Dogino!
And the thing is, they're not trying to prove anything.
Nehejzieme nádobu na vodu, nehejzieme nádobu.
Ahead, and it's as natural to them as breathing. What's really wild is how they keep these plans within plans so under wraps. They're not the type to broadcast their moves or
Gogino.
strategies. In fact, they'll let you think you've caught up, that you're on the same wavelength. But deep down, there's always more going on behind the scenes. Stuff they've calculated, predicted, and accounted for without needing to mention a word. It's like they're running a background program that's processing way more information than they let on. You never truly know what a Sigma male is thinking, but trust me, they've already anticipated your next 5 moves. The kicker, they'll never rub it in your face. They'll just sit back, let things play out, and remain 2 steps ahead the whole time. Number 11, they can predict outcomes with disturbing accuracy. One of the strangest and most unsettling traits of Sigma males is their uncanny ability to predict outcomes with disturbing accuracy. They're not sitting there with crystal balls or anything. Instead, they've got this almost sixth sense for reading the room and understanding how people tick. It's like their human radar, picking up on subtle cues and patterns that most folks completely overlook. You might think you're in
Gogino!
control of a situation, but they're already 10 steps ahead, nodding along while internally calculating the likely outcomes. You'll see them analyze situations in real time, and just when you think they're being aloof, they drop a bombshell. You know, I give it a week before they start arguing, or mark my words, that plan is going to fall apart. And it's not just wild guesses. They have an almost eerie knack for being spot on. It's like they're watching a movie where they know the ending before the credits roll, and you're just there, clueless and munching popcorn. What makes this trait even weirder is that they don't flaunt it. They'll sit back, observing as events unfold, sometimes with a smirk, like they're in on a joke you haven't caught yet. And when their predictions come true, they act like it's no big deal, leaving you to wonder if they're part wizard or just really good at reading people. It's both impressive and slightly disconcerting, making you wonder what else they might know that you're completely oblivious to. Number 10. They're time travelers in their own minds. Sigma males have this strange, almost sci-fi ability to live in multiple timelines at once. And no, they're not secretly auditioning for the next time travel movie. In their heads, they're constantly jumping between past, present, and future, like flipping channels on a TV. One moment, they're replaying an awkward conversation from 2 years ago, thinking about all the better comebacks they could have had. The next, they're fast-forwarding to what their life will look like in 5 years if they make a certain decision today. It's like they're running their own mental simulations, testing out different paths and outcomes before they ever take a single step. They don't dwell on mistakes in the usual way either. It's more like they're time travelers who stop by the past, tweak the memory a little, then return to the present with new insights. They've already lived the alternative timelines in their heads. So when they finally act, it's with the kind of clarity that leaves everyone else scratching their heads, wondering how they always seem one step ahead. But here's where it gets weird. This isn't just some overthinking spiral. It's almost like they've hacked into time itself, weaving between realities to fine-tune their present decisions. To them, time is more like a suggestion than a rule. They're not trapped in the now like the rest of us. They're bending it, playing with it, using it to their advantage in ways that would leave most people's brains exhausted. Thank you for being a valued subscriber, gents. Your ongoing support is greatly appreciated and motivates us to continue creating meaningful content. We truly value your engagement. Number 9. They memorize random, useless information as mental training. Sigma males have a knack for memorizing what most of us would deem utterly useless information, and it's a strange sight to behold. While you might struggle to remember where you parked your car, or what day of the week it is, these guys are out there committing the entire periodic table to memory. Why? Because for them, it's not just about trivia. It's a quirky form of mental training that keeps their brains sharp and agile. Imagine them casually reciting the order of U.S. presidents while you're just trying to figure out if you left the oven on. They'll also keep track of the exact number of steps in the hallways they walk through. It sounds bizarre, right? But to them, it's all part of a larger game. One where they're constantly exercising their cognitive muscles, almost like a
Teraz o takomto čase, jak pičus. Jedna, 5, 3, 4. 1, 5, 3, 4. OK. 1, 5, 3, 4. Fuck. Zabudol som vypnúť. Jedna 5. Sme hotoví, hej? Koľko dlho som bol preč a podľa mňa to bolo jednu celú lízelku to bolo podľa mňa. To znamená jednu celú lízelku dáme. Hej, Belo, žena, vítaj. Posaď sa ako doma. Posaď sa. Belo, žena, poď sa posadiť. Fuck. Belo, žena. Žena. Žena, poď sa posadiť. Takže v podstate malo by to vychádzať na jedného celého pervitína.
Mental gym routine. They love the challenge, and while others roll their eyes at their obsession, Sigma males are quietly sharpening their minds. This habit might look like a bizarre party trick, but it serves a purpose. It's about conditioning their brains to think quickly and retain information, which can come in handy when faced with complex problems or when they need to make split-second decisions. So while everyone else is busy scrolling through memes, Sigma males are diving into the deep end of mental training, one random fact at a time. It may seem pointless to the untrained eye, but for them, it's just another way to level up in the game of life.
Jasne,
Number
Pavle,
8.
líder.
They engage in solitary rituals. Sigma males are known for their unique way of navigating life, and one of their quirkiest traits is their penchant for solitary rituals. These aren't just random habits. They're like secret handshakes with themselves. Picture this.
Vieš sa, ty kokot.
Every morning, a Sigma male might spend a few extra minutes arranging items on their desk in a particular order. It's not about making it look tidy, it's about establishing a sense of order that fuels their day. To the outside world, this might seem like a weird obsession, but for them, it's a grounding exercise that sets the tone for what's to come. Evening strolls become another canvas for their rituals. They might take the same route every night, not for exercise, but because it provides a comforting predictability in an unpredictable world. As they walk, they may mentally sort through their day or ponder future plans, all while enjoying the rhythm of their routine. What's truly strange is how little they feel the need to explain these rituals. To them, these practices are deeply personal, like a meditation that doesn't require an audience. While others might feel pressured to justify their habits or share the meaning behind them, Sigma males simply embrace their idiosyncrasies without a second thought. This not only highlights their independence, but also their inner world, where the need for explanation fades away. It's their way of maintaining balance, and honestly, who needs an audience when you've got a perfectly arranged desk and a reliable walking route? Number 7. They're hyper-independent yet crave deep connection. Sigma males are often labeled as lone wolves, but beneath that hyper-independent exterior lies a surprising desire for deep, meaningful connections. It's a peculiar blend of wanting to be alone while simultaneously yearning for that one-on-one bond
It's
that makes
awesome.
life worthwhile. They're not antisocial, they're just really selective about who gets a seat at their table. You could say they're on a mission to weed out the superficial chatter and get right to the good stuff. When they engage with people, they're not interested in the usual small talk about the weather or the latest Netflix series. Instead, they're the ones asking you about your biggest fears or your wildest dreams. If you happen to engage in a genuine conversation about life's mysteries, you'll see their eyes light up like they just found a hidden treasure. But the moment they sense any kind of phoniness or insincerity, it's like flipping a switch. They'll suddenly withdraw like they've stepped into an emotional escape pod, leaving you wondering what just happened. This push-pull dynamic can be confusing, even for those who get close to them.
Fuck, pomylił
They want
Sonsa.
real connections that challenge their minds and hearts.
Very skoro są
But they also fiercely guard their independence. It's this unique trait that makes them both incredibly intriguing and a bit of a paradox. At the end of the day, they're just looking for those rare souls who can match their depth without the fluff. And that's a tall order in a world full of surface-level interactions. Number 6. Emotionally unreachable, yet deeply empathetic. Sigma males are a real puzzle when it comes to emotions. You won't catch them breaking down in public or giving some teary-eyed speech about their feelings. In fact, they're so emotionally unreachable that you might think they're cold or detached. But here's the kicker. They're often more tuned into other people's emotions than most. It's a weird contradiction. They can sense what you're feeling, even before you fully do. Yet good luck trying to figure out what's going on in their heads. It's like they have this radar for emotions, but instead of showing their hand, they keep their own feelings locked down tighter than a vault. They'll know when you're upset, offer some perfectly timed advice, or say just the right thing to lift your spirits. But if you flip the script and try to get them to open up, you'll hit a wall. They're like emotional mirrors. They reflect your feelings back to you without ever revealing their own. What makes it even stranger is how effortlessly they connect with people on a deep level without giving much of themselves away. They understand human emotions in a way that's almost unsettling, but they've mastered the art of keeping their own cards hidden. It's as if they've studied emotions like a science and they know exactly how to navigate them, but don't expect to crack the surface. They might know what's going on in your heart, but their own? That's a mystery few will ever solve. Number 5. Obsessive over small, random things. Sigma males have this odd habit of becoming obsessed with the most random, tiny details that would fly right past everyone else. You know how most people might comment on a nice view or a cool outfit? Not these guys. They'll fixate on the specific shade of blue in the sky and spend way too long explaining how it's different from the blue we saw last Tuesday. Or maybe they're holding an old leather-bound book, and suddenly it's all about the texture, how it feels just right in their hands, to the point where they'll interrupt a conversation to talk about it. And no, it's not some calculated move to seem deep or quirky. It's just how their brains work. Their minds lock onto these small, random things, and once that happens, good luck shifting their focus. You'll find yourself thinking, why does this even matter? But to them, it does. The shade of blue, it has to be exactly right. The texture of the book, it's a sensory experience they can't just ignore. What makes it even weirder is that they aren't doing it for attention. They genuinely care about these tiny, often overlooked details. It's as if their minds are wired to find meaning where no one else would even bother looking. To them, It's like discovering a secret world hidden in plain sight, something so random that it makes you question how you've been living your life without noticing such important details. Number 4, they disappear without explanation. One of the most head-scratching things about Sigma males is their uncanny ability to disappear from your life without a word. No fight, no drama, just gone. One minute, they're there, contributing to the group chat or showing up at gatherings, and the next, they're off the radar. It's not because they're angry or sulking. No, they simply decide they need to hit the reset button on everything. It's like their social battery hits zero, and the only way to recharge is to unplug completely. What's even stranger is when they reappear, they act like nothing ever happened. They don't apologize or give long-winded explanations. They're back, cool as ever, with a calm, "Hey, what's up?" Like they weren't MIA for weeks or even months. It leaves people baffled. Did they go on some spiritual journey? Did they secretly join a monastery? Nope. They were likely just off the grid, doing their own thing, away from the noise of human interaction. The weird part is, they don't see their vanishing act as a big deal. To them, it's normal. They come back exactly the same, unfazed by whatever chaos might have unfolded in their absence. It's like hitting pause on social life whenever they feel like it, then pressing play, as if the world stood still waiting for them. It's their unique version of self-care, but for everyone else it's just confusing and strangely impressive. Number 3, they hate being controlled but love self-discipline. Sigma males are an intriguing mix of rebellion and self-discipline, like a wild stallion that's also an Olympic gymnast. They absolutely loathe the idea of anyone trying to control them. Bosses, friends, even family members just don't stand a chance when it comes to dictating their choices. To them, external control feels like a straitjacket, suffocating their independent spirit. They'd rather wrestle a bear than follow someone else's rules. Yet, paradoxically, they thrive under their own strict personal codes. Think of it as their unique brand of self-imposed boot camp. While others may balk at early morning workouts or strict budgets, Sigma males see these self-discipline practices as their personal playground. They set the bar higher than most would dare, demanding not just excellence, but mastery from themselves in whatever they pursue. This isn't just about personal growth. It's about proving to themselves that they can rise above the chaos of life without anyone's help or guidance. This dichotomy can be baffling to outsiders. How can they resist external authority while holding themselves to a higher standard? But therein lies the magic. Sigma males know that real freedom comes from self-discipline. They choose their path, and it's one of rigorous self-control, a wild ride where they're both the driver and the unbreakable rules. So while they might scoff at the thought of someone telling them what to do, don't be fooled. Inside, they're the ones crafting a life that is entirely their own. Number 2, they invest in things with no immediate payoff. One of the most intriguing traits of Sigma males is their knack for investing in things that don't promise immediate payoffs. While the rest of us are scrambling to grab quick wins and instant gratification, these guys are out there planting seeds for future successes that might never even bloom. Imagine them diving into obscure hobbies, mastering a foreign language, or taking on complex projects that seem to lead nowhere. To outsiders, it looks like they're just wasting time, but for them, it's a gamble on the future version of themselves that they envision. It's as if they're playing a long game in life's chess match, fully aware that the real rewards might not show up for years, or may not show up at all. They embrace the uncertainty, throwing themselves into these pursuits with a level of commitment that makes you wonder if they've got some secret insight into how life works. It's not about what's trending or what'll get them likes on social media. It's about personal growth and self-exploration, even if it means toiling away in the shadows. And let's be honest, it can be a little baffling. You might catch them reading an ancient philosophy book or learning to juggle flaming torches, and you can't help but think, what's the point? But for Sigma males, that's where the magic happens. They trust the process, knowing that today's quirky investments could yield unexpected rewards tomorrow. So while you're busy chasing quick wins, They're out there building a richer, more complex life, one strange obsession at a time. Number one, they're obsessed with learning obscure skills. Sigma males have a bizarre obsession with learning the most random, obscure skills that leave everyone around them scratching their heads. While others are busy picking up useful hobbies like coding or playing guitar, Sigma males are out here mastering lockpicking or learning medieval sword-fighting techniques. It's not because they think the world's ending or that they'll need to defend themselves in some Game of Thrones-style battle. Oh no, it's much weirder than that. They dive into these niche skills purely for the intellectual challenge. It's like their brain craves complexity in the most unexpected places, while the rest of us are trying to figure out how to fold a fitted sheet. They're in the corner crafting their own knives, just because they can. It's not about survival, and it's definitely not about impressing anyone. In fact, half the time they don't even bother telling people about their weird hobbies, because it's not for show. It's for them. The satisfaction comes from mastering something that almost no one else cares about. It's like they've found a loophole in the matrix that lets them operate outside of society's expectations. Who needs another guy who can play Wonderwall on guitar when you can be the one person in the room who knows how to escape handcuffs with a paperclip? It's an intellectual flex, not in the traditional sense, but in a you'd never guess I know how to do this kind of way. In the grand circus of life, Sigma males are like the quirky clowns who juggle chainsaws while riding unicycles. Completely fascinating and a little terrifying. Their weird traits, from their uncanny ability to predict outcomes to their solitary rituals that seem to have no rhyme or reason, make them stand out in a world that often values conformity. These guys are like walking enigmas. They operate on a different wavelength, making them hard to read, but utterly captivating. Sure, you might raise an eyebrow at their obsession with memorizing random facts or their talent for disappearing from social scenes like they're in a spy movie, but that's all part of their charm. They embrace their quirks unapologetically, reminding us that being normal is overrated. They thrive in their own unique universe, where every odd habit serves a purpose only they fully understand. So the next time you encounter a Sigma male, don't be quick to judge. Instead, lean in and enjoy the show. You might just find yourself nodding along, wondering why you didn't think of it that way before. They're not just weird, they're wonderfully weird. And that's what makes life a whole lot more interesting. After all, who doesn't love a little intrigue sprinkled with a dash of chaos? So here's to the Sigma males. Keep being your extraordinary selves. The world needs more of your brand of strange. Thank you, gents, for tuning in, and stay safe. God bless.
100 od života. 100 života je to OK. Not bad. Not bad. Čo tento hajzel bude hovoriť?
Hey guys, Gas TV here with another Path of Exile 2 video, and in this one I'm going to talk about what I deem to be the best minion ascendancy class that you can choose for Path of Exile 2 Early Access this Friday.
Invoker.
The discussion has been very clear. We're doing this live on stream, by the way. Basically, the two classes that people are comparing is the Infernalist versus the Gemlit Legionnaire. Those are the two classes we're going to be comparing. And before we move on, I'm going to make sure we can do this uninterrupted. I'm on to you guys. I know you guys can't be trusted to not do this, but I'm doing a recording. So now, let's talk about the Infernalist, the Gemlin Legionnaire first. We have 1, 2, 3 connected to the first left-hand side. The number one is 10% quality of all skills. This seems to be a very strong thing, a strong modifier. Jonathan himself has confirmed that the quality of gems is more of a end-game kind of approach or mechanic to the game, where GCPs, the currency used to increase quality gems, is an end-game thing. Another part here is number 2 is +2 to all skills, or +1, sorry, which is located in the 4-point connector, which is super important because of the general Venn diagram that a lot of people have seen. And that is the Venn diagram I'm referring to is, I'll actually illustrate it for you folks. So I'm going to show you how the Venn diagram looks for the sake of PoE 1. So what a Venn diagram looks like is like this, and then we can take a red one and we'll do this, and then we can take a purple one and we can do this. Essentially, what we have here is minions, for example. This, okay, that's a little big, whatever. We'll do this, minions being in, I forgot to put the actual tags here. Gem level, links, and gear. Okay? Minions will be located here. Obviously, every build wants to move in to the middle spot. They start with having gem level scaling and links being the more important features to ramping up minions in general. You have things like, for example, spells being more in line of being in this position. And then you have, for example, attacks, right, is more in this corner when it comes to PoE 1. Knowing this, and knowing that the vast majority of things in PoE 2 will work the same way and scale the same way or in a similar fashion, with this information, we can then assume that when it comes to the topic of minions, and we are going to be in this position, both gem levels and links are very important. This means that the plus level of skill gems is extremely important and very, very strong. Now, we do have the perk of number 5 in the Infernalist, turning you into Demon, giving +4 based on the leaked information we've seen to all your spell skills. But there are other problems with that, which I'll tackle in a bit. Number 3 on the top left corner is in less cost of skills, and then they have skill gems at 30% more attribute requirement. The Viperesque and one of the GGG devs have gone out and confirmed that there is a huge difference between cost of skills and reservation cost multipliers. They are separated, which means that the 30% less cost of skills does not make you reserve less of your, for example, minions. So this node is completely irrelevant, but the first two are really strong. Next, we have the number 4 on the right-hand side, 2-point connector, which is giving you 3 additional skill slots, which can be used in your general other non-minion builds as utility slots, if you will, but also for the sake of minions, if you were to play that, have more minions to play with. This connects to 5 and 6, and 5 gives you the possibility to use 2 copies of different support gems. So the way in PoE 2 will work with skills and the support gems is that if you have one, say, multiple projectiles, you can only have one of those skills on any of your skills in total of your set of skills that you're using. This would allow you to have 2 different skills having the same support gem, which is extremely valuable. It also connects to number 6, which allows you to get plus maximum cold, fire, light rest. The resistance is based on how many of the equivalent colored support gems that you have socketed in any of your skills, and every 4 blue is 1% cold, every 4 red is fire, every 4 green is lightning. By the way, I want to point out that this is switched for because PoE 1, green support gems is cold, or green is cold, and blue is lightning, but in PoE 2 it's opposite. So blue is cold and green is lightning. I'm not sure why they decided to switch that. The other 2 nodes in the Gem Legionnaire is 7 and 8. 7 gives you the possibility of attribute requirements of gems being satisfied by your highest attributes. Completely relevant for this topic in this video. And number 8 is then also completely relevant because inherited bonus from intelligence, strength, and dexterity are doubled. That basically describes the general consensus of what you get from a Gem Legionnaire, and the nodes that is going to be attractive and mandatory should you play a minion-related Gem Legionnaire will be to grab the number 1 to get quality, number 2 to get plus level skills. That's 2 nodes out of 4 total you get. You get 8 points in total, and there's always a pass in between. So that's half of your ascendancy is going to be 1 and 2. Next one will obviously be number 4. 4 gives you 3 additional skills. Now you have 1 more to choose between. You either grab 6 or 5 at this point, because the rest of the 3 is completely irrelevant for the minion archetype. 5 or 6 is going to give you that extra support gems. You can have 2 different set of minions having similar support gems, or 6 just for defensive layers, giving you extra maximum resistance should you not need to use the other one. That is the idea of the base structure of running a Gem Legionnaire. The most important part here is quality, level, and having more skills to allow you to have more variety or a higher variety of minions if you want to have a large set of different minions into the battlefield, and or have a large set of minions with different utility options, like, for example, some offering skills, a curse skill, maybe something that shocks the enemies, and so forth and so forth. So that's basically how the Gem Legionnaire works, and at first glance, this was like, this is way better than the first interpretation that we have of the Infernalist, and it's going to be the best minion class you can play for PoE 2 come this Friday. Then we got some information about the Infernalist that was not very clear. I want to talk about the Infernalist a little bit, but first I'll mention this because to not prolong this video and stall too much, I'm just going to tell you right now, my personal belief is that the Infernalist is going to be the best minion ascendancy that you can play for PSU as a minion player. It doesn't mean that you can't play it as a Genuine Legionnaire, and I think they will do very well. But I firmly believe that the Infernalist will be the absolute best choice to run for at face value based on the information that we have so far. Why is that the case? I'm going to make this a big screen and we're going to take a look at this. First and foremost, we have the Infernal Hellhound. 2-point connected. This will be your first and most important ascendancy node to pick up when you play the Infernalist. Why is this so important? First up, it's right here. Number 10, Loyal Hellhound. Every skill that you get from ascendancy nodes are skills that you can link in support and turn into 6-link support. That's really cool. Absolutely. But why is that making it so good for the Infernalist? Well, Viper-esque went down and confirmed that this little piece of dog shit doesn't cost any spirits to reserve. He is literally a free 6-link minion from the Ascendancy. He is a very direct straight copy of the Radiant Crusade node from PoE 1 Guardian, which is, we're referring that to our little pocket pods. Since he's basically popping a Righteous Fire. The Infernal Hellhound will do the same, where it's consistently igniting enemies within radius, doing fire damage to them, but also 20% of damage from hits that you take is redirected to the Hellhound's life. It's a defensive gain as well, and you can 6-link this guy, and he is revivable based on the revive system that they have for permanent minions at SR2. This makes this one of the strongest early nodes that you can pick up in the game. Why do I say this? In PoE 1, the Radiant Crusade equivalent of this, which is basically a direct copy, that minion, that node, is the strongest ascendancy node in the entire game that you can play with. No discussion. Now, even if it's not that overpowered because you can 6-link it in PoE 2, it's insanely effective because it doesn't cost any spirit, it gives you the possibility to do proper damage in an AoE around it, and it works as a defensive mechanic at the same time, making it extremely effective. However, there are some downsides with the Infernalist as well. Most importantly, I will talk about the negative impact of the Demon Form. Now, why is that a negative thing? It sounds like it's really cool, especially as you can connect to the 6th node where you can cap the Demon Flame. What the Demon Form is doing is, first up, making you look like a better version of Lilith from D4 Combat, and essentially, you look awesome. You will have a higher cast speed, more damage output, but you take increased damage over time as the longer you stay in the form. However, the node behind it allows you to cap this, so you only take 10 stacks of this. So there is a possibility where you can sustain this form, where you're able to basically sustain being in the demon form consistently with enough investment to this style of playstyle. However, the only thing that really matters for minions here is that the demon form gives you +4 to all spell skill levels. Like I mentioned earlier, with the Venn diagram, level to skills is extremely important and extremely effective. That's not going to change with this form either. There is a world where we might do this anyways, but everything else the demon form does doesn't help. So you have to sacrifice something to get this. And you're not going to pop this exclusively, you will do it together with the Demon Flame, which means it takes 2 out of the 4 big notables you can pick from the Ascendancy. The reason this is important is because the other nodes you want as a minion-related playstyle of Infernalists are 2 different pathing. One is going 7 and 9. So what 7 is doing is basically replacing your mana and turning it into Infernal Flame. The TLDR, how that works, is that you don't have mana anymore, and every time you cast a spell, you increase this pool, which is now Infernal Flame, and gets you increased pool of this Infernal Flame, and every time you cap that mana or a flame, you will then take fire damage equivalent to your mana and energy shield, I believe it was. You take maximum life and energy shield as fire damage, which you'll mitigate with your fire resistance, of course, and then it resets to 0, so you never have mana issues anymore. However, what's going to happen here is that the nodes on 9 is that you can get yourself to the point where, while not, 8 and 9. So 8 is when you're not on low Infernal Flame, all damage from you and allies in your presence contributes to Ignite chance of magnitude. The reason I'm not going to be doing this and I don't think this is a good node, is because of how ignites will work in PoE2. It's similar to PoE1 because the ignites will only count as the highest damage dealing ignition is the one that's going to be dealing damage. So if you apply 1,000 ignites, only one of those will deal damage. That's why I don't like this one personally. However, Seething Body, which is 9, gets you the possibility of that when you're high in Infernal Flame, which I'm assuming is going to be like 75% or 85%, 65% or higher, you and your allies in your presence is going to be getting 20% of all their damage as added fire damage. Allies refers to not just your minions, but also party members. So that's a really cool note. The problem with this approach is that you're sacrificing the nodes you're picking. Since you've already taken 10, 7 and 9 means you only have one more node, which is either 8, which we already talked about is kind of irrelevant, but you might have to take at this point, or you go for Demon Form, but only Demon Form alone is kind of shit. 11 gives you a critical strike bonus. And if the modifier does not specifically state that it applies to minions, you can, in 99% of the cases, assume that it will not work on minions. That's how it is in PoE1. That means the only node you have left is Altered Flesh. Altered Flesh gives you 20% of cold and fire damage, or cold and lightning damage will be taken as fire, so you can just focus on fire resistance to mitigate a lot of that damage taken. And also 20% of physical damage that you take is taken as chaos, which is pretty neat. This would allow you to do like a chaos inoculation kind of approach, which is a keystone on the passive skill tree that gets your max HP to only become 1, but you are immune to chaos damage, which will let you mitigate 20% fist damage, which is very good. And that's another way to play into the fiery approach. I don't think that's going to be the best style. What I think is going to be the best style is to do 1, 3, 10, and then pick either 2 or 4. And why is that the case? Starting with 10 and picking up 1, you get the Altered Flesh. You can then pick up number 3. Number 3 gives you a reservation of your percent of your life. That's why you cannot use Chaos Inoculation, like I mentioned earlier, if you take 2, 3, or 4, or multiple of them. This means you reserve a quarter of your life, but you get plus maximum spirit per 25 maximum life, allowing you to have more spirit to open up for more minions that you can use on top of the free spirit reserved Infernal Howl. And then number 2 and 4, the 2 gives you another quarter of life being restored. So basically, you're going to turn into this hybrid style where you have energy shield covering your life, or Mind Over Matter, where all of your damage taken goes to your mana pool instead, which you can combine with Beta Gaze, number 2, which gives you maximum mana, basically maximum life. Very effective way to double down on modifiers to get a very high, chunky amount of actual defensive layers. However, I'm not a huge fan of that personally. I'd rather have this hybrid style with energy shield life and only take 2 and 4 most likely, because number 4 also reserves a quarter of life but gives you plus maximum energy shield based if you max life instead. I think that's going to be the better style. So because of the fact that this class is literally giving you the approach of having a free up to a 6-link minion that is not just a damage dealing beast, it will also give you a defensive layer, in my opinion, separates itself so much from the other ascendancy choices that are possible minion-related ascendancy choices that it's just, there's not a competition anymore. Now, obviously, this is based on a Path of Exile 1 perspective and pre-play testing it, so we'll have to see on Friday. So my initial starter plan has always been to run the Infernalist, and now I'm more excited than ever to do this. However, if we end up in a position where gearing in general puts us at a comfortable state when it comes to spirit to allow us to use even more skills, that's when I think the General Legionnaire comes into play because of the quality, the level of skills, but most importantly, the extra 3 additional skill slots. But you're going to lose the defensive benefit of running the Infernal Hound. Like, you can't really compete with those two. The Infernalist will win in that battle, objectively and at face value, speaking. That's all I have to say with this video. I hope this helped you clear out what kind of build or ascendancy choice you're going to run to play a minion build in Path of Exile 2 for the...
Invokera, ty jebo. Tvoje sračky si strč za klobúk, ty primitívny odpadový vred. Invokera. Sa pozri, čo má Invoker. Evasion ti dá aj fyzickú redukciu. Minioni budú dávať damage vždy. Dôležité je prežiť. Hellhound mi poprvé nemôže mať za ženu, ale dajme tomu, že by som mohol hrať za ženu. OK, Hellhound je drsná vec, o tom nie je pochyb. Problém je, že 20% zredukovaného damageu ti nestačí, pokiaľ nebudeš mať absolútne žiadnu fyzickú redukciu. To nespasí. 20% redukcia. To je v podstate 20% fyzická redukcia, hej. Iba. To ťa nespasí. To je hovnomákové. Fyzickú redukciu potrebuješ dostať minimálne na 50%. Minimálne. A to ti nepodají. Čo ti pomôže, že budeš mať silných minionov, keď ťa zabijú ako hnisavý vred? Zabijú ťa ako hnisavý vred. Pretože nebudeš mať dostatočne veľa survival ability. A ešte keď chceš rezervovať život, ti to je v hlave, ti to narušené je. Čo chceš rezervovať život? V Power of Exile budeš mať katastrofálne málo života a takisto budeš mať málo energy štítu. Lebo tí aury už nefungujú tak, ako... Aury už nebudú fungovať. Aury už v podstate nie sú, už nemáš disciplínu. Už nemáš disciplínu pre seba. Tak budeš mať oveľa menej štítu, budeš mať oveľa menej života. A ešte z toho málo života chceš rezervovať ďalší život pre ďalších minionov, hej, no. Prajem ti veľa úspechov prežiť s tým buildom v Hardcore League. Hej. Úplne proste chore bytosti, nahnitého hnisu. Jebovia. Samozrejme, že ten Hellhound je silný, ale to je... OK, keby to bol muž, odsýpal by som ho? Odsýpal by som tú ženu, keby to bol muž? Rozmýšľam nad tým. Dajme tomu, že mám muža, Samonera, ktorý má Hellhounda, ktorý mi 20% zredukuje damage. Stále nám ten istý problém, ktorý tu mám. Invoker mi dá väčšiu rezistenciu. Invoker mi dá väčšiu survival ability. Ako ten minion. Keby redukoval 30% damage, vtedy by som nad tým rozmýšľal. 30%. Vtedy by som nad tým rozmýšľal. Ale... Lebo tí ľudia, oni sú v hlave totálne sprostí. Oni jediné, nad čím rozmýšľajú, je, ako mať silných minionov. Lenže ty si chorý už v mozgu. Silných minionov nie je problém mať. Na silných minionov ty nepotrebuješ ascendancy. Silných minionov spravíš z vecí a z pasívnych skillov. Rozumieme sa? Silných minionov mať budeš. Nepotrebuješ mať silných minionov z ascendancy, to je waste. To, čo ty potrebuješ ascendancy, je čo najsilnejšiu defenzívu. Pretože tí ľudia sú úplne damage, to je, ale oni sú chorí ľudia, to sú sprostá narušená rasa. To je to isté aj v nahnitom tróne, aj všade. Damage. Nič iné neriešia, len kokocký damage a chujovia. Damage mať budeš, ty budeš mať silných minionov vždy. To problém nie je. Problém nie je mať silných minionov. Problém je prežiť, mať silnú defenzívu. To je problém. Takže ty musíš rozmýšľať tak, ktorá klás ti dá čo najlepšiu defenzívu. Lebo teraz už aj softcore liga nebude až taká softcore. Ak skapeš na bossovi ako kokot, tak ten boss ti prepadáva. Ak sa odportuješ od bossa preč, tak bude mať plný život, keď sa naportuješ naspäť. To znamená, teraz už neexistuje nejaká, že ultimátne softcore liga, rozumieme sa. Ty potrebuješ prežiť. Damage není problém zohnať. Všetci riešia, že čo ti dá najväčší damage. Ale to je kokocké zmýšľanie primitívnych odpadových vredákov. Ty nemáš rozmýšľať, čo ti dá najväčší damage. Pretože damage je ľahké zohnať. Damage zožneš z pasívnych skillov. Ty musíš rozmýšľať, čo ti dá defenzívu, ako prežiješ. Lebo damage je ľahké získať. Defenzívu je ťažké získať. A preto musíš pozerať na to, ktorá Ascendancy class ti dá najlepšiu defenzívu. Najlepšie defenzívne layery. A zároveň je blízko k tej časti pasívnych skillov, ku ktorej chceš ísť. Potrebuješ ju mať blízko, nemôžeš ju mať na opačnej strane. A preto nepôjdem Gemling Legionnaire, pretože je príliš ďaleko, je úplne na opačnej strane. To je najhoršie. Oni hovoria, Gemling Legionnaire je priateľná možnosť pre minionov, že ešte dokonca jeden z tých silnejších minionov. To je pekný hnis. Gemling Legionnaire je najhorší. Úplne najhorší na minionov, pretože je najďalej. A strašne veľa bodov utratíš do luftu. Tí ľudia vôbec nerozumejú celému konceptu, ako dôležité je neutrácať zbytočne body ale efektívne využiť čo najviac bodov a nemôžeš chodiť z jednej strany na opačnú stranu pasívnych skillov, lebo si chuj. Rozumieme sa. Takže to, čo je najdôležitejšie, je klas, ktorá ti dá najlepšiu defenzívu a zároveň je blízko k minionom, je blízko k minion skillom, hej. No. A v podstate najlepšia možnosť je Monk. Momentálne najlepšia možnosť je Monk. Pokiaľ neexistuje druid. Keď spravia druida, hovorím, potom sa uvidí. A momentálne najlepšia možnosť pre minionov je druid, Monk. Monk, buď Invoker alebo Chajula. Teoreticky aj Chajula sa dá, ale Chajula má len tú Chaos rezistenciu. To nie je až také mazané. Kdežto ten Monk ti dá z evasiony aj armor. To znamená, nastekuješ príklad 20 000 evasionu. Hej, dajme to, že ti podaj nastekovať 20 000 evasionu, že si v ťažkom late game, máš level 92 a máš 20 000 evasionu, hej. No, tak z tých 20 000 evasionu máš 12 000 armoru plus minus a 12 000 evasion ratingu. No. A teraz si zober, že máš kár, ktorý len z pasívnych skillov, len z ascendancy, dá sa povedať, máš 12 000 bez toho, aby si mal armor, bez toho, aby si mal nejakú vec na armor, máš všetko na evasion a zároveň ako... A jasné, môžeme špekulovať, že to je jedno, môže byť všetko duálne. To je tiež pravda, môže byť všetky veci duálne. Problém je, že ak pôjdeš všetky veci duálne, tak sa mi zdá, že nebudeš mať. Lebo teraz na tým rozmýšľam z tohto druhého aspektu, že OK. No nebude to fungovať. Viete, prečo to nebude fungovať? Pretože nemáš armor nódy. Nemáš nódy, ktoré ti zvyšujú armor. To znamená, ak pôjdeš evasion a armor, tak budeš mať stále menej evasionu a stále menej armoru. Lebo evasionu budeš mať dosť, ale armoru budeš mať stále málo, lebo nemáš pasívne skilly k dispozícii blízko seba, ktoré ti zvyšujú armor. A toto je ten problém. Ako rozmýšľam nad tým, ale to voľba nie je. To vôbec nevyzerá byť ako voľba. Pretože... Koľko armor... A po druhé si fixovaný na duálne veci. Potrebuješ mať duálne veci, evasion, armor. Si fixovaný na duálne veci a tak si fixovaný na evasion, takže ono v podstate to je jedno. OK, si fixovaný na evasion veci, ale nebudeš mať to armor, aj tak ako som povedal, budeš mať málo armoru. Pretože nemáš nódy, ktoré ti zvyšujú armor. Máš iba nódy, ktoré ti zvyšujú evasion rating, hej. To znamená, áno, ty budeš mať veľa evasion ratingu, ale budeš mať málo armoru. To znamená, si v hovne namočený. Si v totálnej sračke. Samozrejme, keď na tým takto uvažujeme, že áno, môžeš ísť duálne veci, môžeš ísť armor evasion. No, nemôžeš, lebo aj tak budeš málo armoru. Ak by si išiel duálne nódy armor evasion, tak budeš mať armoru maximálne 3000. Maximálne 3000. Maximálne okolo 3000. Viac to nedáš. Aj toľko nebudeš mať. 2000, okolo 2000 armorov budeš mať. 2-2,5 tisíca. Bez toho, aby si mal nódy na zvyšovanie armorov, lebo tie nódy nemáš pri sebe. To znamená, nemôžeš to ísť. Lebo ja si myslím, že 20 000 evasionu, keď pôjdem full evasion build, že toľko náhrabe. Hej. To znamená, to je ten gigantický rozdiel. 20 12 000 armorov oproti 2-3 tisícom armorov je trošku gigantický rozdiel, že no. Takže nie, nemôžeš chodiť. Nemôžeš na Monka ísť duálny build armor, pretože nemáš pri sebe pasívne skilly, ktoré ti zvyšujú armor. To znamená, koľko budeš mať, ako som povedal, to armor budeš mať maximálne 2-2,5 tisíca. 2-2,5 tisíca armoru. Čo to rieši? 2500 armor, to nerieši absolútne nič. Determinácia už nebude fungovať tak ako v Power of Exile jednotke, ako som povedal. Ty už nemáš v podstate tieto aury. Determinácia už nebude fungovať na teba, disciplína už nebude fungovať na teba. Teraz už to bude trošku iný štamgast. Musíme si toto uvedomiť. To znamená, nie je to riešenie. Nie. Budeš mať maximálne, pri všetkej úcte najlepšom prípade, že má 3000 armorov. No a je rozdiel, či máš 3000 armorov, alebo už iba 6000 armorov. Už iba 6000, Už iba 6000, že by si mal 6000 evasionu, že by si mal 6000 evasionu a 6000 armorov. Ak si ti lebo 6000 budeš mať v najhoršom prípade. 10 000 evasionu som presvedčený, že mať budem. Na levely 80, 85, hej. Takže to je 6000 evasionu, 6000 armorov. No a kde ty zoženieš 6000 armorov? Nemá šancu. Nemá šancu. Z Monkovej strany nemôžeš brať brnenie, ktoré ti dáva armor, pretože nemáš tam pasívne skilly, ktoré ti zvyšujú armor. Tým pádom je to absolútny waste. Lenže máš pasívne skilly, ktoré ti zvyšujú evasion. To znamená, ty dokážeš nahrabať strašne veľa evasion, strátiš síce 40% tej evasiony, preto hovorím, že z 10 000 strátiš 4000, to znamená, že máš 6000 evasionu. No, lenže budeš mať 6000 evasionu, lenže budeš mať 6000 armor. A čo je lepšie? Mať 10 000 evasion rating a 0 armor, alebo mať 6000 evasion rating a 6000 armor. No. Lebo ja odhadujem, že rozdiel medzi 6 a 10 000 evasionom je 10% evade šanca. To nebude viacej. Ak to bude viacej, možno 15, čo aj tak zanedbateľné, pretože vždy ťa trafia. Takže toto je to, čo Invoker sa mi úplne masívne rentuje. Toto je presne to, v čom sa mi úplne masívne rentuje. Že jednoducho Invoker nastekuješ evasion a z evasionu máš aj armor. To je brutálne kvalitná vec. To je masívne kvalitná vec. Je blízko pri minionoch. A z toho evasion, hovorím 3000 evasion ratingu, ak budem mať 3000 na brnení, tak mám 200 spiritu. To znamená, nebudem fixovaný na zbraň, ktorá má spirit. Môžem používať hociakú inú zbraň, keby som chcel. Keď bola nejaká špeciálne efektívna zbraň, ktorá nemá ale spirit, tak potom ju nemôžeš používať. Kdežto ja ako Monk vďaka tomu, že bude mať 200 spiritu z brnenia plus minus, môj odhad je 200, tak to fixuje jednu zbraň. To znamená, ja môžem používať hociakú zbraň bez spiritu. A? Ozveme sa. Takže ľudia nerozumujú veľa veciam. A ten Orbán nikto neočakával od ľudí, že by rozumeli niečo. Ľudia sú retardované choré bytosti psychického hnoja. Takže nie, nemôžeš mu ísť armor. Nemôžeš, musíš ísť full evasion Monkovi. Ako jak na tým rozmýšľa, najlepšie ísť full evasion. Evasion život. Mať v každej jednej veci čo najviac evasionu a čo najviac života. Lebo keď bude mať evasion, bude mať aj armor. To je automatické armor. A čo najviac samozrejme života. To neobídeš žiadnym setupom. Takže hovorím, ľudia sú hnoje. Ľudia rozmýšľajú, ako mať silných minionov. Silných minionov není problém mať, ty jebo. Problém je prežiť. Problém je mať defenzívny layer silný. To je problém. Mať silný defenzívny layer. To je problém, ty piči skôr. 0-4. Ako je pravda, že Chajula ti dáva chaos rezistenciu, lenže Chajulom, čo spraví s Chajulom? Nemáš armor. Teraz je armor bude extrémne cenná vec. Armor bude extrémne cenná vec, pretože determinácia. Ty už nebudeš mať determináciu. To je extra. Jedine, že to zmenia. Ak to zmenia, bude to dobre. Á, pochod. To znamená... Armor bude extrémne cenná vec. A to, že naozaj Invokerovi stačí nastakovať tónu a tónu evasionu a máš automaticky aj slušný armor. Ako hovorím, nastekuješ, ak budeš mať 20 000 evasionu, čo nebude ľahké mať, takže rátajme z 10 000, Rátajme, že budeš mať... No, budeš mať viacej ako 10. Rátajme, že budeš... ťažko povedať. Ťažko povedať. Ale 10 000 budeš mať určite, to znamená... Stále lepšie mať 6000 armov a 6000 evasionu. To sú slušné čísla. 6000 armov, 6000 evasionu. To už si schopný aj evadovať a zároveň keď ťa hitnú fyzicky špaci, tak rozdýchaš. Rozdýchaš solidne. 6000 armov je slušné číslo. 6000 armov je minimálne 50% redukcia, ako som povedal. 50% redukcia je solidné. Hovorím, keď mi to vyjde podľa predstav, keď budem mať každú vec, lebo teraz si môžem dovoliť ísť evasion v každej jednej veci. Pretože teraz je to vysoko pravdepodobné, že iba zbraň bude mať špeciálne na minionov. Ostatné veci budú všetko prispôsobené na moju silnú defenzívu. Každá jedna vec, hovorím. Tónu evasion ratingu potrebujem mať. Potrebujem mať brnenie s čo najväčším evasion ratingom, aký som schopný mať. Hovorím, ak by sa mi podarilo mať 20 000 evasion ratingu, to je 12 000 armoru a 12 000 evasion. To je brutálne. To je brutálne. Ak správne počítam. Čo si myslím, že správne počítam. 10% z 20 000 je 2000. Takže to máš 12 000 armoru a 12 000 evasion ratingu. Keby sa mi podarilo náhodou byť 20 000 evasion ratingu. Čo neviem, či sa mi podarí, no, to je tá vec. Preto rátam z 10 000, preto rátam zo 6 a 6. Bo 6 a 6 si myslím, že dám. 10 000 evasion ratingu by som mal dať. Tam musím pozrieť, aké sú tam špecifické nody na evasion rating, to dozvieme zajtra. Poviem tam. V 91 level, už iba 9 levelov. Takže, lebo teraz problém je, čo je veľký problém, že Dexterita ti už nedáva evasion rating. To znamená, S určitosťou by som potrebujem stekovať sílu na Monkovi. Potrebujem stekovať sílu na Monkovi takisto. Potrebujem stekovať sílu a inteligenciu dohnať. Inteligencia, sila, to budú kľúčové veci. Inteligencia, sila. A dexterita, samozrejme, hovorím, ono je to, hovorím, ono sú to tie... Lebo Monk má pri sebe evasion nody, čo je extrémna výhoda. Ale dexterita ti už nedáva evasion, čo je problém. To, čo potrebujeme stekovať tvrdo, je hlavne sila. Sila ti dáva život, silu budeme musieť stekovať. Tam všetky tie kľúčové aspekty sa hýbu okolo toho, ako budeme schopní nastekovať tú silu. No. Takže už sme dali 10 levelov dneska. Už iba 9 levelov, to je menej ako 2 hodiny. Môžem povedať. Takže vychádza to dobre. Nie. Ja to pozrám, už je 2:30. Asi nebudeme hotoví do 4, ako by som chcel. Pretože došlo to jedlo, no to jedlo ma trochu spomalilo. To jedlo ma trochu spomalilo. Potom ma spomaluje to, že nie sme všetci. Budeme mať veľa evasion nodov, ako som povedal. No netrúfam si povedať, koľko evasion budeme schopní mať. Koľko života budeme mať tiež strašne málo, bude to ťažké. A rezistencie budú musieť byť našňupané. Ale teraz to budem mať pravdepodobne tú výhodu. Že si môžem určovať. Toto je dosť dôležité, že si môžem určovať nódy. Aké chcem mať ja, to znamená, môžem ich určovať, môžem ich meniť. Ak budem potrebovať sílu, zmeníme na sílu, ak budem potrebovať dexteritu, zmeníme na dexteritu. To sú kľúčové veci tam. Takže jo. No a 8, 9. Tam sú kľúčové veci. A to naozaj, to je úplne vitálne pre mňa. To je úplne vitálne, že Monk môže stekovať evasion a má automatické armor. To je vitálne pre mňa. To je úplne vitálne pre mňa. To, že môžem ísť na Monka duálny build, to, že môžem mať aj slušnú evasion, aj slušný arbor. To je úplne vitálne pre mňa, to je kľúč. To je kľúč. Lebo to je to, čo som vždy bol nasraný tam dole v Path of Exile jednotke, bolo Nemohol som ísť tou Mercenaryho, lebo je tam dole. On tam mal geniálnu vec, tam dole bol geniálny keystone. Že evasion rating sa mi ráta do armorov. Ale ono to zmenilo. Tam nebolo, ty si nemal aj. Mne sa dá, že v Palvexel jednotke to mení. Že evasion rating sa ti zmení na armor. Neviem ako tam presne, ale to som bol násilný, že... A takto keď hajzli budú odchádzať... Mám 1800, čo mi zmizlo? Čo mi zmizlo, neviete? Aký buff mi zmizol? Zmizli mi brain bomby, tyhol som mi inteligencia, ne? Aký buff mi zmizol? Mám 1930, takže... A čo mi zmizlo, ale že vyzerá byť OK. 1930 vyzerá byť OK. Nemalo by mi nic zmiznúť. Možno 1989, no. Ako to je pre mňa úplne vitálne. To je pre mňa najvitálnejšie. To, že môžem stackovať evasion a mám aj armor. V podstate evasion stackujem armor. A stále mám aj evasion a zároveň mám aj armor. To je vitálne. To je absolútne vitálne pre mňa. Koľko máme prášku? 172 prachovky. Takže vychádza to. Okolo 90 prachovky, okolo 90 gramáže v jednej sezóne. 90 gramáže v jednej sezóne. Dve hodiny a máme to. A bude to trošku dlhšie ako do 4. Bude to asi do pol 5. Bude to asi do pol 5. Do 5. sme hotoví, no. Máme jedlo pre šmakov, čo je kľúčové. Chyba nám 9 levelov, tak nič. Už keď sme zvládli 91 levelov, 9 levelov musí byť prechádzka lízalo. No. Hlavne keď sa budeme rozmýšľať nad tým monkou. Poviem. O tým, že teraz môžem mať 6 linknutých minionov, sme v pohode. Môžem mať 6 linknutých minionov. Takže teraz budem mať všetky veci. Uvidíme, aké budú unikátne veci, no. Tí imbecila unikátne veci neukázali. Mám 92, takže oficiálna chyba 8 level. To je hodina nejaké drobná. Mohol by som si ísť aj teraz vystať Kocuja. Mohol by som si vystať Kocuja aj teraz doraziť tých 8 levelov, keď stánem. Problém to nejaký nie je, ale... Lepšie sa mi bude ležať. Lepšie sa mi vystať Kocuja, keď budem vedieť, že follow mám hotový. Takže síce som už na mňa ide u nás znova, už som nejaký otepený z tohto hnisu, ale už ho dorazíme. To je hodina a pol. To je hodina a pol plus minus, to už dorazíme. Už sme v tej záväžnej fázovne. 20. Dáme si kúsok pizze? Nie, nestíham. Dáme si pizzu, keď dorazíme tento hníz. Takže to je úplne vitálne na Monkovi, len potrebuješ na to 2 ascendancy spraviť. Až pri 2 ascendancy dostaneme ten armor. Čo je trošku nešťastné, no. Wow.
Geht nicht um mich. Es geht um Souveränität.
Absolut.
Уровень суверенитета должен быть внутри. Работал, жил в Германии, работал. Мне приятель мой рассказал одну историю. Если меня услышат, я его уже лет 30 не видел. Я не знаю, чем он занимается, но вот он был, гулял по Берлину, ну, так скажем, гулял не просто в развлекательных целях, а по служебной необходимости. Подошел к берегу реки Шпрейн, там сидит дед немец, ловит рыбу. Он его спрашивает, приятель мой, ну как дела, ловится рыба? Повернулся, снизу вверх посмотрел, нет. Пауза. Приятель мой спрашивает, почему? Еще пауза. Немец, рыбак поворачивается, ветер с востока. На что приятель мой отвечает, ну вот, все проблемы, вся грязь с востока. Немец посидел, подумал, повернулся и спрашивает, вы поляк? Честно, вот я ничего не придумываю. Приятель мой подумал, говорит, нет, хуже. Теперь уже немец задумался, брови поднял, молча посмотрел, вообще никаких ответов ему не дал. Я к чему это сейчас вспомнил? Вот теперь все, что с востока, то лучше, чем с запада. Посмотрите на условия, которые создаются для немецкой экономики у нас в России и со стороны ваших традиционных союзников и партнеров. Сейчас мы говорим только о бизнес-среде. Но наши двери всегда открыты. У нас с Германией всегда были на протяжении десятилетий очень хорошие отношения, мы очень хорошо друг друга понимали. И отличительная особенность немецких вложений заключалась в том, что они не стремились к тому, чтобы получать быстрые деньги. Они вкладывались в долгую, в промышленность.
Ich nehme die Gelegenheit gerne wahr, auch in Deutsch zu sprechen. Aber bevor ich eingeladen wurde, hatten dazu heute zu Ihnen, Herr Präsident hat mir gesagt, sprechen Sie bitte Englisch, denn die Mehrzahl des Publikums versteht Sie nicht und wir haben keinen Übersetzer,
Ja, ich hab's
der Sie
verstanden.
übersetzt.
Er hat schon das gesagt.
Ja, aber das wollte ich jetzt sagen, ich weiß, dass die deutsche Sprache lieben und von daher.
Es geht nicht um mich, es geht um Souveränität.
Absolut, ich verstehe es.
Ja.
Herzlichen Dank.
Не zu danken. Я когда-то был
Don't look so gloomy, friend. At least you don't look like a
Mali by
pro.
sme byť hotoví, ja? Kindred Speed by som mal mať ešte na tie 2 hodiny, ja? Myslím, že Kindred Speed to nepotrebujeme dávať, ja? Ja, no. Kindred Speed to máme. Jediné, čo potrebujeme dávať je veveričnú polievku a mozgy. No, sme vybavení. It's fine. Už má 93 level. A? Bude to viacej ako do 4. Bude to asi do 4:30. Ale s tým sme rátali, že to bude do 4:30, do 5. To sme vedeli, no. Takže Monk, full evasion, čo najviac evasion. Nepôjdem duálne brnenie. Je malá šanca, že pôjdem duálne brnenie s energy štítom. Je malá šanca. Pretože naozaj... Duálne brnenia mi rozdelia tú evasion. Bo duálne brnenia dávajú o polovicu menej evasion. Čo znamená o polovicu menej armoru. Nemôžeme riskovať. Nemôžem ísť o polovicu menej evasion. hovorím, neviem aké, ťažko teraz hovoriť, lebo neviem aké unikátne brnenia budú. Možno bude unikátne brnenie, ktoré dá nejaké brutálne veci minionom, ale neviem si predstaviť, že by som ho aj tak išiel, pretože čo sa týka brnenia, nemyslím si, že bude nejaké unikátne brnenie, ktoré dá minionom, pretože ja naozaj potrebujem brnenia aj malo veľa evasionu. Lebo brnenie je najväčší source evasionu, to znamená, je mi zjavať šance, že by som išiel nejaké unikátne brnenie len preto, že dáva minionom nejaké šovinizmy. Koľko máme brain bombov? Ale brain bomby nemáme. Aj tasty skills, čo? Ale dáme si 8 a 9. Som v pohode. Dáme si 7, 0 a 1 znovu. Ako som unavený, išiel som si vysať kocu, ale to zvládnem. Budem chýbať 7 levelov. To už je pohodička. To už pretlačíme nejako zubami nechtami. Za chvíľu sme konec koncov. Táto runda by teoreticky mohla dať 93. Takže okolo tej pol piatej si poďme vystať kocu. No, bude to pred štvrtou, to je pohodito. Teda bude to pred piatou. Čo je fajn. Vybavili sme to v veľmi dlhom čase. V noci po výstati kocu a vybavíme náhnitý trón. Náhnitý trón vybavíme po výstati kocu a nedali sme ten level 93. Dali. Takže presne podľa plánu. 34. To je 7 level. Levelov. Takže v podstate to vychádza tak, že štvrtok vždy pred výstretím kocu a sme hotoví. Pozrieme sa, či náhodou sa niečo nepokázalo zase z tohto. Vidíme tu, že sa káže, že sa nezdržalo vnútri. Zbraň. Stav vydrží ešte. Poviem mu 95, to už pôjde solidne. Bo to už ich iba posledných 5 lízov. Takže jednoznačne Invoker. A neviem, že... Lebo Invokera buffnú, ono to nie je silné. Možno to zredukujú, možno to bude žrať iba 30%. Neskôr. Podľa mňa Invoker bude buffnutý, lebo ten je jeden z najslabších. Ale neviem si predstaviť, že Druid by tromfol Invokera, pretože ako som povedal, mať Evasion a Armor, mať tučnú Evasion a tučný Armor zároveň. Neviem si predstaviť, že Druid to tromfne, lebo jediný, kto môže ohroziť Monka je Druid. A ešte Shadow ho môže tromfnúť, teoreticky. Shadow, no ešte Shadow, jasne. Shadow a Druid uvidíme. Shadow a Druid budú robiť konkurenciu. Shadow a Druid budú robiť konkurenciu Monkovi, samozrejme. Ale uvidíme. Momentálne je to jednoznačne Invoker. Bez nejakých rečí. Jednoznačne čistý Invoker. Bez nejakých väčších rečí. Bez nejakých väčších šovinizmu. Čistý Invoker. Čistý Invoker. Tu máš jeden. Dva, tri. Štyri. Absolútne a jednoznačne Invoker. Kto by to povedal? Nakoniec som sa obával, že Monk nebude spojazniteľný, ale ja som to hovoril, že tam hore bude defenzívna. Tam hore bude defenzívna utilita. A tam hore naozaj bola veľmi solidná defenzívna utilita, ktorá mi evasion započíta aj do brnania. So 40% penalizáciou. 40% less evasion rating. Čo je stále brutálne dobré. Ale je to silné, mali to dať na 30%. Možno to zmenia, možno dajú na 30% less evasion rating. Zdá sa mi, že tá penalizácia 40% je dosť vysoká. Ako časom to podľa mňa buffnú. Tá penalizácia 40% je podľa mňa príliš veľa, podľa mňa 30% je akorát. Podľa mňa 30% penalizácia je akorát. 40 je podľa mňa veľa. Sme v polke 94 plus minus skoro. Chyba nám veľa. Ideme na 95. A 95 to bude oficiálne plus minus 1 hodina. Do pol piatej, no. Ešte budeme musieť misie doraziť. Do pol piatej plus misie, no. Niečo, ne pred piatou, no. Tesne pred piatou si budeme vysať kocu a plus minus. Ale vidno, že za 18 hodín sme to v podstate stihneme to za 18 hodín. Ne? Do 18 hodín sme hotoví. Časom je jednoznačnú rečou. Si odkiaľ zol? 16. Pozrieme sa, či tu máme nejaký podmas. Fico. A pustíme týchto. Čo budú hovoriť naživo. Pičusové vránači. Really? Sáči. O to ma zdržuje, no.
Môžem poprosiť technikov kvôli spojazneniu karty. Takže vážený pán predseda vlády, vážení členovia vlády, vážené pani poslankyne, vážení pani poslanci, v súlade so zákonom o rokovacom poriadku nasleduje hodina otázok, ktorú týmto otváram. Poslanci písomne položili do včera do 12. hodiny 69 otázok na predsedu vlády a 43 otázok na členov vlády. Overovatelia schôdze vyšetrovali ich poradie. Upozorňujem, že na otázky poslancov, ktorí nie sú prítomní v rokovacej sále, sa neodpovedá. Prosím predsedu vlády pána Roberta Fica, aby oznámil, kto z členov vlády bude odpovedať na otázky za neprítomných členov vlády. Nech sa páči, máte slovo.
Ďakujem pekne. Prepáčte za malé výhrady, za to, že ako obyčajne nefunguje žiadna karta. Vážený pán podpredseda Národnej rady, dovolte mi, aby som podľa paragrafu 131 poriadku Národnej rady z dnešnej hodiny otázok ospravedlnil neprítomných členov vlády a oznámil ministrov poverených ich zastupovaním. Neprítomný je minister vnútra, Martin Štor, zastupuje ho ministerka kultúry pani Martina Šturičová. Neprítomný je minister školstva Tomáš Kryger, zastupuje ho minister financií Alexander Havlíček. Ďalej neprítomný je minister zahraničných vecí Juraj Blanák, zastupuje ho minister financií Ladislav Kamenický a ministra práce Erika Tomáša zastupuje ministerka kultúry pani Martina Šturičová. Sú neprítomní aj tí členovia vlády, ktorým neboli položené žiadne otázky, ako je podpredsednička vlády Denisa Sachová, podpredseda vlády Tomáš Taraba, minister spravodlivosti hospodárstva Richard Takáč, minister dopravy Jozef Ráš a minister školstva Pán podpredseda, som pripravený vo stanovenom časovom limite odpovedať na otázky.
Ďakujem, pán predseda. Chcem ďalej upozorniť, že poslankyňa alebo poslanec, ktorí položili otázku, sa môžu prihlásiť s doplňujúcou otázkou v rozsahu 2 minút počas celej doby rokovania o aktuálnej otázke na hlasovacom zariadení, a to zvolením možnosti podať doplňujúcu otázku. Prosím vám predseda vlády, aby ste v limite 15 minút odpovedali na otázky adresované predsedovi vlády. Prvá otázka je od pána poslanca Michala Stušku a znie: Vážený pán predseda vlády, minulý týždeň dostala v Európskom parlamente dôveru nová Európska komisia. Ako ju hodnotíte? Podarí sa jej zvrátiť negatívny trend v Európskej únii?
Ďakujem pekne aj za túto otázku a dovolte mi, aby som bol pri odpovedi rovnako otvorený, ako som bol otvorený v pondelok ráno, keď som telefonoval v prvý pracovný deň tejto novej Európskej komisie s predsedničkou Európskej komisie pani Ursulou von der Leyenovou. Pri tvorbe Európskej komisie som namietal, keď prebiehali politické diskusie medzi lídrami, že ak chceme niečo zmeniť v Európskej únii, musia prísť aj personálne zmeny. Keďže dopadli voľby do Európskeho parlamentu tak, ako dopadli, my to rešpektujeme, nomináciu na predsedničku Európskej komisie dostala opätovne pani predsednička, ktorá pôsobila prvý mandát. Čo je však zaujímavejšie, že nomináciu na tzv. Ministerku zahraničných vecí dostala bývalá estonská premiérka, u ktorej je evidentný absolútny príklon k Spojeným štátom a absolútny odklon od realistického riešenia konfliktu na Ukrajine. Preto som povedal, že mám problém s takouto Európskou komisiou. Na druhej strane sme tvrdili, že pokračovanie Maroša Šefčoviča je to najlepšie riešenie na celú komisiu, pretože má obrovské skúsenosti a chcem vám kriticky povedať na komisiu. Chcem poďakovať vedeniu komisie za portfólio, ktoré Maroš Šefčovič dostal, lebo portfólio, ktoré je mimoriadne silné. Komisia je etablovaná. Chcem poďakovať europoslancom za stranu Smer Slovenská sociálna demokracia, že ich nepodporili ako celok, lebo mali sme na to dôvod. Ja som ten dôvod veľmi jasne vysvetľoval aj pani predsedničke komisie v pondelok ráno. Dámy a páni, nie je možné, aby v rokoch 2020-2023 Európska komisia absolútne nereagovala na žiadne podnety, ktoré sme dávali v súvislosti s hrubým porušovaním pravidiel právneho štátu na Slovensku. Písali sme podania, písali sme listy, nikto na to nereagoval. Jediné, čo sa nám podarilo, bolo to, že navštívil Slovenskú republiku komisár pre spravodlivosť, ktorý viete, ako dopadol. Je to do určitej miery aj karma, ale je to do určitej miery aj výsmech. Človek, ktorý nechcel priznať, že na Slovensku sú hrubo porušované ľudské práva, je dnes predmetom vyšetrovania, respektívne prezumciu neviny, za to, že pravdepodobne ťahol špinavé. Veľmi vážne som povedal pani predsedničke Európskej komisie, pani predsednička, musí skončiť dvojaký štandard, ktorý je dosahujúci vo vzťahu k niektorým členským štátom. Ako je možné, že ak došlo v Gruzínsku k zadržaniu opozičného lídra, Európska komisia mala okamžite silné vyhlásenie. Dnes bol Európska komisia, to bol zadržaný opozičný líder na Slovensku. A to bol opozičný líder krajiny, ktorá je členským štátom Európskej únie. A o tomto dvojitom metri sa dá rozprávať veľmi veľa a Európska únia je dnes v situácii, kde bude musieť zabojovať aj cez Európsku komisiu o svoju dôveryhodnosť, pretože mienka o vzťahu k Európskej únie sa mimoriadne. Máme dnes na mnohé témy v rámci Európskej únie rozdielne názory, pokiaľ ide o komisiu. Predovšetkým som jasne naznačil, že Slovensko, ktoré nepodporilo nový pakt migrácií, nemôže súhlasiť s novými pravidlami, ktoré hovoria, že buď zoberiete na svoje územie určitý počet nelegálnych migrantov, alebo za každého z nich zaplatíte 20 000 eur pokutu. Problém nelegálnej migrácii nemôže byť v tom, že si budeme rozdeľovať migrantov, ktorí sú už v Európe. Našou povinnosťou je robiť takú politiku, aby sa títo nelegálni migranti nedostali na územie Európskej únie. Máme úplne iný názor na vojnu na Ukrajine. Veľmi často sa hnevá pani predsednička Európskej komisie, keď nazývam Európsku radu alebo Európsku komisiu, že to nie sú mierové orgány, ale sú to vojnové kabinety. My sa bavíme iba o nábojoch, o húfniciach, o zbraniach, o mŕtvych ľuďoch. Ako je možné, že Európska komisia s vlastnou ministerkou zahraničných vecí pre európske záležitosti nemá vlastný mierový plán? Nemáme nič. Len sledujeme, čo urobí americká administratíva. Je tu téma Green Deal. Je tu téma samozrejme sankcií a rôznych obchodných vojen, do ktorých sa chystá v poslednom čase predovšetkým Európska komisia vo vzťahu k Číne. Preto som pani predsedničke Európskej komisie povedal: pani predsednička, nepodporili sme vás, lebo sme si pamätali, čo ste nám...
Pán predseda vlády, váš čas na odpoveď 5 minút uplynul, ale pán poslanec má doplňujúcu otázku. Nech sa páči, pán poslanec Stuška.
Ďakujem, pán predseda vlády, za doterajšiu odpoveď. Mám za to, že ešte ten časový úsek nebol dostatočný na to, aby ste mohli doplniť a dohovoriť svoje myšlienky, takže keby ste mohli ešte pokračovať. Ďakujem pekne.
Nech sa páči, pán predseda vlády.
Máte nejaký problém? Či máte nejaký problém? Povedal som pani predsedničke Európskej komisie, že nepodporili sme preto, že si pamätali, čo bolo v rokoch 2020 až 2023. To ale neznamená, že nechceme spolupracovať s komisiou tam, kde budeme rovnaké názory. Prvé, čo nás čaká, je otázka, ako pristúpiť k zmene tzv. Green Deal, pretože tento plán výrazne poškodzuje schopnosť Európskej únie konkurovať. Mali sme možnosť vidieť paniku v rámci Európskej únie, keď prišla správa Mária Draghiho o tom, ako je alebo nie je Európska únia konkurencieschopná. Sme pripravení o týchto otázkach hovoriť. Sú témy však, kde budeme naďalej trvať na spoločnosti. Poprvé chcem veľmi jasne povedať, že ak by Európska komisia alebo Európska rada chceli prísť s návrhom, že v prípade obmedzenia alebo zníženia vojenskej pomoci zo strany Spojených štátov v Ukrajine by to mala byť Európska únia, ktorá prevezme všetky náklady vojny na Ukrajine, bude toto rozhodnutie vetovať. Hovorím to dopredu, hovorím to veľmi jasne, tak ako si to urobil pri migrácii, kde boli povinné migračné kvóty a našou povinnosťou je predvídateľný. A predsednička Európskej komisie to vie, že takéto rozhodnutie bude určite vetovať. Som veľmi rád, že Slovensko sa pridalo ku krajinám, ktoré dnes patria medzi najvýznamnejších výrobcov autobusov. Zachytili ste, že komisia zaviedla dodatočné clá vo výške 35% na čínske elektromobily. pretože Čína nám pokiaľ ide o elektromobilitu ušla od 20 rokov vo všetkých, v baterkách, v autách ako tak. My predsa nemôžeme súťažiť s Čínou tým, že budeme zavádzať sankcie. My musíme súťažiť kvalitou, cenou. Rozumiem tomu, že európski výrobcovia nie sú schopní postaviť tak kvalitné auto, elektromobil, ako sú dnes schopní postaviť čínsky výrobcovia. Čínske autá sú dnes schopné prejsť na jednu baterku 600-700 km, dokonca niektoré 800 km. Cenové relácie sú také, že to nikto v rámci Európskej únie nedokáže. Preto sme odmietli tieto dodatočné clá, pretože si uvedomujeme, čo to bude znamenať pre krajiny, ktoré vyrábajú autá, ako je Slovensko. Ak sa do tohto procesu zaradí aj Volvo, mimochodom čínska firma, tak Slovensko bude vyrábať možno 1,3-1,4 milióna aut ročne. A ak si zoberieme, aký typ aut sa vyrábajú na Slovensku, napríklad v Bratislave, sú to predovšetkým autá, povedzme, luxusnej triedy, ktoré sa pôvodne predávali na slovenskom trhu. Ak sa ale Čína rozhodne, že dá nejaké sankcie alebo nejaké obmedzenia na dovoz týchto aut na obrovský čínsky trh, tak máme vážny problém. Len preto, lebo sa Európska komisia rozhodla veľmi neuvážene zaviesť clá na čínske elektromobily. Neboli sme v tom sami, bolo to rozhodnutie, ktoré podporilo aj Španielsko, aj Nemecko, avšak sa nám nepodarilo vytvoriť blokujúcu menšinu a toto rozhodnutie Európskej komisie prešlo, hoci naďalej tvrdíme, že komisia by mala rokovať s Čínou a nájsť nejaké iné riešenie. V tomto sa musíme spoľahnúť na Maroša Šefčoviča, ktorý je nový komisár pre obchod. Bude mať na starosti obchodné vojny, bude mať na starosti mimoriadne ťažkú agendu. Môžeme dnes povedať, že dostal portfólio, ktoré je jedno z najvýznamnejších v rámci celej Európskej komisie, ale je to preto, lebo mu najvyšší predstavitelia komisie dôverujú v tom druhom období, ktoré strávil v Európskej komisii. Preto budeme očakávať od tohto komisára, hoci nereprezentuje záujmy Slovenska, on tam reprezentuje záujmy Európskej komisie, že príde s určitými nápadmi, myšlienkami, ktoré vrátia túto vážnu tému, ohrozujúcu automobilový priemysel na Slovensku naspäť a skôr, že tam budú konštruktívne návrhy a názory, o ktorých sa budeme spoločne rozprávať. Čiže Európska komisia nepodporená, ale máme veľký záujem byť konštruktívni partnermi. Dopredu predvídateľne opakujeme, čo budeme vetovať, čo sa nám nepáči a na čo máme iný názor. Dokončím to vetou. Handra, do ktorej si každý utiera nohy. Takúto handru sme tu mali v rokoch 20 až 23. Takúto handru si nikto nevážil. Vážia si len krajinu, ktorá má suverénne, sebavedomé postoje a ktorá suverénne a sebavedomé postoje.
Ďakujem za odpoveď. Druhou poradí bola vyžrebovaná otázka, ktorú položil pán poslanec Sokol, a keďže ide o obdobnú otázku, aká bola položená pred chvíľou, tak mu dávam možnosť prihlásiť sa ešte s doplňujúcou otázkou, ak chce pán poslanec.
Ďakujem veľmi pekne. Ja si myslím, že pán predseda vystihol aktuálnu závažnosť tejto témy v plnom rozsahu. Ďakujem.
Čiže otázka nebola položená takto inou, áno? Dobre. Budeme pokračovať treťou otázkou v poradí a to je otázka poslanca Igora Váleka. Vážený pán predseda vlády, budúci týždeň vás čaká zahraničná pracovná cesta do Brazílie. Bude sa podobať tej čínskej v zmysle ekonomickej intenzity, alebo sa sústredíte skôr na geopolitické témy, ako napríklad konflikt na Ukrajine? Nech sa páči, čas na odpoveď.
Ďakujem, pán poslanec, za vašu otázku. Táto cesta je súčasťou politiky, ktorá je orientovaná na všetky 4 svetové strany a robíme ju presne tak, ako sme slúbili. Môžu sa hnevať naši kolegovia v opozícii, koľko chcú, ale za posledný rok sme ukázali, že táto politika je reálna, je realistická a dá sa na ne stavať. Áno, sme členským štátom Únie, sme členským štátom NATO, chceme si plniť záväzky, ktoré vyplývajú do členstva v týchto organizáciách. Vidíme však nebezpečné politiky v týchto organizáciách. Ja mám veľkú obavu, že sa smiať, že to chcete o Európsku úniu. Otázka času, kto s čím príde, pokiaľ ide o konkurencieschopnosť Európskej únie.
Dostal 1800, čo mi chýba?
Vystavených
Aký buff?
daní, harmonizácii všetkých politík. Tam sa bude musieť veľakrát rozhodnúť, čo urobia alebo čo neurobia. Návšteva Brazílie zapadá do tohto konceptu suverénnej slovenskej zahraničnej politiky orientovanej na všetky 4 svetové strany. Nie je to žiadny výlet,
Čo mi
odchádzame
chýba?
v noci z nedele na pondelok a štvrtok sme naspäť. Aby teda nebol nejaký pocit, že nemáme čo robiť a si poletujeme po svete. Po svojej podstate to je pomerne náročné, ale je to predovšetkým orientované na dve témy. Je to orientované na tému ekonomickej spolupráce, kde chceme nadviazať na dobré vzťahy ešte bývalého Československa na krajiny Latinskej Ameriky. Po druhé,
Ten časopis nemá.
spolieham sa aj na určitú personálnu
Why?
blízkosť s brazílskym prezidentom, ktorého poznám, čo by tiež mohlo dať tomuto vzťahu, tejto návšteve novú kvalitu. Beriem so sebou veľkú podnikateľskú delegáciu, ako som to urobil, či to už bola Južná Kórea, mimochodom sledujte, čo sa deje v Južnej Kórei, ako bola Čína, ako bolo Srbsko a ďalšie krajiny. Prosím, pozorne sledujte, čo sa deje v Gruzínsku, čo sa deje dnes v Rumunsku. Aj to bola jedna z výrad, ktorú som povedal pani predsedničke Európskej komisie. Vy nemôžete kritizovať víťaza volieb len preto, lebo vyhral ten, ktorý nemal vyhrať. V Gruzínsku vyhral ten, ktorý nemal vyhrať. V Rumunsku v prvom kole prezidentských volieb vyhral ten, ktorý nemal vyhrať. Ale tak sa budeme rešpektovať alebo nebudeme rešpektovať demokratické pravidlá, snad tí ľudia vedia, čo majú a čo nemajú. A preto chcem s brazílskym prezidentom hovoriť aj o veľmi významnej téme, a to je mierová agenda. Existuje spoločný čínsko-brazílsky mierový plán. Je tu spoločná skupina priateľov mieru pri OSN, do ktorej sa Slovenská republika plne hlási. Pretože ak sa pozrieme na čínsko-brazílsky plán, niektoré jeho časti by mohli byť použité, pokiaľ ide o mierové riešenie. Ja teraz nechcem predbiehať veci. Ja si myslím a stojí si za svojím slovom, ktoré teraz poviem na posledných 15 sekúnd. Západ pripravuje pre Ukrajinu
Ďakujem predsedovi vlády za jeho odpovede a budeme pokračovať odpovediami členov vlády na otázky poslancov podľa vyžrebovaného poradia. Prvá otázka je od pána poslanca Ondreja Dostála na pána ministra vnútra Matúša Šutaja Eštovka a znie: Kvôli dvom mužom zadržaným v Michalovciach zasadala predošlý štvrtok Bezpečnostná rada štátu. Ako je možné, že napriek tomu, že týchto mužov bezpečnostné zložky údajne podozrievali z prípravy teroristického útoku na kritickú infraštruktúru, polícia nepredložila žiadne dôkazy, ktoré by odôvodňovali a podporili dôkazmi takéto obvinenie a muži boli preto prepustení na slobodu? Odpovedať bude za pána ministra, ktorý je neprítomný, podľa toho, ako uviedol predseda vlády, pani ministerka kultúry Šimkovičová, čím jej dávam slovo na odpoveď.
Ďakujem za slovo. Opäť vás vítam, kolega Dostal. Operatívnou aktivitou policajných zložiek v súčinnosti so spravodajskými zložkami boli zistené závažné informácie, z ktorých vyplývali veľmi konkrétne poznatky o možnej príprave teroristického útoku zameraného na zničenie alebo znefunkčnenie kritickej infraštruktúry na východnom Slovensku. Získané informácie vyvolali potrebu urýchlenej reakcie orgánov činných v trestnom konaní, a to z dôvodu, aby bolo eliminované riziko reálneho vykonania útoku na kritickú infraštruktúru. V tejto súvislosti boli realizované viaceré zaisťovacie úkony, ktoré spočívali vo vykonaní domových prehliadok a prehliadok iných priestorov. Boli zadržané a vypočuté 3 podozrivé osoby. Miera podozrenia bola a stále je veľmi vysoká, o čom svedčí aj to, že na všetky zaisťovacie úkony, ktoré boli reálne vykonané, vydal príkaz sudca špecializovaného trestného súdu v Pezinku. Pri domových prehliadkách a prehliadkách iných priestorov boli zaistené významné dôkazy, mapa ropovodu Družba, mobilné telefóny, notebooky a ďalšie nosiče dát, rušičky, GSM, GPS lokalizátory, rôzne elektronické prostriedky na nahrávanie obrazu, zvuku, drony, nočné videnia, termokamera, kukla, parochňa, balistická vesta. Po vykonaní vymenovaných zaisťovacích úkonov a výsluchov boli podozriví zo zadržania prepustení, pričom dvaja cudzozemskí štátni príslušníci, jeden štátny občan Ukrajiny a jeden s dvojitým štátnym občianstvom Ukrajiny a Maďarska, boli zo Slovenskej republiky administratívne vyhostení. Orgány činné v trestnom konaní v aktuálnej fáze trestného konania vyhodnotili získané dôkazy tak, že podozrenie sa nerozplynulo a stále pretrváva, ale na druhej strane zatiaľ nebolo možné vzniesť obvinenie konkrétnej osobe alebo osobám. Proces dokazovania nie je na konci, v ďalšom vyšetrovaní bude potrebné znalecky preskúmať všetky nosiče dát a súčasne bude potrebné vykonať viacero procesných úkonov, ktoré nemožno momentálne bližšie špecifikovať. Až na základe komplexného vyšetrovania bude vo veci možné prijať objektívne a zákonu zodpovedajúce rozhodnutie. Nie je vylúčené, že po zabezpečení ďalších dôkazov a po ich vyhodnotení bude vo veci vznesené obvinenie konkrétnej osobe alebo konkrétnym osobám. Vyšetrovanie nemožno momentálne vnímať tak, že keď došlo k prepusteniu podozrivých, skutok sa nestal, ale tak, že aktuálne sa nachádza na začiatku a bude vecou ďalšieho dokazovania objektívne preskúmať skutkový stav veci. Ďakujem.
Ďakujem pani ministerke za odpoveď. Pán poslanec má doplňujúcu otázku. Dávam mu slovo, nech sa páči.
Ďakujem pani ministerka za prečítanie odpovede pána ministra. Škoda teda, že tu nemôže byť a nemôžem položiť doplňujúcu otázku, tak položím tú doplňujúcu otázku vám. Ja som vo svojej otázke nespochybňoval postup orgánov činných v trestnom konaní, dokonca ani postup spravodajských služieb, ani operatívne systémy, nie som kompetentný sa vyjadrovať. Moja otázka ale je, že či bolo na mieste zvolávať bezpečnostnú radu a veľkou pompou ohlasovať, že boli zavržení terorizmu, keď tie osoby potom 2 dní prepustené a nebolo voči nim ani vznesené obvinenie. Či to nie je skôr také robenie divadla a vrtenie psom, aby sa odlákala pozornosť od toho, aké sú reálne problémy, čo sa deje v parlamente. Či to vy považujete za adekvátny postup do situácií, keď tie dôkazy nie, aby sa vznesené obvinenia budú vyhostení, potom keď bude voči nim vznesené obvinenie, tak ja neviem, či sa budeme domáhať, aby nám boli vydaní, ale toto sú vážne veci. A sa nemalo postupovať skôr tak, že sa vec ošetrí, až keď budú tie dôkazy také jasné, aby pri najmenšom mohlo byť vznesené obvinenie a mohol byť návrh na takéto veci, tak až potom bola informovaná verejnosť. Takže či podľa vášho názoru bolo adekvátne zvolávať bezpečnostnú radu a potom takýmto spôsobom informovať verejnosť, keď nakoniec to vlastne pri najmenšom teraz.
Nech sa páči, ministerka, ak chcete mať odpoveď.
Neviem, či chcete môj názor počuť, či je teda tu na nejak smerodatný. Samozrejme, asi netreba nič podceňovať, ale predpokladám, že pán minister bude počuť aj vašu doplňujúcu otázku, prípadne sa vám môže vyjadriť písomne. Ďakujem.
Ďakujem pani ministerke. Druhou v poradí bola vyžrebovaná otázka opäť pána poslanca Dostala, tentokrát na ministra zahraničných vecí a európskych záležitostí pána Juraja Blanára. Znenie otázky. Hovoríte o zahraničnej politike na 4 svetové strany či dôležitosti spolupráce v rámci krajín V4. Avšak okrem jedného vášho stretnutia s ministrom zahraničných vecí Poľska vo Washingtone vzťahy medzi Poľskom a Slovenskom, podobne ako medzi Českom a Slovenskom od nástupu 4. Ficovej vlády ochladli. Je to preto, lebo v Poľsku bez ohľadu na to, kto tam vládne, majú na rozdiel od premiéra Fica jasno v tom, že sloboda neprichádza z východu. Odpovedať bude za pána ministra Blanára, pán minister Kamenický, nech sa páči, máte slovo.
Ďakujem pekne. Takže dnes aj za pána ministra Blanára, aj pána ministra Druckera. Samozrejme potom doplňujúce otázky môžete adresovať priamo ním. Takže mene pána ministra Banára. Vážený pán poslanec, ďakujem za vašu otázku. Kontakty na vrcholovej politickej úrovni sú jedným z dôkazov kvalitnej bilaterálnych vzťahov a neraz aj stimulom pre interakcie na nižších úrovniach. Avšak nie sú určite jediným meradlom. V každom prípade vás môžem ubezpečiť, že mám s ministrom zahraničných vecí pánom Radkom Sikorským vzájomne rešpektujúci sa partnerský vzťah. Nestretli sme sa len vo Washingtone, ale aj v Prahe a pravidelne sme spolu v Bruseli v rámci ministerských rád, či už Európskej únie alebo NATO. Znamená to, že máme dosť priestoru a možnosti spolu komunikovať. Naše bilaterálne stretnutie je tiež v pláne. Nestotožňujem sa ani s percepciou, že slovensko-poľské vzťahy v poslednej dobe ochladli. V tomto roku do Poľska smerovali aj 4 návštevy na úrovni prezidenta. Premiéry sa stretli na posledných štvrťoch bilaterálne dvakrát. V Bratislave sme pred 2 týždňami hostili poľského vicepremiéra a ministra obrany, ako aj ministra infraštruktúry, čo len zvýraznilo profilové oblasti našej spolupráce.
Posledná hodina, páni.
Financí budeme mať na najbližšom rokovaní efektívne bilaterálne stretnutie s ministrom financií. Najviac, keď ide o susedskú krajinu, sa za vyše 30 rokov táto spolupráca všestranne rozrástla a posunula v mnohých rozmeroch Chcem vám však ubezpečiť, že vláda si uvedomuje unikátny priam a strategické relácie s Poľskom. Máme s Poľskom mnoho spoločných záujmov a potrieb, či je to už kohézia, rozširovanie Európskej únie alebo migrácia a na týchto spolupracujeme. Ako aj na pracovnej úrovni, tak aj na politickej úrovni, aj s výhľadom na poľské predsedníctvo v Rade Európskej únie, ktoré začína v januári. Rozvíjame dialóg a spoluprácu v európskej oblasti. Intenzívne sa venujeme zahraničnej spolupráci a rozvoji spoločných infraštruktúrálnych a energetických projektov. Poľsko pomáha so strážením nášho vzdušného priestoru a veľký potenciál majú spoločné projekty obranného priemyslu okolo oboch krajín. Tu zacitujem slovo poľského vicepremiéra Košiniaka Kamica po návšteve Bratislavy, že bez spolupráce so Slovenskom Poľsko nedokáže dosiahnuť spôsobilosti pre masovú produkciu munície, čo je pre Poľsko v súčasnosti kľúčovou výzvou. Dovolím si teda povedať, že vážne vám poslanie, kvalite našej kritiky na adresu tejto relácie pomohlo, keby ste reálne poznali a brali do úvahy celý jej široký obsah, nielen bombastické tituly médií. Ďakujem.
Ďakujem pánovi ministrovi za odpoveď. Pán poslanec dostal aj doplňujúcu otázku. Skôr vám dám slovo k tomu poslancov, aby ste sa utišili tuto po mojej lavici. Pani poslanca. Rušite. Ďakujem. Takže pán poslanec dostal.
Ďakujem, pán minister, za ona tiež nie je veľmi asi skúsim sa teda spýtať, že vzhľadom na to, že pán často viac stretol bilaterálne s ministrom zahraničných vecí Ruskej federácie, teda štátu, ktorý vedie agresívnu vojnu nášmu susedovi Ukrajine, a s pánom Lavrovom, to pôsobí dojmom, že to je, teda nemám štatistiky, ale že častejšie, alebo prinajmenšom rovnako často, ako sa bilaterálne stretáva s ministrami zahraničia našich najbližších partnerov v rámci Európskej únie. Teraz nemyslím nejaké rokovania na úrovni rady alebo orgánov Európskej únie, ale bilaterálne rokovania. Vy si viete predstaviť, že by ste sa častejšie stretávali s ruským ministrom financií ako s ministrami financií našich partnerov v rámci Európskej únie?
Pardon, koniec otázky, či ešte máte?
Koniec otázky.
Takže koniec otázky, kde reagovať máte slovo.
Hovorili o tom, že máme spôsob nás dostal ako zatiaľ som do debaty, ale beriem to a môžem povedať jedno, že samozrejme pán minister na dodatočne na naše otázky odpovedať.
Ďakujem, pán minister. Tretia otázka v poradí je opäť od pána poslanca Ondreja Dostála, samozrejme vyžrebovaná na ministra zahraničných vecí a európskych záležitostí Juraja Planára. Čítam otázku, aký je váš postoj k tomu, že aktuálna reorganizácia na ministerstve zahraničných vecí je vnímaná ako čistka nepohodlných ľudí, ktorí hodnotové a profesionálne postoje sú v rozpore s aktuálnym politickým vedením vládu. Odpovedať bude opäť pán minister Kamenický, dám vám slovo.
Ďakujem pekne opäť za pána ministra Blanára. Vážený pán poslanec, ďakujem za vašu otázku. Dovolím si zhrnúť do jednej odpovede otázky číslo 10 a 17 pána poslanca Dostala, ktoré sú adresované na rovnakú tému. Konsolidácia verejných financií schválil parlament a náväzne bolo rozpočtovým kapitolom oznámené viazané 10% osobných výdavkov a znížená systematizácia na ďalší rok. Rezort diplomácie má viac ako 1100 zamestnancov, avšak povinnosť znižovania počtu zamestnancov štátnej a verejnej službe sa týkala len ústredia rezortu v Bratislave. Nevzťahuje sa teda na ďalších zamestnancov, ktorí sú na vyslaniach a zastupiteľských úradoch v zahraničí. Takže sa neznižuje počet zamestnancov viac ako 110, čiže plných 10%, ale len o menej ako 5. Z nich čas odišla do dôchodku ľudí na základe dohody a výpovede skutočnosti sa týkajú 20. Pre úplnosť je potrebné uvieť, že nebolo možné zrušiť iba neobsadené miesta, pretože takéto opatrenia by zohľadnilo iba zníženie systematizácie, avšak nezohľadnilo by zníženie výdavkov. Osobne ma veľmi mrzí, avšak v čase po rozvratení verejných financií, čo je dedičstvom vlád pána Matoviča, Hegera, Progresívneho odbora a ďalších nezávislých osobností v úvodzovkách, ako bolo vtedy aj pani Šorca, to nie je také zničujúce, ako to potvrdili a tvrdili títo páni aj na svojej tlačovke, ktorou chcú nezodpovedné hospodárenie s verejnými financiami iba zastierať. Je takisto veľmi negatívne, že táto vynútená konsolidácia strany pár štátnych zamestnancov alebo mimorezortných ľudí označovaná ako čistka na ministerstve. Tieto tvrdenia sú manipulatívne a poškodujúce rezort diplomácie dovnútra, ako aj navonok do zahraničia.
59, môžem povedať, že 0.
Až sa priam zarážajúce považujem aj vaše tvrdenie, pán poslanec, že rezort prijíma nových zamestnancov, často s minimálnymi skúsenosťami alebo sporným vzdelaním, respektíve, že na ministerstvo sú prijímaní ľudia nedostatočnou kvalifikáciou. Paušalizovať a hodnotiť štátnych zamestnancov, o ktorých kvalifikačných predpokladoch odbornej praxi a povahe činnosti na štátno-zamestnaneckých miestach nemáte žiadnu vedomosť a hlavný povrch. Do štátno-zamestnaneckého pomeru sú prijímaní občania Slovenskej republiky na základe riadnych výberových konaní realizovaných písomnou a ústnou formou a za striktného dodržania podmienok ustanovených zákonom o štátnej službe, vrátane podmienky vzdelania. Všetci prijímaní štátni zamestnanci musia tiež spĺňať podmienku ovládania cudzieho jazyka a následne prejdú ešte cez bezpečnostnú previerku MBU, keďže na pozície, na ktoré sú prijatí, sa vyžaduje bezpečnostná previerka príslušného stupňa, vo väčšine prípadov stupňa tajné. Je to práve opozícia, ktorá takýmito tvrdeniami celú túto tému personálnej konsolidácie na ministerstve politizuje a teda aj ubližuje ministerstvu a jeho profesionálnym zamestnancom. Konkrétnym príkladom je napríklad aj to, že jedného z diplomatov, ktorý bol podľa opozície donútený k dôchodku, som sám podporil v rámci kandidatúry na vysoké pozície medzinárodnej organizácie. Myslím, že je všetkým zrejme, kto si to zmýšľa, manipuluje a progresívne politizuje zahraničnú diplomatickú službu s jasným cieľom, že každý chce nás poškodiť, polarizovať a štvať spoločnosť proti našej vláde. A na záver ešte raz dôrazniť, že si vážim všetkých našich diplomatov a ďalších zamestnancov, ktorí robia profesionálne svoju prácu pre našu vlast a robia aj dobré meno na rozdiel od tých, ktorí nevedia dobre získať podporu občanov a presadzenie svojej progresívnej politiky a tak škodia našej vlasti všade, kde sa len dá, predovšetkým zahraničných. Ďakujem.
Ďakujem za odpoveď pánovi ministrovi. Pán poslanec má samozrejme doplňujúcu otázku. Nech sa páči. To je pán poslanec.
Mojich otázok pán zástupcovia slovenskej diplomácie alebo nie sú vyjadrovaní ľudia, ktorí jasne svoju prozápadnú orientáciu a lojalitu voči oficiálnej zahraničnej politike Slovenskej republiky v Ukrajine, ale teda keď ste spomenuli konsolidáciu, tak podľa tých informácií, ktoré boli zverejnené, tak zverejnená odpoveď ministerstva hovorí o 140 a teda ak príjme, a teda je neviem, ale podľa toho, čo bolo zverejnené, to je naše informácie výpoveď, že čo je to podľa vás za konsolidáciu, keď najprv príjmete, naberiete nových ľudí a potom nejakých iných ľudí prepúšťate a dokonca prepustíte menej ľudí ako tých, ktorí ste prijali. Je to konsolidácia?
Nech sa páči, pán minister, čas na vašu odpoveď.
Pán poslanec, máte pravdu, že na túto otázku, čo sa týka priamo ministerstva zahraničných vecí, musí odpovedať minister zahraničných vecí, ale všeobecne vám môžem povedať, že tento rok boli viazané prostriedky o výške 5% a na budúci rok to budú 10% z objemu prostriedkov práve na personálne výdavky. Na ministerstvo financií môžem zodpovedne povedať, že sme oproti roku 2022, teda keď sa pýtate na moje ministerstvo, čo asi nie, tak sme prepustili hlavne takých tých ľudí, čo boli na tie dohody, ktorých sme mali 140, dnes máme asi 85 a u každého jedného sa dá preveriť, či aj niečo robí a či si berie svoju výplatu len za to, že je priateľ s ministrom, respektíve so štátnym tajomníkom, alebo nie. U mňa sa takéto nemôže stať, takže každý jeden človek, ktorý dostal na ministerstve, ktoré sme neprepustili, musí mať konkrétne zadanie a úlohu, na základe ktorého je odmeňovaný. Takisto, čo sa týka príjmania ostatných zamestnancov, každý ministerstvo je zodpovedné za svoje čísla, ale môžem za ministerstvo financií povedať, že tie prostriedky sme proste vyviazali a takto sa k tým prostriedkom tie ministerstva nedostanú.
Ďakujem za odpoveď, pán minister. Štvrtou otázkou v poradí je otázka, ktorá bola vyžrobovaná od pána poslanca Andreja prostredníka, týmto Jaroslava Kamenického. Vláda presadila pozmeňujúci návrh o oslobodenie neziskových organizácií poskytujúcich verejnoprospešné služby od transakčnej dane, odvolávajúca na organizácie riadené podľa zákona 213 roku 1997 zbierky zákonov. Súkromné školy a školské zariadenia, ktoré fungujú ako neziskové organizácie, sú však riadované podľa zákona 596 roku 2009 zákonov o štátnej správe v školstve a školskej samospráve. Tento zákon však nie je špecifikovaný. Znamená to, že súkromné materské školy a základné školy budú musieť platiť transakčné napriek tomu, že sú na daňovom úrade evidované ako neziskové organizácie. Nech sa páči, pán minister, máte.
Ďakujem pekne za otázku. Túto otázku som dostal od jednej pani poslanky, ja som sa jej snažil na to zodpovedať, ja som jej zistil tú informáciu, takže pán poslanec, je to v podstate rovnaká otázka ako otázky 16, 18, 16, 18, 14, 19, 20, 21, 40, 37. Takže finančné transakcie súkromných materských základných škôl nemajú podliehať daní z finančných transakcií a tieto subjekty knižkového sektora súčasne splňujú podmienku, že majú jednu z zákonov ustanovených právnych foriem, to znamená napríklad občianske združenia, nadácie, účelové zariadenie cirkvi, náboženskej spoločnosti a podobne a plne zákonom ustanovené verejné prospešné účel, napríklad podpora vzdelávania. A tieto súkromné materské alebo základné školy majú právnu formu obchodných spoločností, ktoré vykonávajú podnikateľskú činnosť, tak finančné transakcie budú podliehať daň. Ak by boli v sektore školstva oslobodené transakcie podnikateľských subjektov, mohlo by to spôsobiť diskrimináciu voči podnikateľom pôsobiacim v iných sektoroch. Tak ako sme hovorili, kto je akciová spoločnosť, aj keď je vlastnená štátom, bohužiaľ, tak nemôžeme ju teda vyhodňovať oproti iným akciovým spoločnostiam, alebo sú rovnaké akciové spoločnosti a akurát majú účasť štátu, ale majú rovnaké pôsobenie na trhu, čiže môžu generovať zisk a podobne a musíme sa riadiť samozrejme zákonmi Európskej únie. Takže ešte doplňujúca informácia pre vás. Organizácie neziskového sektora budú oslobodené pri súčasnom splnení nasledujúcich podmienok. Poprvé, právna forma, čiže to, čo sa bavíme, a to verejný prospešný účel. Pri právnej forme je to občianske združenie, nadácia, neinvestičný fond, nezisková organizácia poskytujúca všeobecno prospešné služby, účelové zariadenie cirkvi, náboženskej spoločnosti, organizácia s medzinárodným prvkom, subjekty výskumu a vývoja, záujmové združenia právnických osôb. Po druhé, majú verejno-prospešný účel, čiže na ktorý sú určené, to sa týka ochrany, podpory zdravia, prevencia, liečba, resocializácia drogovo závislých v oblasti zdravotníctva a sociálnych služieb, podpora rozvoj športu, poskytovanie sociálnej pomoci, zachovanie kultúrnych hodnot, podpora vzdelávania, ochrana ľudských práv, ochrana tvorby životného prostredia, teda veda a výskum, organizovanie, sprostredkovanie dobrovoľníckej činnosti. Čiže ak zoberieme nejakú súkromnú materskú školu, ktorá je napríklad námesto, alebo prípadne nejakej materská škola svätej Uršule v Bratislave, tie sú neziskové organizácie oslobodené od dane z finančných transakcií. Tu chcem ešte jednu vec na záver povedať. Samozrejme mnohé neziskovky, ktoré sa budú chcieť nechať oslobodiť od dane z finančných transakcií, čo musia dokladovať vo svojej banke práve takými stanovami tejto organizácie, ak si rozšíria činnosť, tak budú oslobodené, ale ja som slúbil, že v prípade, že budeme vedieť identifikovať politické neziskovky, ktoré sa zaujímajú viac politikov ako pomáhaním ľudí, tak na tieto budeme naďalej požadovať, aby boli zaťažené transakčnou daňou. Ďakujem pekne.
Ďakujem za odpoveď, pán minister. Pán poslanec má doplňujúcu otázku. Dám vám slovo.
Ďakujem za vašu odpoveď. Takže tá kategória transakčnej dane, spýtať, či tento váš výklad, ktorý ste teraz poskytli, alebo odpovedia na túto otázku, bude predsedovať predpise k tomuto zákonu,
Pán minister,
Ďakujem pekne. Ja som samozrejme kolegov poprosil, aby dali jasné pravidlá, aby ste boli informovaní. Potom formu nechám na nich, ale aby bolo každému jasné. Ide hlavne o to, aby to neboli subjekty generujúce zisk, to sú aj tie neziskovky, ak je to neziskovka, tak samozrejme bude, ale moji kolegovia dajú
Ďakujem za odpoveď. Ďalšou v poradí je vyšetrená otázka pani poslankyne Kosovej na ministra financí pána Ladislava Kamenického. Pani Kosova tu nie je. Áno, ale má nárok na doplňujúcu otázku, ale nie je v sále, že nie. Dobre, takže ideme do ďalšej otázke v poradí a to je otázka od pána poslanca Ondreja Dostála na ministerku kultúry Šimkovičovú. Otázka znie, aké kroky podniklo ministerstvo kultúry na poverenie dielo, na ktoré bola zmluva týkajúca sa novej verzie štátnej hymny uzavretá, skutočne ešte neexistovala v čase podpisu zmluvy, nie je zmluva potenciálne neplatná, ak bolo dielo vytvorené už pred uzavretím zmluvy. Nech sa páči, pani ministerka, máte čas na odpoveď.
Ďakujem pekne, pán predsedajúci. Vážený pán poslanec, ďakujem za vašu otázku, za váš naozaj úprimný záujem o dianie v rezorte kultúry. Skutočne ma teší osobne, že na každej jednej hodine otázok mi položíte hneď niekoľko otázok, aby ste sa asi mohli ubezpečiť, že či na ministerstve kultúry naozaj pracujeme, tak aj tentokrát vás môžem ubezpečiť, že áno, pracujeme a plníme to, k čomu sme sa zaviazali v programovom vyhlásení vlády Slovenskej republiky. Čo sa týka vašej prvej otázky z celkovej série dnešných otázok na ministerstvo kultúry, ktoré ste mi položili aj teda k novej verzii hymny Slovenskej republiky, tak odpoveď na túto otázku je jednoduchá. Hľadáte problém tam, kde problém nie je. Prejdem k vysvetleniu. Pred dňom podpisu zmluvy o dielo prebehla medzi zmluvnými stranami komunikácia ohľadom celkovej koncepcie prepracovania štátnej hymny Slovenskej republiky. Tak, aby zohľadňovala požiadavky ministerstva na predloženie rôznych návrhov aranžmánu hymny. Myslím si, že pri takomto projekte je to asi bežná prax, že ako zadávateľ ste s potenciálnym vyhotoviteľom v nejakej intenzívnej komunikácii. A teda v mojom prípade už vôbec nemôžem nečakať. Výsledkom tejto komunikácie bolo posúdenie vhodnosti viacerých demoverzií zvukových nahrávok, z ktorých potom ministerstvo vybralo nejaký optimálny návrh, ktorého následná príprava sa stala predmetom uzatvorenej zmluvy o dielo. Autorský zákon na žiadnom mieste vo svojich ustanoveniach neustanovuje, že by okamih alebo čas vytvorenia diela spôsoboval neplatnosť určitého zmluvného záväzku alebo zmluvy. Je nutné uviesť, že dielo sa v zmysle ustanovenia článku 3, bod 6 zmluvy považuje za vytvorené a odovzdané až okamihom podpísania protokolu o odovzdaní a prevzatí diela oboma zmluvnými stranami, v ktorom musí byť výslovne uvedené, že dielo nevykazuje žiadne právne či iné chyby alebo vady. Postupovali sme teda plne v súlade s zákonom a s dôrazom na to, že sme si už v procese prípravy boli plne vedomi, že táto téma bude veľmi citlivo vnímaná. Do samotného procesu sme si teda nedovolili ísť štýlom pokus omyl. Žiadne experimenty sme si nemohli ani nechceli dovoliť a sadili sme teda na istotu. Myslím, že výsledok oceníte v konečnom dôsledku aj vy, pán poslanec, keď budete túto hymnu počúvať. Nie, to nebola hymna.
Ďakujem za odpoveď, pani ministerka. Pán poslanec má samozrejme doplňujúcu otázku, takže máte slovo, pán poslanec.
Odpoveď, no tak v vašom rezorte sa toho veľa deje, tak ja pána Dubníka, len si teda pýtam, že čo bolo vlastne rozmeru celej veci a iba zaujímalo, že ako vôbec došlo k verziu štátnej hymny a či by tomu nemalo predchádzať nejaký väčší konsenzus verejný alebo nejaká verejná diskusia, že niečo na tej verzii hymny, ktorá sa oficiálne používa, je zlé a už je potrebné nahradiť ju novou. Lebo teda pán Roža mal takéto nešťastné vyjadrenie, že nie je hymna pre všetkých, potom sa za ňo aj ospravedlnil, čo teda kvitujem, ale teda hymna by rozhodne mala byť pre všetkých bez ohľadu na to, že či sme v koalícii, opozícii, aký máme názor na tú alebo onú vec. Tak ma teda zaujímalo, že ako vôbec vznikla tá potreba novej verzie hymny a či ten spôsob, že vy ste sa tak rozhodli na ministerstve, je vhodný na to, aby to naozaj bolo vnímané ako hudba, či ako hymna, ktorá hymna nás všetkých a nie len nejakej polovice krajiny.
Nech sa páči, pani ministerka, čas na odpoveď.
Tak ako ste spomenuli v tej prvej časti vašej otázky, že na ministerstve kultúry sa niečo deje a vy teda ako opozičný poslanec máte právo pýtať sa a pýtate sa a ja som tu takmer na každej hodine otázok aj vďaka vám, nielen preto, aby som zastupovala mojich kolegov. Áno, na ministerstve kultúry sa deje, pretože máme tam čo upratovať a dorozumiem niektorým ľuďom, ktorí kričia, pretože doteraz sa tam žilo takým nejakým podobným pokojným spôsobom života, nenarušeným a zrazu teda tam prišiel nejaký výchor, ktorý to všetko teda dáva na poriadok. Pokiaľ ide o nový šat našej hymny, tak pán Roža, keď ste si už vypočuli aj jeho nejaké reakcie na to, že sa začalo konať v tejto veci, tak musíte priznať aj vy, pán poslanec, že útoky začali najskôr teda z tej druhej strany a toto bolo nejakým vyvrcholením toho celého napätia, čo sa začalo diať potom, ako teda sa Slovensko dozvedelo, že sa ide robiť nejaká nový šat hymny. Tam sa rozprávalo o tom, že ide sa meniť dokonca text hymny a tak ďalej. To, že sa hymna menila, hovoril aj vo svojich výpovediach pán Oskar Roža, a to tým spôsobom, že on mal pripravenú tento nový šat alebo nové aranžmá už pred 11 rokmi a práve dnes, alebo teda v tomto volebnom období sme sa rozhodli, že to ideme aj spracovať. Áno, môžeme tu rozprávať o konsolidácii a tak ďalej. Ja som s ním včera osobne hovorila a dozvieme sa všetky veci, ktoré on robí a uvidím, aká bude spätná reakcia, pretože tu vôbec nejde o tie peniaze. Ja som v médiách v podstate celý môj aktívny život, viem, ako to v médiách funguje, či už v rádiu alebo v televízii, preto mi teda všetci hovoria, že ja som nekompetentná. Myslím si, že televízia aj rádio patria do kompetencie Ministerstva kultúry, aj keď som robila v súkromnej sfére a myslím si, že ten nový šat alebo to nové aranžma je bez pochyby veľmi dôležité. Ja som hrdá na to, ako znie táto naša hymna a pevne verím a dúfam, ak máte rád Slovensko, že budete aj vy hrdí na to, ako to je spracované a aký nový šat dostala naša hymna, na ktorú môžeme byť hrdí a budeme ešte viac hrdí. Takže teším sa na Vianoce, že ich budem tráviť s rodinou konečne, ale ešte viac sa teším na novú verziu našej hymny. Ďakujem veľmi pekne.
Ďakujem pani ministerke za odpoveď. Na doplňujúcu otázku pristúpime k 7. vyžrebovanej otázke od pani poslankyne Veroniky Šrobovej na ministra práce, sociálnych vecí a rodiny Slovenskej republiky Erika Tomáša. Otázka znie: pán minister, minulý týždeň ste ohlasili vznik centier pomoci. Moja otázka znie: ako plánujete zabezpečiť personálne obsadenie týchto centier napriek nízkym ponúkaným mzdám pre kvalifikovaných odborníkov, zároveň zabezpečiť efektivitu ich fungovania, vrátanie propagácie medzi občanmi a dostatočnej kapacity na zvládanie požiadaviek a tiež ako bude garantovaná finančná udržateľnosť po vyčerpaní poskytnutých.
Tej levely, páni. Tej podradné levely a máme to.
Ďakujem pekne opäť za slovo. Teraz však v zastúpení pána kolegu. Vážená pani poslankyňa, domnievam sa, že vaša otázka smeruje k sieti poradní komplexnej pomoci, ktorá vznikne od 1. marca 2025 a je súčasťou strategického plánu zefektívnenia poradenských služieb. Nová sieť vznikne spojením personálnych a materiálnych kapacít rodinných poradní a bezplatných dlhových poradní. Tento integrovaný in-house prístup umožní odborníkom spolupracovať z jedného miesta, čím sa vytvorí synergický efekt v prospech klientov. Na zabezpečenie personálneho obsadenia plánujeme motivovať kvalifikovaných odborníkov nielen prostredníctvom konkurencieschopných pracovných podmienok, ale aj možnosťou ďalšieho vzdelávania a profesijného rastu. Súčasťou projektu sú tiež inovatívne prvky, ako je zapojenie sprievodcov s osobnou skúsenosťou pri práci s rodinami so zdravotne znevýhodnenými deťmi, čo zvýši kvalitu a diverzitu poskytovaných služieb. Efektivita fungovania poradní bude posilnená regionálnou dostupnosťou, keďže sieť bude pôsobiť v 46 mestách Slovenska a odborníci budú poskytovať služby nielen priamo v priestoroch poradní, ale aj v prirodzenom prostredí klientov. Propagácia bude realizovaná v rámci národného projektu aj priamo odborníkmi prostredníctvom preventívnych aktivít v regiónoch. Podmienky poskytovania poradenstva a finančná udržateľnosť systému budú následne riešené v pripravovanom návrhu zákona o poradensko-psychologických službách, ktorý je zaradený do plánu legislatívnych úloh na druhý štvrťrok 2026. Tento zákon vytvorí rámec pre stabilné financovanie a rozvoj poradní v dlhodobom horizonte. Ďakujem.
Ďakujem za odpoveď. Napriek tomu, že ste sa neprihlásili, chcete doplňujúcu otázku, pani poslankyňa? Nie. Pristúpime k 8. vyžadovanej otázke opäť od pani poslankyne Veroniky Šrobovej na ministra práce, sociálnej veci a rodiny Tomáša. Nie je otázka. Pán minister, minulý týždeň to je to isté, takže ani doplňujúca asi nie je predpokladaná. Ďakujem. 9. otázka v poradí, pán poslanec Ondrej Dostal na ministra zahraničných vecí a európskych záležitostí Slovenskej republiky Juraja Planára. Znenie otázky. Podpredsedovia Národnej rady Slovenskej republiky Andrej Danko a Igor Gašpar ohlásili, že mienia absolvovať cestu do Moskvy. Aký je oficiálny postoj ministerstva zahraničných vecí k tejto ceste do Ruska, teda krajiny, ktorá nás oficiálne považuje za nepriateľa a ktorá vedie agresívnu vojnu voči Ukrajine, nášmu susedovi? Odpovedať bude pán minister financí.
Dobre, takže pán opäť za pána ministra Planára. Vážený pán poslanec, ďakujem za vašu otázku. Listom 22. novembra 2024 som bol podpredsedom poverený pod vedením Národnej rady Slovenskej republiky, poverený vedením Národnej rady Slovenskej republiky požiadané o stanovisko, či je predmetná služobná cesta predstaviteľov Národnej rady v súlade so zahranično-politickým smerovaním Slovenskej republiky, pozíciou Slovenskej republiky ku konfliktu na Ukrajine. Moje odpovedi pre pána podpredsedu povereného vedením Národnej rady som uviedol, citujem. Aj keď je Ministerstvo zahraničných vecí a európskych záležitostí Slovenskej republiky v mysle kompetenčného zákona o ústredným orgánom štátnej správy zodpovedným za oblasti zahraničných vecí, plne rešpektuje nezávislosť zákonodárnej moci Slovenskej republiky a slobodný výkon mandátov poslancov Národnej rady Slovenskej republiky stanovených ústavou Slovenskej republiky. Ministerstvo zahraničných vecí a európskych záležitostí nemá kompetenciu posudzovať návrhy a realizáciu zahraničných pracovných ciest poslancov Národnej rady Slovenskej republiky. Prípadné stanoviska Ministerstva zahraničných vecí a európskych záležitostí v tomto smere majú odporúčací charakter. V záujme prezentovania jednotnej zahraničnej politiky Slovenskej republiky navonok Ministerstvo zahraničných vecí a európskych záležitostí vždy víta záujem poslancov alebo poslaneckých delegácií realizovať oficiálne zahraničné pracovné cesty v súlade so zahranično-politickými prioritami a postojmi vlády. Vychádzajú z ústavnoprávnych a medzinárodných záväzkov Slovenskej republiky, ako aj z programového vyhlásenia vlády. Medzi tieto patrí okrem iného presadzovanie dôsledného dodržania medzinárodného práva, podpora všetkých bezpokojných mierových aktivít na ukončenie konfliktu na Ukrajine, v súlade s medzinárodným právom, všeobecná podpora územnej celistvosti štátov v ich medzinárodne uznávaných hraniciach a nepriateľnosť zmeny hraníc silou, ako aj rešpektovanie spoločných záväzkov prijatých EÚ a NATO, vrátanie sankčnej politiky a koordinácie s partnermi. V neposlednom rade je pri zahranično-politických aktivitách poslancov Národnej rady Slovenskej republiky, respektíve výbere zahraničných partnerov žiaduce brať na zreteľ a širšie medzinárodné súvislosti. Vítam, ak aj túto konkrétnu zahraničnú pracovnú cestu posúdite v tomto kontexte. V prípade, že bude o to požiadané Ministerstvo zahraničných vecí európskych záležitostí pripravené poskytnúť vedeniu a poslancom Národnej rady Slovenskej republiky v rámci oficiálnych zahraničných pracovných ciest súčinnosť pri príprave a realizácii vrátane prípravy zahranično-politických podkladových materiálov a poskytnutie logistickej podpory príslušného zastupiteľského úradu. Koniec citátu. Ďakujem.
Ďakujem, pán minister. Pán poslanec dostal na doplňujúcu otázku.
Ja sa teda priznám, že to bol cestu a myslím, že chápem, že to nemôže ministerstvo zahraničných vecí rozhodnúť. Krajinu, ale teda Národná rada prijala niekoľko uznesení, moja doplňujúca otázka by porúčal takúto cestu, lebo som to prečítal, mi to nebolo jasné, ale chápem, že asi je to otázka, ktorú
ďakujem za otázku. Ďakujem. Ďalšiu otázku v poradí je otázka od poslankyne Ingrid Kosovej na ministra školstva, ale pani poslankyňa nie je prítomná v sále, takže budeme pokračovať otázkou číslo 12 od pani poslankyne Beaty Jurík, tak tiež vyšla do sály. Nie je prítomná, takže pokračujeme v otázke číslo 13. Opäť Ingrid Kosová nie je prítomná v sále. Otázka číslo 14. Beata Jurík nie je prítomná v sále. Otázka číslo 15 od poslanca Romana Michalka. Nie je prítomný v sále. 16. Ingrid Kosová, pani poslankyňa nie je prítomná v sále. A došiel na rad pán poslanec Dostál. Ten bude dnes uspokojený odpovedami na otázky, takže čítam otázku 17, je na ministra zahraničných vecí. Prosím? Áno. Môžeme pokračovať, aj keď máme nejakých 30 sekúnd. Ingrid Kosová, pani poslankyňa, nie je prítomná, pani poslankyňa Števulova nie je prítomná. Zase je tá otázka od vás, pán poslanec, na ministra zahraničných vecí a európskych záležitostí. Číslo 20, otázka. Slovensko dlhodobo podporuje zotrvanie Gruzínska na proeurópskej ceste. Aká je vaša reakcia na to, že gruzínsky premiér po nedávnych parlamentných voľbách vyhlásil, že Gruzínsko pozastavuje prístupové rozhovory z EÚ do roku 2028, ale asi nie je čas na... Pokiaľ pán minister, môžete, pán minister Kamenický, vy zastupujete pána ministra Vlanára. Áno, ale tak teda máte nejakú jednoduchšiu odpoveď, tak vám dávam priestor ešte. Nie? Takže budeme konštatovať, že čas určený na hodinu otázok uplynul. Končím tento bod programu. Zároveň prosím členov vlády, aby zotrvali rokovací sále. Nasleduje odpovede a interpelácie. Odpovede na interpelácie a interpelácie. Vážené pani poslankyne, pani poslanci, nasledujú teda tieto dva body. Otváram bod písomné odpovede členov vlády Slovenskej republiky na interpelácie poslancov Národnej rady Slovenskej republiky. Písomne podané do 7. septembra 2024, tlač číslo 481. A písomné odpovede členov vlády Slovenskej republiky na interpelácie poslancov Národnej rady Slovenskej republiky písomne podané do 8. novembra 2024, tlač číslo 576. Z dôvodu prehľadnosti prosím poslancov, aby pri svojich vystúpeniach uviedli tlač a číslo, pod ktorým sa odpoveď členov vlády nachádza, a v prípade nespokojnosti s odpoveďou uviesť, či žiadajú, aby Národná rada hlasovala o ich nespokojnosti s odpoveďou. Otváram rozpravu k obidvom uvedeným tlačiam. Konštatujem, že sa do rozpravy neprihlásil nikto z poslancov. Teraz sa pýtam, či sa chce niekto hlásiť do rozpravy ústne. Končí možnosť prihlásiť sa do rozpravy ústne. Vyhlasujem rozpravu za skončenú. Prepačte, nech sa páči, pani poslankyňa Šteblová. Máte slovo.
No, 908 level, páni, už iba 2 levely. Necelé 2 levely, to už ako pretlačíme 2 levely, nie? 2 levely. Pretlačíme, poďme si vystreť kocúra, nie? Pretlačíme a pôjdeme si vystreť toho kocúra. Prichádza čas vystretia kocúra. Pretlač to a vystri si, pretlač to a vystri si kocúra. Pretlač to a vystri si, pretlač to a vystri si kocúra. Dobre páni, dobre. Veľmi dobre, že sme to trošku potiahli. Lebo dneska budeme môcť oprašiť stalkera ešte, zajtra budeme môcť ešte oprašiť nejakého stalkera. Čiže masochistické riešenie, masochistické. Vystri si kocúra, vystri si kocúra, už sa to blíži, vystretie kocúra.
Chcela vyjadriť k číslu 8, tlač 576, je to vlastne odpoveď pána ministra vnútra Matúša Šutaja Eštefa, ktorá sa týka vlastne mojej interpelácie z 23. oktobra 2004 vo veci rezervačného systému Vinohradskej polície, policajného zboru. Ja som sa teda pýtala na tému, teda, že aké boli vykonané opravy týkajúce sa online rezervačného systému, cez ktorý si vlastne...
Vystri si, už sa to blíži. Sa blíži vystretie kocúra. 98, zachováme 99.
Takisto som sa pýtala na to...
Za chvíľu ešte nie, to ešte potrvá chvíľku. Nastavenia termínu. Vystri si kocúra, vystri si kocúra, vystri si toho nášho kociho. A preto vystri si kocúra, vystri si kocúra.
Nevedia dostať, hlavne jeden študent ktorý vlastne sa to snažil riešiť tak, že teda bol aj na policajných staniciach, snažili sa kvázi postaviť do radu, aby si mohol spraviť na štúdiu, na vízum, ale medzi tým sa rozhodol do Slovenska vycestovať, neštudovať časy tresty vlastne nestojí. No a ja som v podstate dostala odpovede na túto interpeláciu, ktoré ale podľa môjho názoru nie sú dostatočné, pretože z ministerstva mi odpísali teda, že vykonali opakované skúšky vlastne termíny, alebo to mal mrznúť, že by mali byť dostupné termíny, ale skutočnosť tak je taká, že tie termíny stále nie sú dostupné, boli dostupné nejaké termíny zamestnanie.
Vystri si kocúra, vystri si toho kociho. A preto vystri si kocúra.
Že by inak nemohli na Slovensku študovať ďalej. Súdnici sa stále sťažujú, že ten termín padá, že sa nevedia vlastne dostať k vyplneniu tej žiadosti tak, aby ju, lebo ona je veľmi komplikovaná na tom online registračnom systéme a nevedia sa vlastne dostať k tomu, že vyplnia, aby ten termín nezmizol. Čiže ja si myslím, že tento systém naďalej opravený nie je, že je tam problém.
A preto vystri si kocúra,
Ktokoľvek chce, môže nahlásiť podozrenie zo spáchania priestupku alebo trestu.
Vystri si toho,
A že teda
kociho.
aby si tieto termíny mali čiastočne blokovať aj samotní cudzinci, lebo častokrát prepadne nejaké percento termínov. Ale s tým nemôžem súhlasiť, lebo podľa mňa oni prepadávajú práve preto, lebo sa vlastne hromadne berú z toho trhu tými priekupníkmi a tie, ktoré nepredajú, tak nepotrebujú vlastne využiť. Myslím si, že táto...
A preto vystri si kocúra, vystri si toho, kociho.
Aj elektronická komunikácia s rezortom a že budú môcť cudzinci, ktorí majú vydanú povinnú kartu a aktivovanú na elektronické komunikovanie, používať elektronickú formu, ale z toho...
Už sa to blíži, vystrete kocúra, už sa to blíži. Vystrete kocúra, blíži sa, vystretý. Blíži sa kocúr, vystretý. Už sa to blíži, vystrete kocúra, už sa to blíži. Bolo to tvrdá práca, páni, bolo to tvrdé sústo. Tvrdé jatky.
Tie termíny, teda tie žiadosti, ktoré dávať online a teda nebudú sa rezervovať.
Už je to za nami pomaly.
Ja nie som spokojná teda s touto odpoveďou a budem celú vec ďalej monitorovať, nie len teda to, či online systém funguje, kde 40 minút bol dosť času na to, aby teda akákoľvek externá firma zabezpečila jeho zásadné zlepšenia, aby stále si padávala, aby tam tie termíny boli, ale zároveň to, že naozaj od 15.12. bude umožnená elektronická komunikácia na podávanie žiadosti. A nežiadam hlasovanie. Ďakujem.
Ďakujem, pani poslankyňa. Chce sa k vystúpeniu pani poslankyni vyjadriť niektorý z členov vlády? Nikto, konštatujem. Vyhlasujem rozpravu za skončenú, prerušujem rokovanie o tomto bode programu, hlasovanie o uzneseniach sa uskutoční na bližšom popoludní. Otváram bod interpelácie poslancov. Chcem vám dať do pozornosti paragraf 129 zákona o rokovacom poriadku, ktorý upravuje charakter tohto ústavného inštitútu. Ďalej chcem pripomenúť, že podľa zákona o rokovacom poriadku ústne prednesenie interpelácie nezbavuje poslanca povinnosti odovzdať svoju interpeláciu písomne predsedovi Národnej poslanskej republiky. K predneseniu interpelácie sa písomne neprihlásil nikto z poslancov. Pýtam sa, hlásia sa niekto z poslancov do predneseniu interpelácie v rámci tohto bodu. Konštatujem, že nikto. Pýtam sa členov vlády, či niektorý z nich chce odpovedať. Nie, asi nie, ďakujem. Vyhlasujem tento bod programu za skončený a súčasne vyhlasujem 10-minútovú prestávku.
A preto vystri si kocúra, vystri si kocúra.
Ďakujem členom vlády samozrejme za účasť.
Sa to blíži, vystrete kocúra, už sa to blíži. Vystrete kocúra, už sa to blíži. Vystrete kocúra, vystri si kocúra. Vystri si toho, kociho. A preto už sa to blíži. Vystrete kocúra, už sa to blíži. Vystrete kocúra, vystri si kociho. Vystri si toho, kocúra. A preto už sa to blíži. Vystrete kocúra, už sa to blíži. Vystrete kocúra, vystri si kociho. Vystri si toho, kocúra. Kde? A preto už sa to blíži. Vystri si kocúra, už sa to blíži. A čo ešte máme týždenné misie by som mal spáviť, man. Dneska si pôjdem vystať kocúra až okolo 5. Najskôr. Niečo tesne po 5. typujem. Tie budíky od 7. môžem vypnúť. Už nepotrebujem budík od 7. Už mám trón úplne u riti. Už mám trón úplne u pagody, trón je chorá vec. Trón je chorá vec chorého súdka, namočený v chorej šťave. Trón je chorá vec chorého súdka, namočený v chorej šťave. V chorej šťave namočený maj Griffith. No, už sa to blíži, vysrate kocúra, už sa to blíži. To sme za polkou, ja? Za polkou na 99, páni. Už môžeme pomaličky povedať, že nám chýba iba level. Chýba iba level, halleluja, už nám chýba iba level. Halleluja, chýba nám level, podradný. Už sa to blíži, vystrte kocúra, už sa to blíži. Vystri si kocúra, vystri si toho, kocího. Čo mi skončilo? Už mi skončia asi tie buffy mi končia, čo? Máme 1900. Odlično, čo mi končí. Ten časopis, Live and Life. Sa mi zdá, že mi skončil. Z nich. Live and Live mi skončil, povedal 8.24. No. Až. Live and Live skončil, že? No ešte máme 2 minúty. A ty máme 12 minút, to bude stačiť pomaly. Ó, jasné, skončili. A to už ani nemám. Ja. No nič, nemusíme ísť sem rýchlo. Dvanásť minút. A to bude stačiť.
Don't look so gloomy, man. At least you don't look like a prude.
Oh. Šesť, 7, 0, 1. Are we good? Live and Live už nepoužijem. To má zmysel, dávať na hodinu niečo, čo ukončím do 12 minút. Plus minus. Takže tam 5% stratím, ale to je v pohode, s tom nestrelám. Už 99 level. Teraz 99 level. Už iba jeden level finálny a potom by som sa pozrieť na týždenné misie tiež. Čo na škodu veci samozrejme a taký kšeft. Jeden level, páni. Posledný level. Už 2102 by to malo finishnúť. Teoreticky, ja? Koľko máme? 37.
Hi everyone, it's Rax. It's been a very long day. Path of Exile 2 Grinding Gear Games released all of the ascendancies for the game ahead of the early access, so you could kind of have a vague idea of what you might want to do when it comes out on Friday. So I have been spending the entire day watching review after review and content and studying and talking with the thousands of people in chat. Thank you for being there, by the way. About what you could select for your build tomorrow. There is no way all of this is going to be right. A lot of it could be wrong, but I did spend a ton of time trying to take in a bunch of different things so I can hopefully give you a vague idea on what you might want to start on Friday. So that's what we're going to cover in this video. I'm going to explain everything. And one thing that I would like to point out to you that I've noticed that's a little bit different from me and other content creators is some of the content creators are really planning for the end game. They're showing builds that are going to be godly in the end game when you have 20,000 armor and 6,000 mana, da-da-da-da-da. This video is going to be 100% focused on what I think could potentially be very strong to get through the campaign. Because if you're getting destroyed right away at the beginning of the game, you're not going to have any fun. So I'm going to try to pick nodes that I think might be really good right at the beginning and take like important stuff for the end game much later, or actually in some cases just tell you to respec. One thing I gotta say, red hoodie is because for my subathon I promised I would wear holiday hoodies the whole time. All I want to eat. That's why we're wearing this hoodie. So, and one thing I want to say before I start, there was a really awesome video by Connor Converse. I discovered his content today. If you'd like to watch it, all Path of Exile 2 Ascendancies reviews. Seems like a really smart guy, seems like a chill dude. This is a good video if you want to watch another one after mine. So anyway, all right, let's get started. That was a huge introduction. In the sheet, I always update everything that I know about the game. This will do it bigger and bigger as we go. That's what she said. So, a basic thing to understand about Path of Exile 2 on Friday. When you start, you're going to pick one of 6 classes. When you pick this, you can't change it unless you're going to make another character. So you kind of want to choose wisely. Then, as you play the game, you pick Mercenary, you are going to ascend into one of 2 choices. You will either become a Gemling Legionnaire, or you will become a Witch Hunter. You cannot change this either. Currently, Grinding Gear Games is considering the option to let you change it one day, but for right now, we can't change it. So you gotta choose wisely. This video is helping you decide which of these 12 ascendancies to pick. Now, you're going to see you're going to have a million choices. This is the one you should take first, and then second, and then third, and then fourth. And I'll explain why. But these can be respec. So once you get past these two choices, whatever, you can just try whatever. It doesn't really matter. But we're going to go through all 12, and I'm going to explain why I think some of them might be really good for you about what you might want to do. Okay? So let's just get started here. Let's start with the Sorceress. You're going to either be a Stormweaver or a Chronomancer, and I don't think this is close at all. I think for a new player, the Stormweaver is way, way better. Now, because this is for new players, I'm not going to dive into a bunch of mechanics. Like, from studying this game for an entire week, I'm starting to learn what the mechanics are. But there's so many to learn, and grinding your games might change them all. I'm going to try to explain it to you in very simple terms, okay? So the basic thing for the Stormweaver, from everything that I've researched and studied today, is everything here is pretty damn good. But it is my experience a lot of times in Path of Exile, when you get to an ascendancy, and I guess let me explain one thing for people that don't know this. In Act 2, I believe, you're going to get your first trial that you have to complete. When you beat that trial, you get the chance to ascend. You will pick one of the two choices listed in this spreadsheet. And then you're going to have to do 4 of them for a total of 8 points, right?
You don't need
and then,
you don't need to.
So
you
how
can give a shit.
path through here
You don't need to. You
matters.
can give a shit.
And you can
give a shit. You don't need 8 points.
You want to take
I just want 4 points.
You would have to
That's good enough.
through 6.
Just need 4 points.
So there's an opportunity cost here. So you're going to see some of the choices that I make require you to take a certain path. Every time that you complete one of these trials, you get 2 points for a total of 8. So you might
just 4 points. 4 points, good enough, boy. We don't need 8 points. We just need 4. 4 fucking points. 4 big hits. That's all.
Again, I'm assuming that you're new. Okay, anyway, Stormweaver. A lot of this seems very, very strong. Exposure you inflict and lowers the resistances by additional 20%. The question is, can resistances go below 0 with this? But you make the monsters take more damage. So in PoE 2, when they give you a new skill from your ascendancy, it's a skill gem in your menu, and you can put support gems on it and make it even stronger. It is my experience in Path of Exile that a lot of these times, these skills that they give you are actually pretty strong. So if they are pretty strong, it might be really nice to take in the campaign. And that's exactly what I'm banking on. I'm banking on this is going to be a good skill worth taking early on, and I'm going to go for it. I'm thinking about starting Stormweaver. I'll make a video tomorrow, potentially, about what I actually will start. But I'm thinking about starting with this Elemental Storm and the cooldown recovery rate, because it's going to put these whirlpools under the monsters. And with the cooldown recovery, I think the base cooldown is 5 seconds. So essentially, every time that you crit with any spell, you're going to put this whirlpool under the monsters or under the bosses. I think it might be really strong. So the first thing I'm going to do is take the Elemental Storm and buff the Elemental Storm. And then later on, as you get further into the game, Arcane Surge, which is 10% cast speed, 20% more mana, cast faster, more mana. And then this Force of Will, 1% increased effect of Arcane Surge for all of your maximum mana. You just stack mana. You buff your Arcane Surge, and then there is a beautiful gem, or one of my favorites ever in PoE 1 that's returning, called Archmage as a buff, which gives you 5% of your damage of lightning damage for each 100 maximum mana that you have. Stack mana to infinity, buff Arcane Surge, spawn the whirlpools, destroy everything. This advice is going to be amazing if the whirlpools are good. It's going to be terrible if the whirlpools are bad. Whatever. So, you take the whirlpools, where's Sorceress? You take the whirlpools, and then we take the thing that buffs Arcane Surge. Seems like an awesome option for new players that want to cast spells. I think it looks so cool, and I'm very excited to play Stormweaver. I'm going to play everything. I'm going to play all 12. All right. Chronomancer. Chronomancer is going to be real simple. It's about manipulating time. It's about manipulating cooldowns. You look at these top two things, these seem like some of the strongest options. Sometimes your skills don't consume a cooldown, and then you get the time snap, which resets your cooldowns.
Fuck it.
All of this sounds really good, but I believe Chronomancers are going to require you to have a really good idea in place. You need a skill gem with a really long cooldown that you can't solve, that you're going to use your ascendancy to solve in order to get a big output. When you're starting on day one and none of us really know anything, I don't have like a really good plan for anything. I don't really know how I would use this.
I got a plan, boy. I got a plan. I got a huge plan how to do this bullshit.
So I feel like
full evasion monk, man.
Later,
Full evasion monk. Full
I feel
evasion.
like we need
Armor
knowledge
monk.
to take advantage of the things
I got
that
a
we're
plan.
doing very well. The damage recoup is life, and the recoup occurs over a shorter duration.
Full evasion,
It's a nice
armor
way to
monk.
Stay alive. The game's going to be challenging, but I could possibly recommend this for a new color in any way. So unless you have a really good plan, I didn't even fill anything out. I think you need to know more before going Chronomancer. So if you want to start Sorceress, I think Stormweaver is a way, way better option. Let's go to Warrior. Now, the Titan is super, super, super strong, and so many things here look absolutely incredible. Now, it's pretty much universally agreed upon from everyone in the community that Hulking Form is one of, if not the greatest, ascendancy node in the entire game. So when you're moving around the giant passive tree, there's these little passive nodes like, I don't know, 10% damage with maces. Now it's 15, because you get 15 or 50% more. At the end of the game, having this node, after you pick so many small passives, is going to give you so many buffs that it's going to be crazy. So there's pretty much no way as a Titan we can skip this. In order to take this, we must take Colossal Capacity. So we have to go to 4 in order to path the 5. 4 is you get 20 more inventory slots, which is kind of a bummer because it's like quality of life. Your ascendancy is supposed to be like damage or like something for your archetype that's like game changing. It is awesome. Everybody wants more inventory space, but this is not exactly what we were looking for. But they probably did this on purpose because this node is so strong. You have to pay the penalty to get this, and we will pay that penalty. From here, the Titan has a lot of good options again. So the aftershocks here are bursts of area damage that occur after the initial impact. This is a super good option. There are ways with there seem to be other ways with other like gems or war cries or auras to get things like aftershock or improve your stuns. So you can either go all in on one way or all in on another, whether it's with the passage and your skills or and also with the ascendancy at the same time. Also, they have pretty decent survivability nodes, 50% more armor from your body armor or 15% more life, which is very rare to find in Path of Exile. I also really, really like these nodes too. The Titan is just, it seems pretty juiced everywhere. Your hits are crushing blows. They cause a heavy stun on enemies that are ready for a stun. And then you get 40% more damage against those heavily stunned enemies. So as long as you take Hulking Form somewhere, this is going to be a very good path. I have a feeling people's trees early game are going to be very inefficient. So I think Hulking Form is the thing that you should take last. So you have a choice. You could take the shockwaves, the aftershocks, and maybe one of the survivability nodes, like 15% life. That's a great choice. Every second SAM skill is ancestrally boosted, which is every second skill 20% more damage. That's like 10% more damage. That's not very good. So we don't like number 3. Could take 2 and a survivability node, or you could just go all in with stuns. And the reason why I like stuns for new players is because the monsters can't hit you. It might actually keep you alive better than the other thing. It's up to you. But as a new player, I would recommend going for the stuns. So both stuns, and then we go pick up the Hulking form and be looking for those juicy passive nodes. The Titan will be a godly ascendancy. I don't think there's any chance that it will be weak at all. So now we have the Warbringer. And initially, before I started looking at what was released, I thought Warbringer was going to essentially just be Totem Boy. But it doesn't seem to be completely based on that. So if you go down here, this is a very interesting thing. Corpses in your presence, and I've heard your presence is 8 meters, and 8 meters is almost the entire screen. That's what I think I know, could be completely wrong. Presence is 8 meters, means almost the whole screen. They explode when you war cry, doing 25% or less. So if we can war cry after we kill enemies, they're just gonna detonate everywhere. And then here we can ignore our war cry cooldowns and then try to find a way to automate our war cries. So you run around killing, war crying, and blowing up the whole map. This combination should be incredible for like mapping. Warbringer might be one of the best mappers in the entire game when everything gets figured out. This great armor equal to 10% of damage dealt, and you can break enemy armor to below 0. Armor reduces physical damage taken, and then when you make it take even more. There's a mathematical error in this formula, which I'm sorry, I can't remember the YouTuber. I'll have to pin it or something or put in the comments. That has a brilliant video showing how one of the mathematical functions is asymptotic, and then it actually goes to like 5 trillion damage, and it flips to negative 5 million damage or whatever. Grinding Gear Games will fix it. In general, breaking armor seems pretty good. This Jade thing, I don't know. This might be good for like, I don't know, maybe for pinnacle bosses. These ancestral spirits and the 20% of damage taken from you goes to totems. This is kind of cool, and maybe this is good, but it's just hard to tell from just reading this. And honestly, I expected like more totem things out of this. So this part might be really good for bosses.
Plešinka, vítaj, posaď sa, plešτε. Posaď sa ako doma, ty
loptoš. We're really need this in the campaign. All we really get is this, and this is all we get from totems. I think when you go warrior, I think Titan is just better. Where you go the stuns or the shockwaves, and then you finally get hulking form. But either way, the way that I would recommend that you go is for the armor break. That's the only thing that's going to help you on bosses, which is probably going to stop you fastest. And then come down here and take the Warcaller's Bellow and the Great Howl for the clear. You can take them in whatever order you want, but this one's going to help you on bosses, which I assume is going to be the hard part. I think Titan is better for now for a new player, would be my assessment. All right, what's next? The Ranger. So a lot of people in PoE 1 are kind of complaining about the Ranger with Deadeye. And they're saying that the Ranger and the Deadeye and the Pathfinder are like essentially what was already in PoE 1, and that's very boring. Well, I can tell you, as someone who is not a super PoE veteran, and maybe a lot of you feel that way, maybe a lot of you haven't played that much, or maybe you're brand new, I made a Deadeye one time, and it was my strongest character I ever made in Path of Exile 1. It absolutely destroyed everything. With a lot of these nodes that I see, like projectile, point blank, far shot, endless munitions, a lot of these similar things. I had like a 5. Remember all the videos that I made? Like, oh, I found 2 mage bloods, da 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 da. I found this, I found that. All of that was on a Deadeye. So all the hate that people are getting that Deadeye is back on Ranger. Dude, I don't feel that hate at all. I love this character. And if you are new and you like bow things, I think Ranger is probably the best option in the game. Now, there's something to understand here. So your accuracy when you hit a monster is based upon the distance away from the monster. The further away you are, the lower your accuracy. So accuracy is very important for ranged and not so important for melee. I mean, we'll have to see how it all pans out. That's the general idea. So you might think, oh, well, that's a no-brainer, right? You take this no accuracy penalty at distance and then you just stay far away. Guys, I don't think monsters in Path of Exile 2 are just going to let you stay far away and destroy them. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think they're going to let that happen. So actually, I think the way to do it is not to do this. If you're going for a ranger, you're going for a glutton for punishment. You're going to take some deaths. But I actually think it's better to take point blank first to do damage right in front of you in order to get to the fires and additional projectile. Now, something to understand. Fires an additional projectile is very good for a skill that fires one projectile. But if you have a skill like Rain of Arrows, which everyone is raving about, that potentially fires 54 arrows, adding one arrow to 54 arrows, if that's how it works, is terrible, right? But for the early game, when you have like single shot skills or a skill that throws 3 grenades or something, this is incredible, just adding another projectile. And then I heard from people that the marks aren't so good. The Tailwind, which is a stacking buff, which gives you movement speed, skill speed, and evasion. And it builds up, but when you get hit, you lose it. And then you can also just straight up have it give you less damage taken. It's very powerful, but you have to not get hit. And we're going to be close, so we are going to get hit. But if I tell you not to take this, you might just get endlessly shit on and never be able to survive anything. And this is absolutely a consideration unless you just want to go full damage and just go for these frenzy charges. And the frenzy charges will be super, super strong for Rain of Arrows. So I think for a new player, the best option is to go point blank into Endless Munitions, take a skill that just gives you a second projectile that's really strong. Then you take Tailwind and Tailwind, and then you respec point blank and Endless Munitions for the frenzy charges, and then go Rain of Arrows. Something like that seems very, very strong. And I think this is an excellent choice. Point blank, do more damage when you're close, get the extra projectile, pick up the Tailwind, and then respec these for the frenzy charges. And when you go Rain of Arrows, I think Deadeye is probably going to be one of the best
6 points.
One of the best options, to be honest. Now, Pathfinder, I've been speedrunning PoE 1, trying to get better. I've lowered my campaign time down to a 347. And by the way, my brother has been asking me if you guys would like me to upload my 347 clear. Fresh start, by the way, no twink items. Completely fresh start of PoE 1. If you'd like to see that run, we can upload it. You don't give a shit.
Actually, no.
Anyway, I was playing Pathfinder. That's the reason why I'm bringing this up. So the thing about Pathfinder is, again, you want to think about why would you choose this? And I think the reason that you would choose this is if you wanted to play Poison Concoction, which I call Peacock, which is what I have been speedrunning. And Peacock is very strong for just destroying PoE 1. The reason why Poison is very interesting in Path of Exile is Poison does chaos damage. And sometimes there are monsters that have really good defenses against like melee hits or physical hits, or they have very good defense against elemental damage. But poisons are chaos damage. Sometimes that enables a lot of very, very tricky things that are super powerful. The problem is reading through this, I couldn't possibly tell you how good Poison Concoction will be. I just don't know. So if you want to try Poison Concoction, which I will, I guess you take Contagious Contamination into Poison Concoction and then something to do with buffing poisons. But in PoE 1, Poison Concoction was the strength was based upon your life flasks. Now it's based upon your mana flasks, and you only have one of them. So certainly these mechanics are going to change, and it's too hard to tell how it's going to work from just reading this. But I think you would choose this, if you were to choose this, I would just probably go with Poison Concoction and buff poisons and chaos damage. But is that going to be more reliable than the trusty Deadeye? Probably not, unless you really know what you're doing. As a new player, it's going to be hard to make the Pathfinder better than the Deadeye.
So what is the damage? 174.
Okay, the Witch, the Blood Mage. This is probably the one that I would say content creators and myself in chat did not really agree on the Witch, on which one looked better. So this thing is all about manipulating blood stuff, and the thing is spell damage leached as life is one of the this might be the only source of it in the entire game, or it's very, very rare that you can leach spell damage as life. So this already seems to have big value. In order to pick this up, you have to pick up the life.
I got the Gold Pearl Lagoon.
Curses have infinite duration. Seems it does not seem strong to me. I am not a person that likes to reapply curses over and over and over. I hate that gameplay. I think it's stupid. But still, would I rather just reapply the curse when I need to versus gaining an entire ascendancy
How many
path?
sherries?
I don't
How
think
many
this is worth
sherries?
it. Another thing is there might be some ways to just automate your curses in the game
How many
at a
sherries?
cost, but I'd rather pay that cost outside of my ascendancy than here. Not sure how good this is.
5 sherries.
This could be really strong in some builds. I don't. You'd have to theory craft it. I'm sure someone will come up with a great use for this. I can't think of it with this little of information, never having played the game. This is very strong, and it was recently nerfed. So the 1% crit damage per 40 life will be strong if you get your crit high enough. It said it will be possible for some builds to reach 100% crit chance or something close to it, but it's going to be way harder than in PoE 1. And they nerfed the life threshold for how you get the damage. So early game, when you don't have very good crit, this isn't going to be very good. The base crit chance for spells is 15%. I learned today from watching different content that not all spells have the same base critical chance. I think the one that has one of the lowest is fire spells. So if you're going fire, then this node actually might be a big
no-no!
Crit chance.
Big no-no!
Then this is essentially Progenesis. Progenesis was a flask in PoE 1, which was extremely powerful and sought after. So instead of you taking the full damage, some of the damage applies to you over 4 seconds and makes it way easier to stay alive. And then gain energy shield from body armor as extra life. Well, this could be really strong if you just have a basic idea of how you're gearing yourself. In the end game, you take a body armor that has full energy shield, and then you roll the mods on it to just buff the energy shield on that body armor, and then you just get that much life. It should be a huge defensive buff. So there are some cool things going on here. We have the spell leech. This might be good in some situation. They have Progenesis. So I think the Blood Mage actually looks really good. So we're definitely going to take, you're definitely going to take the spell damage leeches life, and we're going to take Grasping Wounds and Gore Spike. So the Grasping is the Progenesis, and the Gore Spike we take last, because hopefully you have really good crit by the end of the game. If you're going a fire build, maybe this is useful earlier, and maybe you take it. But I think the Blood Mage actually looks pretty good. I would say out of all the classes, the hardest one for me to wrap my head around is probably the Infernalist. And it might be a hell of a lot better than what I can see how it's going to be really good. It's just very hard for me to communicate, like to think about all the mechanics here. So first of all, the first one's really easy. 20% of your cold as fire, and then lightning as fire, and then physical as chaos. Well, we're just going to go around and we're just going to stack the shit out of fire resist. And there are specific nodes on the tree that can get you to like very, very high maximum fire resist. So converting a lot of our damage to fire is going to keep us alive. And remember, PoE is a hard game. So there are a couple of ways that you could build the Infernalist. You could reserve all these things and play like a low life build, and that doesn't mean you're a loser. It just means that you're literally low on life and certain mechanics work. You could just take this one and buff up your maximum spirit, and spirit is the way that you generate minions. So this could be a minion build, and you may take the Loyal Hellhound with that, which is what I originally thought I would recommend on Infernalist, and maybe that's the way to go. Then there's Demon Form, and Demon Form gives you like, I think Connor said it was +4 to skill ranks and 160% cast speed. But then you start to take a lot of increased damage, and it's hard to mitigate. Originally thought it was fire damage, but now it's like all damage or something. So this could be really, really good, but it might be really, really hard for a new player to play as. And then we have all of these things that are just about doing fire damage and a chance to ignite and the magnitude, and we get rid of mana. Now we have Infernal Flame. And then as we build up Infernal Flame, if it gets all the way to max,
v podstate 18 hodín to trvalo, presne podľa plánu.
If it's too low, then we don't get the extra bonuses. So we would, okay, so that's a lot of rambling. So, and then also, this one's kind of interesting as well. The Ignited, you deal a critical hit, taking 15% of your life, but you get 30% more critical strike damage. Also an option. I'm sure there's going to be great combinations here. I sat around here thinking about it for a long time. If you want to play Infernalist, first of all, you could go the summon thing with the summon the Infernal Horde, and then you take the max spirit to get more summons. But I think the easier way to play Infernalist would be if you just want to play a fire build. Anything that does fire damage. Or a combo that would benefit from fire damage with like Ignited Magnitude. So the way you do that is you want Altered Flesh at some point when you're to stack max fire res. And then you want to take all three of these. The Pyro stuff, the Bringer Flame, and the Seething Body. And then all you do is you cast fire stuff, you put Ignites on, and you want to raise your, what's it called, the Infernal Flame. You want to raise that almost to max, but not at max, and just cast spells consistently like that. Keep it very high to activate these two buffs. Should be able to burn the world to the ground. Should be pretty good. A lot of ways you can go with this. Very complicated ascendancy, according to me. It's going to be very interesting to see how people theory craft this. There's a big argument about which one, or excuse me, where is it? Yeah, down here. About which is better. A little bit the easier one to understand is Blood Mage, but I guess it's also pretty easy to understand. Stack fire res, do fire damage, do this. Going to be interesting for sure. Path of Exile. This is just the early access, man. It's only going to get more insane. So a lot of people were really, really digging the Witch Hunter. And I am struggling to see the allure of the Witch Hunter, at least early. Maybe it'll be way better later. These 20 passive skill weapon set points, when you swap weapons, you can have like different passive trees, and you could like make a completely different spec for like one weapon than the other. I have a feeling this node is going to be godly. So you can have like one weapon for mapping. You get to the boss, you switch the weapons, and then you just fry him down with something different. I have a feeling it's going to be really strong. with this little of knowledge in the game, and casuals ain't got no time to make two. They don't have enough time to make one passive tree, let alone another one for a different weapon set and min max all that crap. So even though I think this node will be very, very good for the Giga Chads later, I don't think this is something we should worry about now. So Culling Strike got significantly nerfed. So first of all, Culling Strike just kills enemies at a certain life threshold. 30, 20, 10, 5, depending on their rarity. But the thresholds are checked before the damage of the hit. So if I shoot this guy, a little white trash mob, for 70 damage and he has 100, it's going to check first, how much health does he have? 100. And then you shoot, and then he's down to 30. You have to shoot again. He's going to check, oh, it's 30, he's dead. It's worse than if it checks afterward. It's going to like give you less one-shots. So that's kind of sad. And then Decimating Strike is hits against full life enemies, remove between 5 to 30% of life. So what is that? 35 plus 5 divided by 2 is like 17.5 damage. So that's my favorite number, by the way. So this might be really good for bosses. So Decimating Strike could be good. So I'm not saying these things are bad. Certainly they're not bad. But Culling Strike got nerfed, and I don't know. It's competing with a pretty good. It's competing with another pretty good ascendancy. So this concentration thing is a little bit tough to understand. And having maximum concentration, have maximum concentration equal to 40% of their max life, breaking enemy concentration on hit to 100% of damage dealt. Enemies regain 10% of concentration every second if they haven't lost concentration in the last 5 seconds. Essentially what this means is you have to do 40% of their maximum life in order to break their concentration. And then you can take No Mercy to deal 30% more damage to enemies based on their missing concentration. The problem is in order for this to work, you have to do 40% of this life and then have value, right? Well, Culling Strike takes off the bottom chunk of a monster's HP, and Decimating Strike takes off the top chunk of their HP. So if this is the monster's original HP, and we're narrowing it when we're fighting, and now we have to do 40% of that before this thing even activates, I'm struggling to understand, I guess, against major bosses, like the pinnacle bosses, this starts to have value, but it falls off a little bit. The sorcery ward seems strong, but it seems strong in the end game when you can afford to lose 50% less armor and evasion rating. You could take this combo later. And the Zealous Inquisition is just 10% chance to kill enemies they explode, dealing 100% of their maximum life, and it's doubled against undeads and demons. If nothing else, this one's going to be fun as hell. For the fun factor, it's absolutely going to be there. It might be really, really good for mapping as well. So, with all that in mind, so we will go Pitiless into Judge and Jury. So we are going to take these two. We are going to narrow down their life pool. Then I think you take the Zealous Inquisition, and then finally you do take the Witchbane. So should be pretty good. In fact, I'm wondering something though. Does Witchbane do anything on its own? So I don't know, reading this, I don't know if Witchbane actually, does anything actually happen when you break their concentration without No Mercy? I guess if that's not true, then we might have to consider either giving up Zealous Inquisition for the No Mercy so it does something, or maybe we just take the 20 passives. That's something I'm going to have to check. I actually don't know if breaking their concentration without No Mercy actually does anything. Maybe someone can tell me in the chat. In the comments. Okay, anyway, let's keep going. So it's definitely cool. I think this is an ascendancy that the early access is really going to help Grinding Gear Games cook some cool things for. Gemling Legionnaire. A lot of people are looking forward to this. The Gemling Legionnaire seems like the old trusty, the old trusty little lawnmower you've got in the shed. You want to know what? It does a pretty damn good job. There's a new lawnmower out there, but you want to know what? I just want my old piece of shit because it's like the Toyota
Slugbuster,
Camry, right?
Night Vision.
It's just got very, very simple things that
That's
just
a critical
buff
damage. Why?
your character
What
in
is
a very
this?
generic way. 10 quality doll skills. Quality in this game just essentially just makes the gem better, for lack of a better word. Every gem is a little bit different on what quality does for it, but quality good. +1 to the level of all skills, just buffing it up. 30% skills are 30% cheaper, but they cost more attributes. 3 more skill slots. I think you start with 9 by default. Now you have 12. I don't think this is probably going to be really good for like.
We prepare, we set it up, we set up Black Desert Boys, ako sa vyset kocu a vyset kociho. Ako dlho bude vystretý, to neviem predpokladať. Ako dlho bude vystretý, to neviem predpokladať, ale...
2 copies of the same support gem and different skills. That's
Ale bude vystretý, to je istá vec, páni, bude vystretý kocúr. Kocúr, bude vystretý, dobre? Bude vystretý kocúr. Áno?
Maximum resistance per whatever sockets that you want. So, there's a difference between resistance and max resistance.
Bude vystretý kocúr. Bude vystretý kocúr.
78, whatever it is. And then maximum resistance increases that 75 to 76, 77, 78, with the highest cap available in the game of 90. Let's say you're going to fight the pinnacle boss that does fire damage. You want to know what you do? You just throw 1 million red support gems in your gear. You don't even have to use them. It doesn't even matter. Put a stupid skill and just put 4 red support, as many red support gems as you can. And guess what? You might be able to have like 90% maximum fire res. You didn't even have to path to it in the tree. You just changed your gear for each boss. It's very, very flexible. This is that old lawnmower in the shed that just won't die. It's not pretty, it's not flashy, but boy, does it get the job done. So if you're not really sure what to do, this is such a nice choice to like not have too much anxiety. Because pretty much whatever you're doing, this seems like a very strong choice just for kind of buffing anything. And these final 2 choices are nice too. Attribute requirements of gems can be satisfied by your highest attribute. You just stack one thing, whatever you care about, and there you go. And then you can also get the inherent bonuses to be doubled. That's very nice as well. And might have some synergy up here. So this is that old lawnmower. You can't go wrong with the Gemling Legionnaire. It can't be the wrong choice.
Nikoho nezaujíma Gemling Legionnaire. Scourge Beast mixed meat stew. Scourge mixed. A Deathglow Relic.
Adequate uranium volume extracted and processed. Output quantity increased. Extraction complete. Extractors must complete cleaning and ventilation process before continuing operation. Please vacate.
Dark Prophet Grenade, Champion Dantwer. Where is the Dark Prophet glue? Rebellious teenager Genesis. So it's worthless. Fucking worthless, man. What is this? Vehicle defines their own chance. What is this? The fuck up. What is this? Who gives a shit about this, man? What is this? Who gives a shit about this? Uh-huh. Hey, what is this? What is this bullshit rewards again? What are these bullshit rewards, man? Even the fucking skins. What is this? Skills extra voucher. What is this? Like, what is this? What is this horseback, man? The season is complete trash bag pile of shit. I mean, complete trash bag. It's a horseshit motherfucker. It's complete dog shit. It's trash bag shit, man. It's complete dog fuck. Scourgeby is a mixed meat stew of Deathclaw Wellington. What is it for? Well, are you fucking serious? Meat, lung, liver, heart, brain. Oh, fuck off, you motherfuckers, you worthless individuals, you bastardic shits, man. You fucking worthless garbage. Are you serious with this horseback? Are you serious with this horseback? Is it a classic horseback? A classical? Uno Loco? What is this horseback? What should I pick? It's complete garbage, everything there. And what is this battle pass? This battle pass is a fucking sucker, man. This battle, oh fuck off, exit the motherfucker, man. Worthless garbagers, man. Worthless fucking garbagers, man. Bullshit individuals, man. Bullshit individuals. How much am I missing? 2 bricks. Only 2 bricks, man. Bullshit fuckers, man. Garbage, worthless mother suckers, man. Garbage, worthless mother suckers. I think I don't have wood. My wood is toast. Yeah. My wood is in horse shit. Motherfucking shit, another car. Man. Are you fucking kidding me? We don't have a motherfucking JoJo's. Okay, we keep that one. It's epic, so it's whatever. It's still gonna give me a solid bonus. Don't get me wrong, it's still gonna give me a solid bonus. So it's fine, we can keep it. Even without the 25%, that shit is still gonna give me a solid bonus, this one, this Epic Deathclaw Wellington. This is still gonna give me a solid bonus, like, yeah, it's fine. It's epic. So good. Ideme si vysať kódce za chvíľu, páni, nebojte sa, páni, už sa to blíži, kľud. Len povedám kukujicu. Čo povedám?
Reminder, any attempted 5-finger discounts will be reclaimed and paid for with said fingers.
We can push. Chýba nám drevo, tak nábalíme sa trošku drevom. Dáme si tam jedného Woodyho si dáme na miesto. Jako čo to začalo? I think we got enough wood, right? Here we go. Ongoing. There we go. Okay. No, the creator. It's actually not average. Koliko imaš? 19 levela. Áno, máme teraz dosť. Máme 810, 199, 49. 810. What did they change? Like, was it here? Oh, where's the cottage? I can't find the cottage again, man. It's over here. Okay. Yeah, it's over the road. It's all the way close to the road. How many? Only one? What is the fuck it? The fuck the bear? Where you put the bear, you fucking idiots? The bear was there, here it is. I need 4 bears. I still need 4 bears. That's annoying. That's annoying, I still need 4 bears. That's fucking annoying. Well, let's go home, let's finish the 2 ones, the last Panglers. Toto finishne, budeme si vystať kocu, ale v kľude, páni, už sa to blíži. Len potrebujem tieto misie trošku ešte rozhýbať. Tieto misie potrebujeme trošku rozhýbať. Just OK. Teraz tie pičné medvede. Tie pičné medvede budú problém. Pičné medvede budú problém. Pičné medvede. God fucking hell. pičné medvede budú po... Ako ak by sa mi teoreticky podarilo resetnúť, ak sa mi to podarí resetnúť, tie medvede cez tento dom, taký je plán resetnúť to cez dom, samozrejme. Ten plán by teoreticky mohol fungovať. Potom resetnúť rýchlo tie medvede. Znova zoberieme jedného lídera. Zoberieme jedného lídera. Ten plán mohol fungovať. Potrebujem tieto veci, ktoré sú na zviera. Potom sa ich zbaviť tu dole. To vonku ešte budú knihy. Potom tie medvede, že tie medvede mi chýbajú. Ja idem si vystať kociel. Ja si myslím, že to vyšlo. Myslím, že máme dosť. Medvede by teoreticky mali byť resetnuté, ale spravíme klasické kolo. Toto kolo zaistí, že budú resetnuté. Samozrejme zoberme jedného lída. Toto kolo zabezpečí, že budú resetnuté. Môžeme si ísť. Toto kolo malo zabezpečiť resetnuté tieto, a keby neboli tie vrchné, mali byť. A toto by malo byť resetnuté teraz. Mali by tu byť 4 medvede, tie zoberieme, ideme si vystať kocúra. Večer vybavíme náhnitý trón. Večer vybavíme náhnitý trón. Sú 1, 2, 3, 4. Takže toto máme. To je v podstate, sme hotoví. Denné misie sú hotové všetky. A týždenné misie nám chýba Wellington, toto nemusíme robiť, toto môžete. Tam horíte. Dobre. Teraz sme skončení. Dobre. To môžem vypnúť. A ešte to môžem dať na tie veci. Už som nepovedal, že som pičus. Tak tu sme skončili, tam je hotové. Tu si pôjdem vystať kocúva. Dobre. Takže presne podľa plánu, 18 hodín trvala sezóna. A?
Don't look so blue, and at least you don't look
Aha.
blue.
18 hodín trvala sezóna. Presne podľa plánu. Empad, Eagle Eye, Carnival. A že sme to niečo chceli? Chceli sme rozbiť nejaké veci. Toto. Aristokrata. TTP. Regeneračný bol sveta. Unhildingy môžeme dať preč. Najprv zoberieme 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alaska Winter. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Toto môžeme rozbiť, toto je ďalší unhilding. Force Scout. Výborné. No. A ostali nám 5 mozgov, 1 tasty squirrel stew. To máme uriti. Dobre. Vypíname. No. No. A stolka čo? To dali update nedávno, takže nepredpokladám, že bude update. Tamto celkom, tu dali nejaké updatey, kokoti. Však 25 už je vonku, nie? A oni ho delayli. Sádik. Odpadové vrady. Ideme si vystať kocú konečne. Ideme sa vyčmudiť. Vyštajeme ho. dobre. Vyčmudili sme sa. Ideme sa vystrieť, budíka nemám nastaveného, takže kedy vstanem, vtedy vstanem, dobre? Plešinka je doma. A náš plešter, náš mákový závín. Takže sme OK, prácu máme za sebou a uspočestíme výsledkov co 17:40 do nášho času, piču sa mal 16:40 a to už je nájsť triko. Ešte trošku. Pís. To sme zase biede namočení. Pekné 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 biede namočení. Oh shit. Fuck. Pekné biede namočení.
Hello and welcome back to Fallout 76. The raid is finally here, and hopefully some of you have had a chance to have fun with it. I know I have, but there's probably many of you that haven't done a raid yet. And what I want to do today is go over the rewards that you can actually get from raids. I did 3 raids back to back to back, and I just want to have a look at the rewards that I got from doing those raids. Now, this is just going to be looking at the rewards from the raids, not actually the raid itself. I do have a separate video if you're interested in that actually does a walkthrough of the raid. So here is the reward screen from the very first area. So this was the sentry bot, the giant sentry bot that you have to fight. So after clearing that, we got 18,500 XP, 340 caps, and 25 legendary scripts. But I did get a loose mod. This one is just a 1-star suppressor. So the loose mods that can drop can be anywhere from 1 to 4 stars. I do get some 4 stars later on. And I got Valkyrie, which is a unique weapon. And the unique weapons can only drop, they're tied to certain stages in the raid. So the Valkyrie, you're only going to get that from the first stage. And I'm not sure if it's a Gatling laser or a ultrasight Gatling laser. I'm not really sure which version of that it is, but it is troubleshooters with weapon speed and chance to become invisible, which, you know, that's not really all that interesting, but it does have a 4th star effect. So when attacking outside of VATS, deal a 50% weak point damage, which means if you scrap this, you have a chance to learn that 4th star effect. So it could be good for that. You can get the unique weapons, the named ones, in 2 different ways. You can get just the weapon itself, like I did, or you can actually get the plan, and then you can craft as many as you want. And I think that'll be a good way to get the legendary effects for weapons, is you can actually get the plan for the weapon, craft it and scrap it over and over again until you actually learn that 4-star effect. I didn't get lucky, though. I actually just got the weapon itself. I got 1 fusion core, I got an Assassin's Raider, power left arm. Now that is another thing, you will get legendaries here. Usually you get like 2 or 3 per stage, but it doesn't tell you on the reward screen really any information about it. It just says, you know, what it is. We don't know if it's a 1-star or, well, it can't be a 4-star. I guess my understanding is the 4-star stuff, you know, like if you get a 4-star piece of gear, it can only be one of the unique weapons or a Vulcan Power Armor piece. When those drop, those have a chance to be 4-star as well. But I think regular gear, you're only going to get 1 to 3 stars. At least that's all that I've seen. And then I got a plan for the Vulcan armor. It's actually for the emergency protocols. I actually haven't learned any of the Vulcan piece plans yet, but if I ever do, I'll be able to mod the torso with emergency protocols. Mystery magazine package, that's something that's fairly common. I think mystery bobbleheads or something we'll see later on as well. I got 1 treasury note, 2 legendary modules. Each stage, at least everything that I've seen, every single stage you'll get 2 legendary modules. So this is actually a pretty decent way to accumulate those. I got 2 plasma cores. I was using a Gatling plasma, so that makes sense. Some of the stages, though, they didn't necessarily seem, most of the time you got contextual ammo, but some of the times I didn't. So that was kind of strange, but that's the weapon I was using, so that's what I got. Also serums, I got electrically charged and grounded. Seems like you get serums kind of on every stage. So if you need serums, great, because you'll get a lot of them. If you don't need them, well, there's a bunch of extra weight that you can carry. I also got Med-X, Mentats, and Psycho, and repair kits. I got 4 basic repair kits and an improved repair kit. So that'll be something that will accumulate on you. You don't really need to do a lot of repairing, at least I haven't. I did 3 raids and I didn't repair anything. One of the bonuses you get from being on a raid team is that your weapon condition is plus 100%. That seemed to translate into unbreakable because I had a Gatling plasma I was using the whole time and the condition didn't change at all, at least not in any noticeable way. And I was wearing power armor and that really doesn't need to be repaired all that often. So I ended up, after doing 3 raids, I think with like 60 extra basic repair kits, which I kind of forgot about and wondered why my weight had crept up a little bit. So in addition to the Med-X and the other chems, we also get a stim pack, or 14 stim packs in this case, 5 super stim packs, some Rad-X, Radaway. There's really no Rads in the raid at all, so this isn't something you're going to use, but got a lot of it. 14 Rad-X, 5 Radaway. So, but yeah, the stim packs were actually pretty good. I actually was gaining them over time, even though I used a lot of them. I mean, I used super stim packs, and I was actually using a lot of them. I was still gaining from one raid to the next. And then we got Flux. We got kind of 2 flavors, though. We got Raw Flux, Raw Cobalt, and Raw Violet. So if you don't know, Raw Flux is what you need to actually craft Stable Flux, but it takes quite a lot of it, and it takes other materials. So the amounts you get here really aren't going to be enough to make any kind of difference. But we do get Stable Flux. I got, in this case, 2 Fluorescent, and a little bit of scrap, some gold scrap, fiber optics. 7 fiber optics is actually a pretty decent amount for that sort of thing, because it is fairly rare. I got some circuits, some asbestos, and some oil. So a little bit of scrap here and there. So that's always useful. And the raid is full of stash and scrap boxes in between the areas. So you can so it's easy to store all of this stuff in between stages. So here we are. This is the rewards for stage number 2. This is the one where you have to fuel the drill in order to progress to the 3rd stage. I got 22,200 experience, 335 caps, and 25 legendary script. So right out of the gate, I got a 4-star legendary mod box, radioactive powered. Now, it's not something I've tried yet, so I'm not quite sure. It's gain +2 action point regen at the cost of rads. I haven't tested this, so I'm not quite sure exactly what it does, but it is something I want to try out and just see what it's doing. I also got a Berserker Sledgehammer. No idea how many. It could be 1 stars, could be 3 stars, don't know. I got an Assassin's Vulcan left leg, so there's another piece of that. So far, I'm getting pieces of pieces of Vulcan, but not necessarily the plans to craft it myself, which is really what I'm after. Another mystery magazine package, another treasury note, 2 more legendary modules, some Ultrasight 308, because in this case, that's what I was using. I was using an LMG that is primed. I got a Plague Walker serum, so only 1 serum this time, but I got some XL, Buff Tat, Psycho Buff, Calmex, Mentats, Buff Out. So if you're actually only 1 of each, but if you're someone who uses all, nothing really meaningful here, I got a Tankies, which is a 4-star effect, plus 200 damage resist for 27,874. So that's a nice big chunk.
Jo, tam ta máčka, ten pes ještě. A zase šelkec. No. Takže jdeme se na to připravit. Toto zabalíme tento kšeft a jdeme na 380. relaxační tréninkový deň, dobre?